Welcome back to the Magical Mermaids Tarot channel. Why do men or women find you hot? Why do men or women find you hot? That's the question we're going to be answering today. Hi, my name's Diana, Psychic Intuitive, and before you are 4 piles to choose from. Pile 1 is from the Circle of Life Tarot, and the object associated with pile 1 is the Red Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. Pile 2 is from the Intuit Tarot, and the associated object is this Natural Rainbow Titanium Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. Pile 3 is from the Light Seer's Tarot, and the associated object is this Bright Yellow Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. And pile 4 is from the Warrior of Love Tarot, and the associated object is this Raw Angel Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. Please choose the pile or piles that you feel most attracted to, okay? This is pile 1, this is pile 2, this is pile 3, and this is pile 4. Now, this first row is for why do men find you hot, okay? The second pile is for why do women find you hot? So, if you're someone who dates men and you choose pile 3, then your pile will be pile 3A, and you can find that in the timestamps. If you are someone who dates women, okay, or who's attracted to women, and you choose pile 3, then your pile will be pile 3B, and you can find that in the timestamps. Pile 3B is to answer the question, why women find you hot. So pile 3A is for why men find you hot. The pile A's are for why men find you hot, and the pile B's are for why women find you hot. Okay? Now, this reading is about why men or women in general find you hot. But you can also assign a specific man or woman you have in mind to any pile before you. Or you may have multiple men or women in mind, and you can assign them to any of the piles before you. If you are still undecided as to which pile to choose, let me add your zodiac signs. I'll be right back. Pile 1 is associated with the sun or rising signs of Leo, Scorpio, and Aries. Pile 2 is associated with the sun or rising signs of Virgo, Gemini, and Capricorn. Pile 3 is associated with the sun or rising signs of Sagittarius, Cancer, or Taurus. Pile 4 is associated with the sun or rising signs of Libra, Pisces, or Aquarius. Please take your time, pause the video if you have to, make your choice or choices, and I will see you at your reading or readings. Welcome to your reading, pile 1A. So, why do men find you hot? That's the question we're answering today. You ended up with the Red Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. And you also ended up with Leo, Scorpio, and Aries. So men find you hot because you are a very passionate person, okay? Now, you can assign, this can be a reading about why men in general find you hot, or it could be a particular man that you've assigned to this pile, okay? So, men find you hot because you are very passionate, you take action, on things. You're just very alive, very vibrant. You may be on the assertive side. You kind of take charge, you move forward with things, create a lot of pleasure. You're very pleasurable to look at, and you just incite feelings of pleasure in men. Men feel pleasured by you, by your company, by your energy. They find your strength very attractive. You love with you have a certain like fire within you. You love in a very fiery, hot, and intense way. You are, that's just your energy. You burn bright. And it's like, when you burn bright, people find you warm. I'm getting like a take charge vibe from you. The men find very hot. You take charge of certain situations. You move in a certain direction. You get going on things. You may be the type to make the first move, or you're just so full of energy that they can't help but be drawn in by your light. You're very creative, very smart too. They find your intelligence very appealing. It's very sexy. They think your mind, you're really big on logic, clarity, your intellect is high. And so they're really into this. You're also a very happy person. You just exude a lot of joy, a lot of light, and you brighten up the room. You ever hear those words? You brighten up the room. That's you. Pile 1A. You just have really good energy. You're very positive, upbeat. You're full of light. You're full of life. And you give very clear signals. That's something else that men find very hot about you, Pile 1A, is that, you're straightforward, and, if you're interested, it's very clear that you're interested. I wouldn't say that you're super coy. You're just, I don't know, I'm getting like words like larger than life, full of energy, full of spark and pizzazz, and men find this very sexy in you. They find that to be very hot. And though you are like this, okay, very kind of assertive, outgoing, a bit of a go-getter, like when it comes to like the romantic, realm and dating world, I wouldn't say that you are always the one making the first move, but you just make it very clear who you're interested in, and you put your energy out. You glow brighter for those that you're interested in, and so they read the signals loud and clear. And I feel like inside of all that is a certain purity, a certain light, a goodness that is unmistakable. It's not like, oh, look at me, I'm a slut, come get me, or something, I feel like there's an innocence in it, almost like it comes natural to you. You're just naturally outgoing, naturally, you're very passionate, very intense, but in a good way, in an innocent way. It's like being very enthusiastic about stuff, and just high level energy, and but inside of that is a certain kind of innocence and goodness. And you're not about like, you're not too forward. I wouldn't say that's what it is. You're not forward, okay? You're not being too like wayward. You're more just like, just have good, big, warm, bright energy that men find very sexy about you. You don't like hide, and you're not shy. You're not a wallflower clinging to the walls or corners. You put yourself out there. You're bright, you're fun, you're shining, and men find it's really hot about you. But they also see that it's not like, I feel like it's very clear to most men anyway, that you're not trying to come across like, I'm easy, I'm this, that it's more like that's just who you are. And so it's like, it's so refreshing, and I feel like men just want to drink of this energy and just soak you in, and just be around your energy, because it's very warm, it's very healing, and they feel very protected by it. They feel a sense of peace about it, because they feel like it's not a put on. You're just being you, and this is just your good energy. And it's very, very, very restorative for men to be around your energy, because they just feel like, okay, this is just good energy. I don't gotta worry about, is this person trying to come on to me too hard, or trying to go too hard, or I don't gotta worry about, is this an act, or I don't gotta worry about, am I misreading signals or something. They just know that you have good energy, and they can rest on that. that's just you being you. And so they find this to be very hot. They want to be around this. They're attracted to it. Okay, this is something that attracts men in you. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at your tarot card. We have the Sun, of course, right? Oh my goodness. Again, I feel like you're very happy. You have very good, happy energy. You're upbeat. You're optimistic. You are full of vitality and positivity, and there's a lot of warmth in you. You really illuminate. You shine. You light up the room, and I'm just getting this like celebratory vibe from you. Very happy energy, and this is what men find to be very sexy about you. Okay, men find you to be very hot because of this sort of like glowing, warm, hot energy. Okay, I mean literally, men think you're hot because you're hot. Okay, pal. 1A. Yeah, this is go-getter energy. Like you're just out there, seizing life, grabbing life by the horns, and there's this sort of like, perhaps you're a really good dancer. Men really like this and think it's hot, or you like moving your body about. You're very full of energy. You jump, you move, you grab things, you go. I'm just getting like very upbeat energy, like you woke up, you drank your coffee, girl, and you're just full of energy, you're ready to go, and that's sort of like, okay, I'm up, and let me up an atom, I'm up an atom. That kind of energy is very hot. Okay, men find that to be very hot in you. For those of you who have a pet, when you're out walking your pet during the day or in the morning or something like this, men find that to be very hot as well. They like checking you out. You might love to exercise. Men love this as well in you. They think it's very hot. You're full of energy. You have go-getter energy. It's like carpe diem, seize the day type of energy for you, okay? That's what I'm seeing here. Also feel like men like the look of your chest area. They think your chest area looks hot. Especially when you're dressed, ready to go exercise, or you're on the go, or you're wearing like gym clothes or athletic wear, or just clothes that are like yoga pants or maybe leggings or something like this. Stuff that just like shows that you're nimble, you're athletic, or you're just on the go. You have things you gotta go do. You can be physical if you need to be physical and pick things up and do this and do that. Men find that to be very hot. That you may wear like practical clothes that are that maybe even show your shape a little bit. If you wear like clothes that cling to your body, and I'm not talking about like super tight wear, but just like sporty wear that's very comfortable and allows you to move and absorbs the sweat from your body and stuff like that. Every day when you want to do anything from exercising to going on a walk, being busy cleaning the house, running around town doing errands, and you just want to be comfortable, easy breezy, men find that to be very hot as well. And they also love that you have a combo type of situation going on where you are trying to be practical, but you also you may wear your hair long or wear like nice little accessories, and you just let your hair go down. You don't necessarily put it up in a bun, or whenever you do let your hair down, paired up with a sort of comfortable athletic wear, men find that to be very hot as well. Or just sort of like accessible, wear that is very fashion is very practical, coupled with your hair flowing or wearing your hair long, or wearing a few nice accessories. Men find that to be hot as well. Next we have the 7 of Cups. So I feel like men find it hot that you got a lot going on, and I kind of mentioned that earlier. That you're full of energy. So and you're always going. There's a lot of different things that you may be into. Maybe that you have many hobbies, or you have many activities that you participate in, or many. I'm hearing bells and whistles. Okay, so when you get the terminology bells and whistles, what comes to mind is, when you buy a car, or you buy a house, or you get into some membership or whatever, and they say, oh, it's got all these bells and whistles. It means it's got all these features, all these rewards, all these extras, and all these things. So you have a lot of like interesting things going on, pal 1A, that men find to be very hot. It could be that you cook well, or that maybe that you're a good hunter, or that you like to go fishing, or that you a good caretaker, or you take really good care of the home, and you're multi-talented. You got a lot of skills, and you have a lot of like notable good qualities that really stand out, and you got like a lot of them all in one person. So men find this to be really hot. You have a lot of different physical features and traits that men find very attractive. So for example, you may have pretty hair and pretty eyes and pretty legs, and you're stacked, and you just have the whole thing. You have a lot of features, pile 1A, that men find very attractive. It could be that you got a really nice body shape. Also, you have a really nice body shape, and you just know how to, like, you look a bit like a fantasy. The way you dress, the way you come across, men can look at you and equate you to a fantasy figure. Like, when men fantasize about, ooh, I love to be with this woman or that woman, or doing this or doing that, you really fit their fantasies, pal 1A, as far as your look and your vibe and your energy. They feel that you're really good at like when you dress, you leave a lot to the imagination, and they have to sort of guess what's under your outfit, or and so and what they can't see, what they can't tell based on the way you're dressed. And I feel like you do dress appropriately, you do cover up, you do wear, like I said, practical things that are comfortable, allow you to get things done. Their imagination goes wild when they look at you, pal 1A. They start to like dream and fantasize, and indulge in like escapism thoughts, and start thinking about, oh, if you were you and them, where would you go? What would they do with you? How would you be? And you inspire their imagination, pal 1A. You also, it feels like a lot of the things that men wish for, you have, okay, physically speaking, and also when it comes to your personality, your skills, your talents. A lot of men really that really want these things. Like, you could be really good at cooking, or really good at, you look really good physically, you dress well, the way you move your hips, the way you do your hair, like there's a lot that you have going for yourself, pal 1A, that is an ideal for a lot of men. When they notice you, that they find you hot, they see that your hair, I'm getting like a lot of like your hair and your face. You may have a slim body, or you may have a very curvaceous body, and either way, you really make their imagination go wild. They start fantasizing and wondering what things would be like with you, how would it be to be with you, like sexually, romantically, the whole thing. What it would be like to be, also maybe to be your boyfriend, like how would you treat them, that kind of thing. We have the 3 of Wands. So, pile 1A, I do feel like your chest area, your breasts keep featuring on this set of cards, pile 1A. Okay, your chest area is either really firm, cute, sticks out, or is very perky, or you have very prominent nipples, and it shows like through your shirt or something like this. And this is something they notice about you. Maybe you tend to get cold very easily, and it gets like hard or something, I don't know, but that's kind of coming out. I'm seeing that a lot, that men notice this about you, and they find it to be very hot. Men find you hot because you are the type to plan ahead. You tend to be prepared. Whenever you say, for instance, you show up at a meetup, or you show up at an event, they feel that you're usually prepared. You have like stuff ready to go. You thought about what's going to be happening, so you got a brain, okay? And you give things thought. You're considerate. You plan ahead, and you have foresight. You may have a business where you have to think ahead and plan ahead. And men notice this about you and find it to be very hot, actually. I feel like in this card that's coming up, what I'm getting is that men find your abilities to be very sexy. They feel like a woman like you is someone who can be relied upon, someone who can be a good, a reliable ally. To be frank, okay. I feel like men aren't. I think men aren't just all about, oh, she looks good, he looks good, whatever. Like, they're hot. It's also about your traits. It's also about if they were. And I'm also getting that men think you're hot because they feel that you would make a great partner, someone that they could rely on, someone they could be in a relationship with, someone that they know would be patient and wait for them. They feel that you might make a good business partner, and men find that to be hot, actually, okay? Yeah, men find that to be hot. They also like your legs. I feel like your legs are standing out. Your legs look very healthy, athletic, and youthful. Okay, you're useful and youthful. Actually, both would be fine. Men feel like find you hot because they just feel that you're very powerful, and that you are a force to be reckoned with, even on your own, and that you know how to protect yourself. You're not like afraid, or like a whispering lily or something like this. I don't know how the exact verbiage to use there, but like, just sort of like a shrinking violet, or some sort of like a pansy daisy, or like a soft princess who doesn't know how to do anything for themselves. That is not you, pile 1A, okay? They like that men find it hot that you are sturdy, reliable. Like, you know what's coming to mind is Naked and Afraid. If for any of you who've watched that show, Naked and Afraid, like, you know how, they'll have episodes where, and it's basically what it is. It's a reality TV show where a couple, usually a man and a woman, that have been assigned to the team. Usually they're not a couple. It's just a random man and a random woman that are abandoned on an island or some sort of natural landscape without any clothes, and all they have is they gotta pick two options, like two weapons, or like a weapon and a fire starter or something, and they leave them there for 21 days to survive and make it, and then they'll come get them. And if they do well, they get rated on how well they survived, and what they're filmed. The whole process is filmed. Okay, if you guys have not watched this, it's very entertaining. You guys should watch it. But I'm into survivalism stuff anyway. But I feel like you would be the woman on the team who would own it. Okay, they feel that you're the type of woman who would show up on the show, and you wouldn't be scared. Okay, you would be like, all right, well, let me go ahead and look around, and I'm gonna gather some wood so we can start to maybe put together a shelter. The day is fading fast, and we at least need somewhere we can be in that will be safe. And so I'm gonna start gathering up wood. What do you want to do? Like, you're like a take charge sort of person, and like, you're not sitting around waiting for them to give you instructions. Like, you're already thinking, you're already like having foresight, you're thinking ahead about what needs to be done. You're very talented, you have many skills. Maybe you're a forager. This is just all going with that analogy and that example, okay, guys, of the survival on the island or whatever. Maybe you have foraging skills. Maybe you know how to build a shelter or a lean-to. Maybe you know how to do all these things, okay? And they don't have to teach you everything and baby you, and they find this hot about you, pile 1A, okay? And it doesn't have to be like in a survivalism scenario or setting, okay? It could be just in everyday life. You're not a helpless person, pile 1A, okay? You're the type of person who, you have things you gotta go do. You have things you gotta go do. You know what to do. You're a go-getter. And you're not afraid to take life on and do what you need to do, okay? And you don't have to be told what to do either. Yeah, I feel like you might be a business leader, or maybe you take charge. You maybe start a business, or you're a leader of some group somewhere, or you just take charge of situations in general. That's your personality type, and men find this very hot. There are men who find this hot about you. Maybe still be some men out there who don't like it, but I'm telling you that there are men, because it's coming up that the kind of men that are attracted to you, pal 1A, who find you hot, the type of men who are attracted to motivated, go-getter, capable women. Okay, that's a turn on for them. They like that, you know, I feel like you might be exploring something, or you may like travel, or like going around checking places out or something like this, and exploring the world or exploring your surroundings. Men find this hot, so you may go on walks, maybe with your dog or your animal, or you like traveling, going on trips and exploring certain areas. And when men see you out doing this, they find it to be very hot. You're not afraid to try new things or go off in new directions, doing different things. Okay, let's move on to your next tarot card. We have the Nine of Pentacles. Okay, all right, that's very interesting. We got some turtles there. There's like 9 tortoises. Yeah, and one long sort of like dragon or lizard or something. Interesting. So men think that you look really good for your age, is what I'm getting. That if you are maybe in your 30s, 40s, 50s, men think that you look very young, and like in your body, especially in your body for sure. But I think also in your face, but in your body, I feel like men think that you look way younger than that. Like you look like you're in your 20s, or like you might look like you're in your late teens for some of you. Wow, that's pretty impressive. But yeah, men really feel like you are super blessed when it comes to how good you look for, especially when they find out your age. That your regenerative abilities are amazing, out of this world. Yeah, I'm getting like a very strong independent vibe as well. Like, you're very independent. You're not afraid of anything. Like, you've got this. You've got life, pile 1. Men find it to be very hot. That you're very self-sufficient. And that you have worked your life in such a way that you have received certain rewards. That you're successful in your own right. That you're abundant. That you are even luxurious for some of you, okay? You have all these extras. You're good. You're elegant. You look good for your age. You take very good care of yourself. You're very attractive physically. Your health shows. It glows. Men find you hot because of this. Okay, let's keep it moving. We have the 6 of Pentacles is coming up next. All right, so we have the Sun, Major Arcana, which is a beautiful card to get. Men like it too when you go outside. If you like to go outside in the light of day and you get your tan on, you like get like you turn a little bit brown or have like a little golden tan, or like some kind of, you know, I don't know, like some sort of cast to your skin that makes you look like you're radiant, you're glowing. Men find you hot because of that tan, okay, that glow. We've got Cups, Wands, and 2 Pentacles. So you're I feel like you may be very successful in your own right. Power 1A, okay? You're the type to even care for others. You may be a single mother. And if you are, then men find it's very hot that you take care of your kids. You take care of your life. You do what you're supposed to be doing. And you don't need, like, if you're a single mom, it's really hot that men think that you're able to handle these things on your own. They also like that trait in you. They feel like you're a good caretaker. You're very generous. You're very kind to people around you that they've seen. You may be involved in charity work, or maybe if you're not a single mom, or maybe you are, like you involve yourself in the Big Sister program, or you do like charity work or something, and men have noticed this in you and find that to be very hot. They feel you have the heart of a giver, okay? That you're very giving and you're very generous. You're not sitting there counting the pennies. You give without even thinking about it, and men find you hot because of this. Okay, there's a certain generosity there. You think of others. You take care of others. You may take very good care of your pets or your children or just people who are in need. Okay. Next, we have number 15, El Diablo. Okay. The devil. Yeah, so I feel like men think that you're really fun. Men think that you're really fun. That you are in control of your situation. Now, for some of you, this is very, 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 very like, oh my gosh, it's just for very few of you. But if you're into like BDSM or something like that, like sub-dom, that type of dichotomy. Someone's submissive, someone's dominant. Men find you hot because of this kind of play. Also, men find you hot because, you know, you're not afraid of the dark side, pal. You're not afraid of giving in to certain temptations. Perhaps you are sexually liberated and you don't feel like a sense of judgment towards yourself about being a woman who is in touch with her body, in touch with her sexuality. You know, you're unabashed. You have an unabashed appreciation for your body's sensuality, sexuality. You're not judging yourself. You're free to enjoy yourself. You get into it. And men find you hot because of this. They feel that you are also, you may be very like wealthy. That's kind of coming through. You may have like money, and you have a lot of luxuries, maybe nice cars, nice clothes. You may wear very nice jewelry. I was talking about accessories earlier. You may have some very nice pieces, and men find you hot because of it. Men also feel like you're not the one to enslave. Okay, here's what I'm seeing is that men have, for some reason, I feel like men get the vibe from you that you don't allow yourself to be caught up in addictions. Okay, you're able to shake off addictions very easily, or you don't let yourself get caught up in them. Okay, you do not allow yourself to become obsessed, and you kind of keep your distance from certain negative things. You're able to easily free yourself from the ties that bind when it comes to, it could be a substance, it could be toxic people, toxic situations. In fact, you may be the type to help others who are stuck in situations like this, trying to help them get free. And men find you hot because of this. You help people break free of addictions. You help people break free of unhealthy connections. And that's something men find to be very hot. Perhaps this is hot about you as well. Perhaps this is a living for you. Maybe this is what you do for a living. Maybe you work at a rehab center, or you help people get free of debt, or you maybe you're a therapist and you help people get away from toxic relationships, or to get a handle on toxic relationships. You know, whatever it is, I feel like men find you hot because you help. Men find it hot because you help people get liberated away from negative conditions or situations. You may be a caregiver who helps people, who nurses people away from bad things, okay, or bad situations. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at your oracle cards. I'm also getting that men find you to be very hot because you make them feel addicted to you, okay? There's something about the way you dress. There's something about the way your aura, okay, the way you care for people, your values, the way you behave. You take good care of people in your sphere, and people who draw near to you, who want to be close to you, who you feel attracted to. You take very good care of them, and you are very sexually attractive. Okay, Power 1A, very sexually attractive. You pull people in. Men are like, oh my gosh, Power 1A is so smoking hot. Like, I can't even think around Power 1A. Like, I just want to go hang out near Power 1A. I don't know. I feel really drawn to Power 1A. They have to do everything within their power to control themselves. If they're married, they're exerting effort to make sure not to get drawn into you or to make moves to you before they realize they've done it. They really try to control themselves around you. If men are single, and they notice you, they're like, oh my gosh, if I talk to Power 1A, I'm gonna get locked in and stuck forever. I need to be very careful. So I feel like there are men who have gotten to know you and maybe dated you in the past that are still addicted to you, Power 1A. Okay, this is why they find you very hot, is that you are, you reign, you dominate when it comes to the realm of sexual play or sexual attractiveness. Okay, like you may as well have just stepped out of one of these hot Playboy magazines or one of these, like, you know, like Hustler or something. Like, not that you're walking around naked, but just your body is like, and your aura is very, it's like intoxicating, kind of. I don't want to say sinful, because I feel like that's not the good word to say, but like, just you inspire sinful thoughts, Power 1A. Okay, this is why men find you to be very hot. The way you look, makes men want to be like, oh my gosh, I want to go do this, or I'm feeling aroused or whatever. Like, you're very arousing, pile 1A. Okay, that's why men find you hot. Let's take a look at your next oracle card. We have Sacrifices, number 53. So pile 1A, I see that are willing to make certain sacrifices to make money, and to, I feel like you don't allow yourself to, you don't indulge in unhealthy foods, so therefore you're very healthy, you're glowing, you're radiant, and your skin looks really good, especially for your age. For those of y'all who, if you're in your 40s or 50s, your age should be showing. It's not, because you take really good care of yourselves, you eat healthy, and you make certain sacrifices. You don't overindulge in certain bad foods, or you're like, this whole class of food is off the table for me. I don't eat that kind of food, or I don't drink alcohol, or I don't do this, or I don't do that, or I make sure that this is what I mainly eat, and it's showing in your skin. It's showing in the way you look. You're very beautiful. I feel like you may have like a maybe not bronze, because bronze is like dark brown. Okay, let's be honest. All right, but like there's like a bronze, sort of like light bronze tone to your skin. Like you may tan very easily, or it could be. I'm talking about like it could be like very light, just the lightest hint of brown, all the way to like you just turn into this like beautiful like tan Brazilian goddess or something. I don't know what it is. Like your skin color is really standing out. This is why men find you to be hot. They also find you to be hot because they see that you shroud yourself in healthy routines, and therefore this is translating to good health. Maybe they don't understand why you look so good, but it's given. It's given, pile 1A, that health is glowing from within, and they absolutely love it. There's a lot of self-care going on. Men find it to be really hot about you, that you take really good care of your skin. You may use lotions, tanning, sunscreen is what I meant to say. You may take the right vitamins. You may be using like certain oils, like vitamin E oil or something. You just take really good care of your skin, and it's really standing out. It stands out, okay, amongst the rest. I also feel like you may be really good at making money, maybe very successful or popular. Men find you to be hot because of this. You're willing to do something others are not doing in order to have the good things in your life. I also feel like you may be willing to make certain sacrifices for a good relationship. If you're in a certain relationship, men feel that you've been willing to make certain sacrifices for it, and they find you to be hot because of this. Next, we are getting wisdom. Pile 1A, men think that you are hot because you are very smart. Okay, you're very learned, you've read, you've practiced, you're very talented. You may have multiple degrees or multiple certificates, or be very well versed on multiple subjects. Very well versed, like, I don't know, I'm just gonna come up with some examples, like maybe a really good candle maker, and also have written a book on some other subject, or be a very good yoga teacher, and you may have just like several things that you do really well. So you're very wise, and so this is a turn on for men. Men find you to be very hot also because of the way you dress. I feel like you leave something to the imagination, pile 1A. I wouldn't say that you're the type to always be showing your skin, always be showing your skin, always be showing your skin. Okay, you may wear maybe some form-fitting clothes, but it's from a practicality standpoint. Okay, if you ever do that, that's the vibe I'm getting. But otherwise, you wear very nice, like almost like modest clothes that kind of cover you up, but there's enough showing that men are like, oh my gosh, pile 1A is smoking under that dress or that outfit. It's very comfortable, very appropriate. Well, pile 1A is obviously a beauty. You may be an earth angel type, and because I'm kind of picking up on that a little bit, and especially with the Six of Pentacles appearing, and we got wisdom with the angel's wings, and we got the winged creature here encircling, creating a sort of protective vibe. We just got a lot of protective vibes going on. So pile 1A, I feel like men find you to be very hot because you are a protector. You're a natural protector of self-care and others as well. Okay, I'm seeing that here. Men find it to be very hot. You're very wise when it comes to knowing what to do, how to handle certain situations, when it comes to protecting or caring for yourself and others. Men might find it also to be very hot that you are very spiritually inclined. That's coming up as well. especially with the angels and the angel wings and the candles. You might be a very spiritual type of person, and some men find that to be hot. When I say hot, I mean they're drawn to you, they feel attracted to you, and want to get closer to you because of it. Okay. Next, we're getting Queen Nefertiti, alchemy. Again, we're getting some of these magical vibes again, and we're getting the sun here as well. So Queen Nefertiti, she was a powerful queen in the 18th dynasty of Egypt, okay? And she was the royal wife of Pharaoh Akhenaten, okay? Akhenaten. And she was known for her role in a new religion, okay, where they basically stopped having all the different gods and they decided to make it just one god. She was alive during that time. They would just worship the sun, which was Aten, okay, which is derivative from her husband's name, the Pharaoh Akhenaten. And so she was a prime figure during that time. And she was considered an equal to her husband. Power 1A, I remember I said something about you can stand on your own, you stand strong, you're respectable, you're someone that even they can rely on. Like if they had to go off and go to work or go do something far away, they know that you would be able to hold it down wherever you were at. And then when they come back, things will be running smoothly, because I give you that example on the Survivor Island where they have one man, one woman, and you're the woman who's able to hold her own, contribute, and bring things to the table, okay? And just like they are doing. Okay, I'm not talking about a man using you, letting you do all the work. I'm talking about like divine teamwork. Okay, men find you hot because they consider you an equal. You come across like an equal. Power 1A. Okay, and I know that there's a lot of different schools of thoughts on that. Oh, I don't want to be an equal like that. I don't want a man relying on me, because then a man might abuse it, right? There's some of that thinking that goes on as well. But in the situation that I'm seeing is that, for whatever it's worth, okay, depending on who you're dealing with, men have noticed that you stand strong on your own. You don't need a man, okay? You don't need them. And this makes you all the more attractive. This makes you all the more attractive to these men that are coming up in this reading, or the one that you've assigned to this reading. They find you hot because of this. They're like, Power 1A is like my equal. I married my equal. This is something that they find very attractive, that they feel very drawn to, and they're very happy to have or see in you. Next, we're getting digital detox. At the same time, men feel like you have a good balance to your character. They feel that you've worked really hard at creating the kind of life that you want. And so the rewards for that life is leisure, right? You get to relax. You get to do what you like, okay? You get to take time and rest in the garden of leisure that you created for yourself due to your hard work. It's a reward. So men find you very hot because it's like going on a date, someone showing up at your apartment or your home, and they come in and they see how you're doing. They see that you're resting, you're chill, you're relaxing in this very nice apartment or nice home or house that you set up. Things are comfy, and you're getting to just have a day where you don't even give a care. You're just relaxing, and it's not laziness. It's like you worked so hard that you I'm just gonna chill and do nothing. And they can't even judge you. They're just like, yep, you deserve it. You deserve to relax. You deserve to just enjoy this garden that you're in. Or it could be a situation where maybe you're being taken care of, okay? Men find you hot that you allow yourself to be taken care of. Okay, that you have received certain rewards, maybe due to the man that you married. You may be married, Power 1A. Okay, and within that garden, you are like a flower or pearl in their eyes. Okay, they love seeing you relax, enjoy these fruits, enjoy yourself in the garden that you've created. Okay, they find this to be a turn on. They find it nice to come home and see you there resting, see you present there, see you available, see you relaxing, see you being taken care of, see you being nurtured like a golden egg. Okay, this is one of those. This is like a chivalrous male perspective. Okay, the man who wants to take care of you, the man who wants to nurture you, who wants to protect your feminine aspects. Okay, and doesn't want you to always be having this hustle mentality. So they see that you're strong, and they don't want you to be like that all the time. They want you to be able to rest, and this is something that they enjoy seeing in you. They find it to be very hot. Okay, so I'm getting that. I think they also find you hot, pile 1A, because you're not always accessible. Okay, so if you're single, you're still in the dating world, men find it hot that they can't always reach you. That there are times when you're offline. You're not always on social media. You're not always, quick to answer that text message or whatever. You just have downtimes where you are, again, I'm getting that self-care vibe keeps coming through, where it's clear that you really highly prioritize this, taking care of you, being with you, doing skincare, doing spa time, just, detoxing and unwinding and letting your mind just free float to whatever and not fixate on them, right? So men find this hot. They also find your shape very hot, pile 1A. You may have a flat stomach and wide hips, and so you've got that beautiful female silhouette shape. Also getting that, and you don't have to be slim for this to be the case. You may just, you could be a range of sizes, pile 1A. And as long as you've got that female shape is what I'm talking about. They love your female shape, okay? They think you're hot because of this. Yeah, they really find it hot that you disconnect in order to reconnect with yourself in your own privacy, within your own home, or within your inner sanctum, whatever it is, okay? So we have Mnemosyne, the past, okay? Mnemosyne is, this is Greek mythology. Daughter of Uranus, the daughter of Uranus in Gaia. She's one of the 9 muses. That's where I was trying to figure out where she came from. She's one of the 9 muses. And this is about stories. This is about the past. This is about history. This is about, memorization. What's the past history, and this is layered on top of 6 of Pentacles, which the message I'm getting here is the reason they think you're hot is that you preserve knowledge and you preserve history, okay? It could be that they really find it hot that you remember who they are. It could be as simple as that. Or that you cherish memories of the past. Or it could be that you're really good about remembering where you came from. Remembering where you came from, remembering how, your roots and who you're connected to. Perhaps you're very heavily influenced by your roots, where you came from. Perhaps there's a language that you speak that they find to be very hot. Maybe it's different from the language that they speak. And, the fact that you keep it alive, that you speak it, is a big turn on for men, okay? Men like that you speak the language of your past, your roots, your ancestry, okay? And if it's not that, then there's something about you keeping alive past traditions, okay? Keeping alive like stories from the past, where you come from. Maybe that you've told them, or that you passed down to your children, or traditions, or whatever it is. It's very specific and very interesting message here. But this is why men find you to be hot, is that you are a keeper of memories, okay? You may also be like a philosopher type, pal, 1A. Really into the classical arts or sculptures. And, maybe you get paid to do this or something like that. The arts and culture or something like this. You may be a sculptor, you may be a historian, and maybe you get paid to do this, or maybe you're a big time patron of the arts too. That's coming through. That's something that they find to be hot about you, pal, 1A. Very interesting. Next, we're getting Swan Lake Barbie. Okay. I'm getting that beautiful silhouette. I get the feeling that for some of you, you may wear like a headpiece, or wear like a wrap on your head, or you get into something you put on your head. Is standing out to me here, and that's just pertains to some of you. If it's not you, then don't worry about it, because there's some in the group that wear like head coverings. That's possible, or you just have favorite pieces that you wear, not necessarily like a religion thing, but more of like a fashion statement, though it could be religious. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so you've really come into your own, Power 1A. You have a certain confidence about you. When I think of Swan Lake, I'm thinking of the ugly duckling that becomes a swan. That's kind of vibe I'm getting. You it's like a story of becoming, a story of a coming of age story, a triumph of believing in yourself over insecurity, and a departure from a past when you felt uncertain, and now you're glowed up, you're grown up, you're glowing, and you're very confident, you're beautiful, you're clearly beautiful. Okay, there's no yeah, I can see that Power 1A's got this kind of beauty, no, like, you're hot. Okay, you're hot to trot, Power 1A. And I feel like this is what they find to be very hot about you, is that you've really come into your self-confidence. You are the glowed up, prettied up version of yourself at this time, Power 1A. This is what they find so hot about you, is that you're in the prime. You're looking very good right now. Okay, you are like, it's like you're ripe for the picking. Okay, and when I say ripe for the picking, there's an age range there. Okay, there's an age range. You're at that age where you're blooming, you're glowing, you're blossoming, and depending on how long you want to extend it, of course, this is up to your diet, right? That age or that phase. But whatever the case may be, you're in that phase where your beauty is at an all-time high. You're just gorgeous, okay, Power 1A. And you stand out as a glowing being. It kind of got that glow from before. You're glowing, Power 1A, okay? And you draw men's eyes in to look at you. They see that you're in a prime of your life, that you're glowing right now. And so, men find you hot for this very reason, okay? Let's take a look at your next oracle card. We have the Drifter. Okay. I trust myself and will find answers within. Again, back to this message of confidence. Okay? This message of, I'm good. I'm fine on my own. I don't need a man. Okay? I don't need anyone. I'm actually fine on my own. And so they find this very appealing. It's very hot. They feel like you are not the type who's looking for answers outside of yourself, looking for people to tell you what to do, for others to spell it out for you. You are finding the answers within yourself. You have been brave. You've maybe even left home, your home where you came from, to go live on your own and go do life on your own. You've been brave. You've gone out there as a woman. You've gone out there. You've owned it. You've commandeered. You've taken over certain things. There are things that you have overcome and dominated. And you are, though you're aware of where you came from, they find it hot that you're able to look back, miss it, but still move on. Okay, because you understand that the path for you is forward, away from stale energy or places where you're stuck, where you're not growing. Okay, for those of you who are linking this pile to a particular man, what I'm getting is that you may have left this person behind. It's possible. Or maybe they know you now, but they know that you left behind something that was important to you, because you understood you need to go do something greater somewhere else. So you left this man behind, and you left them behind because you understood that was what was right for you, and that's what you needed to do, even though it was hard. Maybe they feel that you've gone off to go take care of yourself. You're not available. You're not as accessible, but you're doing your own thing. You're independent. You're doing your own life. And they think fondly of you. Okay, if this is someone from your past, like an ex or something, or someone you used to deal with, they think fondly of you. They have memories of you. They go over memories of you in their head, and they feel like you've glowed up. You become someone amazing. You become like a transcended, glowed up, evolved version of yourself. Okay, and that you're focusing on taking care of you. That's number one. You're not about letting yourself burn out for the sake of some relationship or other people's problems. You're understanding that you need to take care of yourself, because apparently no one's going to do it but you, right? You're going to be looking out for number one. We have her herb garden. We got that before with the Nine of Pentacles, right? You're in your own space, and here with Digital Detox, you and also with Queen Nefertiti, you kind of like, there's this idea that you've cultivated a certain garden for yourself filled with the things that you need. This is symbolic energy. Okay, Pile 1A, that you have learned what you need to learn. You have wisdom. You follow certain teachings. You understand that there's certain things you need to cultivate, that your body needs, that you need for your well-being. All right, and you are there now. You are there in that space, enjoying those things, cultivating those things, applying those things, enjoying those things, and those things have harvested and bloomed. Those things have bloomed for you, and you've harvested them, and you have like just a continuous cycles of just blossoming and blossoming and blossoming. Okay, I'm getting this sort of like conservative dress, or sort of like very practical outfits. And this is what they find very hot about you, is that you are really big on self-care. You're really big on eating healthy. You're really big on taking that time to heal your soul, or, soothe your spirit, disconnect, be you, be yourself, letting your mind wander, letting you yourself do you. Then this is what is leading to this glow up. You got wings. You got wings here. You flew away, Pile 1A. Okay? For those of you who are applying this to a particular man, this pile to a particular man, what did they find hot about you? Is that you flew away. You have the wings. You're empowered. Okay, you got away from toxic situations. I see that here with the car girl. You got the wings. You got the wings. And this allowed you to glow up. This allowed you to be a better and bigger, badder version of yourself. When I say badder, I mean, I mean that in a good way. What brings me joy? Yeah, you're full. Look, flowers again. Look at that. Right next to each other. So I feel like the reason they think you're so hot, Pile 1A, is that you prioritize your happiness and well-being. You prioritize your self-care. You prioritize your, the meaningful things in life, okay? You're not out there chasing after like trends or the latest boy toy, or, like all this stuff. You're focusing on like how to survive, having actual actionable skills that keep you ahead of the game, business success, what keeps you vital, what keeps your mitochondria, kicking, what kind of diet are you on to help. Like, you are very practical, and you focus on getting away from that which would hurt you or harm you, and focus on that which supports you, boosts you, bolsters you, preserves you, and glows you up. Okay, you're about your joy, what makes you happy. And for some of you, it's a garden. Maybe you're into plants, or eating salads, or gardening, or nature, or natural remedies, or cures, and they find this to be very hot about you. Look, again, the flowers. We have the divine feminine. Power 1A. What they find so hot about you, what men find hot about you, is that you're a quality female. You're a quality human being, honestly. Okay, you're a quality human being. That's number one. Female, I mean, whatever, gender, you could be a woman, you could be a man even watching this. We're asking, what men find attractive about you. You are a homosexual male. Okay, I don't know. I don't know who you are, Pile 1A, but you are wondering. I don't know exactly who you are watching Pile 1A, but you are wondering what men find hot about you. What I'm seeing, the biggest, clearest message here is that you are channeling the divine. Okay, you are, living life appropriately. You're doing the right things. You're not getting lost in the boonies with weird ideas. You're going with classic, tried and true ideas, how to heal yourself. You're concerned on your well-being. You're concerned on your health. You're concerned about your health. You're concerned about your well-being. You're concerned about being able to take care of yourself, your independence, maintaining that, getting away from that which sucks, even if you're addicted to it, but breaking away because you need to find better for yourself. Your beauty too, something about your hips, something about your physical shape. Okay, you have a great shape, Power 1A. This is what they find very hot about you. You maintained a great shape over the years. You're looking fantastic, very sexy. You got a great silhouette going. Next, we have Carry Me Home. support, time to be carried, allow others to help. I'm kind of going back again to that. If you are married and you're going to be asking about your mate, I'm seeing that something they find very hot about you is that you allow yourself to be vulnerable around them. Okay, you allow them to support you. You allow them to help you. Okay, you're not just all about you're a balanced creature, Power 1A. Okay, you're not just about, no, I've got this and I don't need anybody, and you're just like going crazy with it. You understand there's a time for that, and then there's a time to do teamwork. There's a time to let others carry the load, and they really appreciate you being vulnerable with them and letting them do that lifting sometimes, letting them be the ones to carry you. Okay, next we are getting, it's in the details, right? You are bookish, you are a nerd. Power 1A. It says sneaky behavior deceit. What you need to know lies in the details. Pay attention to the subtle cues in someone's behavior, expressions, and general demeanor, especially when words appear unclear or misleading. Power 1A, I feel like they find you to be very hot because you pay attention to tiny, subtle signals. Okay, you read between the lines. You read the room, you read people. Stuff is not lost on you. If something's off, you're like, okay, is everything okay? Even though they're like, in their minds, they're like, what? Everything's fine. Why would you say that? Da, 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 da. But there is something, and they know it, and they know you know it, and they find this hot about you. They feel like, this is something that's developed in you over time, or this is something that you showed that you're really good at, and it's helped you. They feel like they can't pull the wool over your eyes. They can't fool you like that. Maybe momentarily here or there, they may be able to successfully hide some things, but by and large, you're able to suss out what is happening. People don't tend to, men don't tend to sort of be able to, hide. Like you don't fall for tricks, Power 1A. You don't fall for tricks. You eventually, either in the short term or the long term, I don't know when, but you eventually figure it out. And this is something they find hot about you. They find that they do find it hot that they cannot, which is so interesting, right? They cannot fool you. That you pay attention to details. That they can rely even on your ability to pay attention to details, because you will catch things that will be good for them too, right? It's like, for example, maybe you're doing your finances or whatever. You're going through the books. Maybe, you pay some bills, they pay some bills, and you're able to suss out that someone's been overcharging the accounts, because you pay attention, and they don't pay attention like that. And, in their minds, like, man, thank God Power 1A was looking through the finances. They caught on to that. I would never caught on to this. This would have cost me thousands of dollars over the years. They caught, I'm just giving an example. So I'm just getting like, this is your very good mix of smart, survival oriented, reliable, dependable, intelligent, detail oriented, taking care of yourself. Okay, taking care of yourself is number one. That's you. It's like that truth that if you take care of yourself, then you can do other things. Okay, health is wealth, and this is what they find to be hot about you: your health, your looks, your hips, your silhouette. The smile that you keep on your face because you continue to pursue the beautiful things. Look, flowers that make you smile. Okay, and that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you, Power 1A, as to why do men find you hot. I hope you enjoy this reading. If you did, please give me a thumbs up. Let me know in the comment section exactly where this reading resonated with you the most. I would love to hear from you. If you're interested in this deck, please be sure to check the description box to click the link and order. It's called the Circle of Life Tarot. And also please consider joining my membership. That way you can have early access to the videos before the rest of the public does. Take good care of yourself, okay? And I'll catch up with you in the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, Pile 1B. So why do women find you to be hot? So we could be asking this, what do women in general find hot about you? Or you could have assigned a particular female to this pile to figure out what this female finds hot about you. Okay, let's start off with an energy reading. I'm just going to do a vibe check here. Women find you to be hot because you take action on things, okay? You're assertive, okay? You're a go-getter. Perhaps you come after them, you make the first move. That's very possible. And they really find that to be hot. They find you're taking initiative and coming their way, or just taking initiative in life in general on your project or the things you want to do, the things you want to accomplish is a turn on for sure. They find you to be very powerful, very strong, and to show a great ability of some type, okay? And that you don't shy away from doing things, taking actions, okay? You're not a wallflower. You don't have some sort of, I mean, I'm not saying you're not introverted. I'm just saying that they just feel that when it's time to take action, you do it. And this is something they find to be very hot about you. You may show all aspects of your life where you have obviously taken initiative or been assertive in some way or manner, and they find this to be hot as well. You're also very like upbeat, positive, optimistic, and they feel that you are also you're just very positive, and you have also really good intellect. They also find you to be optimistic and, you know, have a great amount of intelligence. You're very clear on things. You're like, I don't know what it is. There's just a lot of clarity. Like maybe when it comes to your communication, or when it comes to your understanding of life or of things or of them, you know, see, they communicate something to you. They feel like when they're done talking, you're able to talk like you understood what they said. Okay. I mean, I know that seems like kind of a low bar, but I think you'd be amazed about how many people you can talk to and they just walk away not even understanding what you have said. And so they find it to be very hot that you're very intelligent. You can pick up on what's going on. You're very clear-minded. You're also very happy. You're a happy person. You exude joy. You're very honorable too. You know, if you say you're going to do something, you're going to do it. So your intellect, your ethics are good. Things are going well in that regard. So they rate you highly on that. And this is how you are. This is how you turn women. This is what women find to be hot about you. They think that you're honorable and that you have loyalty. You're very loyal to them. This is a particular woman, then she feels that you're very loyal to her and that you have great amount of honor, and they find this to be very hot in you. You have good energy. You're just filled with light and life, and you have a certain purity about you too, a certain innocence. I get the feeling like women think you're hot because they don't view you as a cheater. They don't view you as someone who's flirting with 1,000 women. You know, they view you as like whatever you say where you're at is where you're at, and you know, almost like they can see through you like you're water, like you're clear. You're just a good person, and you want to prioritize life, joy, light, positivity, and that kind of thing. Okay, let's take a look at what your first tarot card is. We are getting the Knave of Wands, which is the Page of Wands. Let's take a look. Okay, beautiful energy. So pile 1B, okay, this is pile 1B. Pile 1B, you have you're very enthusiastic. I mean, I kind of got that. I feel like I don't want to call you like you got like happy puppy energy, but you're just enthusiastic. Like if there's something you guys are planning on doing, they feel that you show up, and you're not like a grumble, you know, moody kind of whoa kind of person. You're upbeat. You're like, yay, let's do this. What we got? Okay, where are we going? What's up? What are we gonna? Like they just feel, you fill the room with joy. You bring joy their way, and they really, really find this to be hot about you. They find that your free spirit energy of exploring ideas, exploring places, exploring things, sending messages, proactive messages to say, hey, you want to do this? Hey, you want to do that? Asking them out. You know, they find all that to be hot, pile. They feel that you have great amount of passion. You're also very curious about life, and curious about them. You make it a point to try to discover what is fun about life and what is fun about women. Okay, or this woman. They feel that you're not just you're not layabout. Okay, you engage, and they find this to be very hot. You show up, you call, you call, you contact, you text, you message, you show up, you go out with them, you engage, and then you get hyped about something new you're going to be doing with them, or if something new is going on between you and this woman, you share it with everyone because you're just excited about them. You're excited about life. You're excited about the relationship. You're excited about this woman. You know, you just have this young, upbeat energy. You also may be really good about maybe pursuing some type of hobby or some type of activity that just fills you with joy and happiness and puts a twinkle in your eye. And women find this to be very hot. They feel that you're living, that you're alive, that you're engaging, and you're far from boring, pal. 1. Okay, pile 1B. Let's take a look at your next tarot card. We have the Ace of Pentacles. Pile 1B, I feel that women find you to be very hot because you have prosperity in your life. And I'm not talking about being a millionaire. You may be a millionaire, I don't know. But you have whatever you need, you get. You're able to procure the things you need. You're able to manifest the wealth you want. You may be also just wealthy and abundant. I wasn't trying to downplay that. I'm just saying, it's one of those situations where it's a matter of perspective. It could be that you have a lot in store. You have maybe a lot of money, or you have a lot of resources, or you own property, or you just get have a really good income. In their eyes. This is something women find to be hot about you, believe it or not. And I'm not talking about gold digger women. I'm talking about how wealth and the ability to manifest abundance in your life is a flex, okay? And it is very appealing. It's a very appealing trait, and it's a turn on. And women find this to be women find this to be very hot about you, okay? You also have a lot of potential. If you're on the young side, pile 1B, they feel that women see a lot of potential in you, or what you could do, where you're going to end up in life, what you could do, what you could be doing, what you're going to be accomplishing. They can just see it, in you. And that's a big turn on as well. You're very stable. You have very stable energy. I see also that you may offer things to them. You may bring gifts or offer them things. And that's something that they find hot about you. If you're very generous and you're always offering things, or maybe bringing a gift by, or if you guys can be having lunch, you bring some items, or maybe you offer to pay or whatever. Women find that to be hot as well. So you may have money in the bank, you may be very successful. Women find that to be hot. Your ability to manifest is really powerful, really potent and strong, and that's a turn on as well. We have number 20, which is Judgment. Pile 1B. Women think it is hot that you're always growing. You're the opposite of stagnant, pile 1B, okay? Yeah, you may also have maybe had a recent awakening of some type, some kind of spiritual awakening, or and so that's a turn on to some women. And also getting that you are evolving. You're evolving, you're growing, you're changing. You're not staying stuck. Like if a woman had met you 2 years ago and you were a smoker, and then they bumped into you again and they caught up with you and you were like giving them updates, and they find out that you're no longer smoking because you're like, hey, I just gave that up. That wasn't good for me and stuff. They find that to be hot, pile 1B, okay? They like the fact that you're always changing, you're always growing. They also like the fact that you're always like evaluating yourself. You're not a sleeper, you're awake, pile 1B, okay? You're not the type to always just be going with the status quo, go with the flow. Oh yeah, my buddies smoke, so I smoke. What of it? It's like, have you not thought about the health consequences? Have you not thought about how this will age you, how this could shorten your lifespan? Have you not thought about how this might put off some potentially good mates? Blah, 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 blah. You've thought about these things, pile 1B. You have. And this is what they find to be hot about you. You're always evaluating yourself, evaluating your status, where you're at, and based on that, doing the next thing, okay? You may also be following your calling, pile 1B. There's something you do where it's like, it's a lot of things. You could be a mechanic, you could be a doctor, you could be it's like maybe there's something you always wanted to do. Maybe when you grew up, when you were growing up, you'd always say, I want to be a musician, or I want to be a astronaut, or I want to build a computer, or whatever. I don't know. They feel that you follow those kinds of callings, okay? Whatever it is you're meant to do, you're doing it. You're not stuck behind some dead-end job where you're just pushing a button. You're always trying to improve yourself. You're always trying to move yourself to the next level. You're always trying to figure out, how do I improve my circumstances? You're not sitting about, lay about, just accepting whatever is and waiting for Godot, waiting for a life to end or something, okay? And so this is what they find to be hot about you. They feel that you are... Also, they feel that you're very forgiving. Something went wrong. Maybe a date went horribly wrong or whatever. Or there was something about the date that rubbed you the wrong way. They feel that if a woman comes to you and says, you know what, I'm sorry about the way that went. I take responsibility for what I did there. I want to do better. Can you want to try again? I feel like they're women you've bumped into. Perhaps it's a particular woman where we're doing this reading on who feels that you are good at forgiving and letting go and letting the situation, ascend, transcend, evolve, get to the next level, and, do bigger and better things in the future. You make space for that. You allow for that kind of movement in your life. You're just very self-reflective, you're very self-aware, and that's a big turn on as well. Okay, next we have the Knight of Swords. We got we got a Page of Wands, Pentacles, Judgment, and the Knight of Swords. Okay, so pile 1B. Women find it to be a turn on that you are so ambitious. I feel like there's something about your ambition, okay? There's something about this. This is take action. You're not a layabout. You're not a sit about. You get going. You go to work on your stuff. You move quickly, pile 1B. This is what women think of you, and they find you to be very hot because of it. They feel that you're not the type that they got to be like, hey, did you talk to those people about that thing you said you wanted to do? Have you been making progress? What's going on? You're like, oh yeah, I already did this, that, and the other. I'm already there. In fact, I've already spoken to these people. I'm going to be meeting with them on Thursday. And so, in fact, I spoke with this guy about the thing, and, they've been considering me, and I'm going to be there. I'm going to be doing this. So I've already got the ball rolling on this thing, and they went ahead and accepted it. I mean, they don't have to baby you. No one has to push you. No one has to remind you. You are aware of what it is you're supposed to be doing. You stay on it. You move quickly, too. Okay, you move quickly. Women find it hot that you don't, like, for instance, if you're interested in dating a woman, or if you're finding her attractive, you don't sit around staring at her for months at work. If there is a policy at work that it's okay to date, or there's no policy at work that you can't date your employees. So they feel that, I'm not encouraging you to break that, but I'm just saying that if you're interested in someone, they've noticed that you move. You make moves quickly. You don't sit about waiting and wishing and concerned, should I make a move on this woman, should I not? And then while you're sitting there worrying and hemming and hawing, someone else comes along and asks them out, and the whole time it was you they wanted. It was you they wanted to make a move towards them. That's not your story, pile 1B. Okay, you make moves. You move quickly. When you notice, you're alert. When you notice that there's a woman there you like, or there's an opportunity that you're wanting, you move in after it. You're very intelligent and you're watchful. Okay, women find it hot that they don't have to say, hey, wake up, did you notice me, did you notice this, hello, you already notice stuff. Okay, you're on top of things, you're aware, okay, and you are direct. You get right to the point. You're very focused, you're very driven, and this is something women find to be very hot about you. Maybe sometimes you go a little overboard, but for the most part, they love that you get going, that you don't have a shortage of that kind of a trait inside of yourself. We have the 9 of Wands. Yeah, success is imminent with you, pal 1B. Women see it. Okay, women find it hot. They see that you have persevered. You've been going and going after something, and that success is imminent for you. Okay, something is going to work out for you, period. All right, and your life is going to be good. Life is going to be good for you. Okay, you're going to make it, and you have a lot of potential, and they see this in you. Okay, you don't give up. For example, this could be pertaining to your ambitions, or it could be pertaining to pursuing the woman of your dreams. Maybe I'm not saying that this woman was testing you, but maybe she just noticed that she wasn't, like, when you first came at her, she was like, oh, sure, blah, blah, blah. And she was just like, all right, well, pile 1B is nice, but, I'm not saying they won't think you're anything special, but they're just like, they've noticed that you persist in coming after them. You persist in talking to them. You persist in calling. You persist in showing up and being in their face. And, not in an annoying way, not in a stalkerish way, but just that you don't give up. If there's someone you really like or something you really love, you continue to pursue this thing. And so eventually you get it. And so this is something that women find to be very hot about you, or a particular woman that you have in mind. This is the King of Cups. Women find it very hot that you're very controlled when it comes to your emotions, okay? You're not one of those types that's overly expressive of your emotions. You're more emotional than a woman. All this, like, it's okay to express your emotions, for sure, okay? I think it's healthy for men to express their emotions in a healthy, grounded, polite, and wonderful way. but in a way that looks out for you, in a way that shows that you care about others in the situation, but you need to be looking out for you, and you need to express your emotions. Everyone has that right. So they feel that you express your emotions in a very balanced way. That's something they find to be very hot. They also feel that you're not more emotional than a woman. Okay, I'm so sorry. I know I'm one of these people that, like, there has to be balance in a connection. Okay, maybe in the connection, maybe the woman is the more stoic one, while the man is the more emotionally expressive one, and in that case there's balance. But usually what happens is women are the ones who are more emotional, who want to share their emotions more, who lean that way. There's no societal bias against women showing their emotions or expressing their emotions. They don't have to fight. They don't have a wall of resistance against their expressing that or being expected to be that way. But they feel that with you, Pile 1B, this is another message, that you are very good at, keeping your emotions under control. You're not flying off the handle every minute. You are very diplomatic when it comes to, like, if there's some kind of issue going on. You know how to talk, okay? You talk in a way that's geared towards creating understanding, resonance, resolution, and, trying to, make sure you're not stepping on toes and things like that. They feel that you're very compassionate as well. You when you express yourself, you're thinking about, how's this going to land? How is this sounding? I don't want to hurt this other person. So they feel that you're very controlled. You have a lot of wisdom when it comes to emotional matters. It matters of the heart, how to express yourself. Just stable, calm emotions is really big with you, Pile 1B, and it is a total turn on. Women find this to be very hot in you. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at your oracle cards. We've got Gold Digger. Yes, you're going after that money, honey. Okay. This is something that women find to be hot about you, is you are opportunistic. You're going after opportunities. I see that here. You've been given certain opportunities, and you're holding on to them, and you're trying to make it work. You're interested in becoming wealthy. You're interested in becoming financially, solvent and stable. You want to become a King of Pentacles. Okay, this is important to you. You bend over, you work, you do what you need to do. You go looking for this, pot of gold or whatever it is you need to be looking for, and or it could be just there's some career accomplishment that you're going for. Okay, some type of career accomplishment that you're going for, and you are very, very focused on it. You're very driven. Very little gets in your way. You may stop to pay attention to them, and take breaks with them, but then it's back to work. And you're very passionate about your goals too. You're not one of those, like I said, I keep going, you're not a layabout, you're not a this, you're not hanging around, hanging about. You're on the move trying to get what it is you want. You don't have to be told, Pile 1B, and that's very hot. Women find it very hot that you're trying to create financial stability for yourself. Next, we are getting celestial assistance, divine support, fated events. There's something that is desired to be yours and yours alone. Exactly. Pile 1B, you are desiring something. You're a go-getter. You're driven. You have something in mind. You're not losing your focus. You trust in the power of divine forces to gently guide you towards where you should be. You stick with it and you see where it takes you, okay? And I got that with the Knight of Wands as well. I'm just getting that all over the place with the Knight of Swords. And, there's just this energy. And I got it in the vibe check as well, that you're driven, you're a go-getter. You don't lose sight of the prize. It could be also when it comes to pursuing them. Okay, women feel that you don't lose sight. You don't forget about them. You come back to them. If you and that in that way you come across very earnest. You come across very serious about them. And this is something women find to be very hot about you, is that you don't get easily distracted and losing focus. If it's you, if it's them you want, they feel it. They know it. You keep coming after them. It's unmistakable, and they love that. They're very turned on by it. We have Dream Date Barbie and Ken. Pile 1B, women find you hot because they can picture themselves in your arms. They feel that you are going for a partnership. They feel that women find you very hot because they feel that you're not just going for fun, just to, play around and mess around and then move on and not respect women's emotions. I think women are convinced. I think you're able to convince women that you are dating to find someone. Okay. So that's if you're in the dating world. And if you are asking about a particular woman, this woman thinks that she finds very hot that you two look good together. She feels that you clean up well, that you look very nice, that when she dresses up and you dress up, you guys look like an it couple. Okay, there's something that they find to be very hot about you. They find it very hot that you are into the relationship, that the relationship makes you smile, the relationship makes you happy, that you value that connection. We have father. For some of you, you may be the father of this woman's child. Okay, and that's if you're in a relationship and you're asking about a particular woman. Perhaps you are a single father, and the way you take, charge of your children, and you stay focused on, it could be a child or it could be a project, it could be a business. Okay, that you're growing from the ground up, and your ambition is high. You're focused on this child or this baby of yours. Could be a project, right? Could be a business or an business idea, and you pursue it relentlessly. You take care of your child relentlessly. You don't give up on your child. If you're a single father, you show up every weekend, you grab that child, you take that child. You're very involved in raising that child or raising their child, if this is about a particular woman and you have a child with this person. So I feel like this is what they find to be very hot about you. We have chef. Ooh, for some of you, you might be a zaddy, honey. Okay, you may be really good at cooking. And women love it. Women love men who know how to cook. I don't know if that's a secret, but let the secret be out of the bag at this point, okay? Because women love a man who can cook, okay? Or love someone who can cook. Maybe you're not a man. I don't know. Maybe you are a lesbian. Asking about how what women find hot about you. If you cook, they love your cooking, okay? They love the fact that you may be a chef by trade. That's another thing. If you're a chef by trade, they love your work. They love that you are very proficient at whatever it is that you do. So this doesn't necessarily mean that you have to be a chef, okay? It could be that your line of work, you're really good at it, okay? You buckle down, you do what you need to do. You're very focused. You're very productive, and you just churn stuff out, okay? You do what needs to be done. If you have facial hair, and I'm getting that, a few times here, we got a beard. This is what this woman finds to be very hot about you, or some women find this hot about you, is your beard. It's well groomed, it's bushy, it's full, it's well taken care of, and women actually like this, in you, okay? They may like if you are advanced in age. Some women may find it hot that you are a little bit older, because maybe these women that find you hot for your age like the experience, right? And the what it signifies is that you've been around, some things. You weren't just born yesterday, and that's something they like about you. We got Eros. Eros is the Greek god of love. Okay, we can see the arrow in the heart alluding to the cherub, and Cupid, right? Cupid's bow. And so women feel that you're in touch with your emotions, that you're a very romantic person. Okay, you have a lot of romantic passion. That when you feel love, you feel it deeply. You have genuine love in your heart. And when you're in love with a woman, they feel it. They can feel it from you, pile 1B. You have intense desire in your heart, either for them or maybe them and something else. You're a very loving person. Yeah, just very romantic. You're a romantic person, pile 1B. Yeah, you bring flowers. You like to play dress up with your woman. You like to be close. You like intimacy. You like emotional compassion. You are, you know how to love. You know how to love a woman, pile 1B. And women find this to be very hot about you. It's like you know what to say. You know what to do. You know how to come across. It's like you understand. Maybe you don't understand this, but this is just something you accidentally just hit the ball out of the park with, that you need to be focused on what it is that you want and trying to manifest that for yourself in your life. Women find this to be hot. Men find that you're very driven, you're very focused, you focus on your responsibilities. You may be a good cook, or maybe you're just really good at your business. You're really loving, kind, compassionate, and these are excellent traits to have, pile 1B. Okay, we got travel. To see the divine feminine. Ooh, I love that. For work, with friends, family, etc. Okay, so pile 1B, women find you to be hot because you are on the go. You do, like I said, you're not a layabout. You're not a sit about. I don't know what it is. I heard that right from the jump. Okay, you don't sit around. Okay, you get going after the things you want or love. You get going after work. You may travel for work. Women love find this to be hot. That you have a job where you're traveling. You may travel to go see your friends and family pretty regularly. Women find that to be hot. They feel that you want to be connected with your family. You want to be connected with people. You have people to be connected with. You have things to go do. And women find that to be very hot. They like your good energy that you bring. Maybe you're willing to travel to go see them. Women find this to be hot. Like you're willing to get in your car and drive out to them or fly to come see them. Women find that to be hot. We have the detective, observant and intriguing. He's piecing it all together. I got earlier that you're a very curious person. Pile 1B. When you're getting to know someone, you ask questions about them. You really, truly get to know someone, okay? You show curiosity, a kind of curiosity that signals to women that you are serious. You are trying to find a mate. That, no, you're not trying to make every woman you meet your mate, but you're on the lookout. You know, yeah, you want to have fun, but you're always looking to ask questions, you know, to tip you off. You are emotionally available. That's another thing that's coming through, Pile 1B. You come across as emotionally available, and women find this to be hot. And the way you signal this is the curiosity you're showing them, how much knowledge you want of them, you're observant of them. You piece things together. Like if you spend 15 minutes talking to a woman, you know, after a while you might say, she might say things like, I'll just give you an example. Oh, well, I'm very busy, or you know, sometimes I go to the mall and I do this, and then I have to buy these materials, and then in the morning I wake up and I talk to this person, and it's about this, it's about that, and you're like, oh, well, it sounds like you're trying to put together, you kind of surmise things, right? You put things together in your mind. You're like, oh, I get it. This is what you tell the woman. You're trying to do this, this, and this, right? That's what's going on. They're like, yes, you were listening. Thank you. You know, like you're not just asking questions just to get them to talk so they can quote unquote feel listened to. You are genuinely asking because you're curious and you want to take in this information. Women find this totally hot about you, Pile 1B. We have patience. Exactly. I'm getting this emotional regulation, control, you know, self-control, calm that you exude, Pile 1B. Okay. You are unfazed by if they're upset about something or something didn't go right. Maybe your evening dinner plans were messed up. You know, you're not going to get all frantic. You're just going to calmly try to come up with something else, some other plan. Or if you know if they're stressing about something, you're going to calmly navigate that. You're not going to get like fretting out and triggered by them and all this. You are like a calm force to be around, Pile 1B. You encourage calm. You encourage patience. You encourage these mature skills. I'm getting that you might be a little bit older for some of you. Some of you are younger for sure. I'm seeing that here. You know, 20s, 30s, you know, all that. But I'm also getting that some of you watching are in your, you know, 50s, 60s, you know, that kind of thing. And, you know, it's turn on. You know, women find it to be hot because maybe they're tired of the young boys, okay? They want someone who has been around, who's mature and can carry themselves well, and they don't have to worry about you going off the handle or losing yourself and all this. I'm also getting that if you're young, Pile 1B, 20s, 30s, maybe early 40s, maybe 40s as well. I consider 40s young, to be honest. I feel that these women find it hot, the maturity that you display. Your family values, the way you show keen interest in them, the way you show keen interest in being the other half. You engage and you are present, and they absolutely love this. God, Midas, miser, yeah. So I feel like Pile 1B, you're actively interested in making money and becoming very successful, and women find this to be very hot. You may have entrepreneurial or creative ability, and you have the ability, or you're trying to turn something into gold. And you are very generous too. You're eager to share your bounty with others, and this is a big turn on. Women find you hot because of your ambitions. You got uncomfortable, doesn't like to express emotions. Again, we're going back to that King of Cups energy. Pile 1B, I feel like women find it hot that you're not just going off and, you know, snapping or being angry or have some kind of rage problem. You're calm, you're controlled. You create a space whereby a woman can be emotionally vulnerable. Let me tell you something, Pile 1B. This is the key, okay? Women need to feel like they can be emotionally safe around you. Okay, there is this dynamic that's implicit in male female connections, or male energy female energy connections, where if the women can't tell you what it is they want without you flying off or getting irritated or defensive or bitchy or blah, blah, you don't have those problems. Okay, you don't have those problems, and because you don't have those problems, or you are learning to keep them under control, all right, you've matured in how to do this. This is what they find to be hot about you. You're stable, you're safe. And don't take me wrong, like safe as in boring. No, safe as in the women who really know what it's about will recognize this is hot about you. Okay, that's what makes life good, is peaceful conversations, easy resolutions, understanding, composure, and you have this coming out the wazoo, pile 1B, so good for you. Next we have politics. Okay, so pile 1B, remember I said that you are very diplomatic, and they absolutely love this about you. Okay, the women find you to be hot because you know how to talk to people in a way that brings about good feelings and reassurance, and things are going to be okay. That's the kind of vibe that you exude, pile 1B. Also getting that women find your politics to be hot. There's something about your political viewpoints that when they hear about it, they're like, "Ooh, be still my heart." You just say your beliefs either match their beliefs, or your beliefs are admirable. A lot of women feel when they hear you talk about your political beliefs, they feel comforted by it. They feel that it's a mark of your good character. And yes, I definitely believe that your politics and your political choices are linked with your character. And so you must have some excellent political beliefs, pile 1B, because women find you to be hot because of your stance on certain political matters and just your political point of view. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you, pile 1B, as far as what do women find hot about you, or why do women find you hot. I hope you enjoyed this reading. Please give it a thumbs up if you did. Let me know in the comment section if any of this resonated with you and exactly how. I would love to hear from you. And if you're interested in buying this deck up here with the Circle of Life Tarot, go ahead and be free to check out the description box below. You can order from there this deck. And please consider joining my membership section, where you can get early access to some of these videos that I'm putting out. Take very good care of yourself, okay? And I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, pile 2A. So why do men find you hot? And what do men find hot about you? Alright, so you ended up with the Natural Rainbow Titanium Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. It's a mouthful. Beautiful. You ended up with Virgo, Gemini, and Capricorn. All right, let's do a vibe check here, and let's just kind of get a feel for what's going on. I haven't looked at the cards. Just going to get like an energy read on you real quick. So pile 2, men find it very hot that you are very balanced. I feel like you're not too girly sweet. You've got a good balance of energies going on. You may have like a tomboy moment, but then you also know how to put on a nice sexy dress and put on your makeup. So yeah, you're a good balance of energies, pile 2. You're not too girly, and you're a bit of a tomboy, or you don't let your femininity fully define you. That's kind of like, get a little bit of like gender bending or something like this. Maybe you might be androgynous or something, and this is what men find hot about you. Okay, you may have some traits to you that are, maybe you like to do some things that are traditionally feminine, like maybe cooking or stitching, or I don't know, caring for things or whatever. I don't know. Like I said, traditionally feminine, because there's lots of guys that do these things. And then you may also have some traditionally masculine things that you like to do. Like you might maybe like to shoot guns at a gun range and go hunting, or fix things, mechanic things when you have a toolbox, and you can do these things. Although, like I said, either gender can do whatever, but I do feel like you are, you're the best of both worlds, basically. And this is what men find to be hot about you. They find you hot. Men find you hot, pile 2, because you are spiritual and loving. Especially if you're asking about a particular person, they think you're hot because of the way you do relationships. You're peaceful. You cultivate inner peace, and just that you show faith in situations, and you're about the truth. You tell the truth, and you're understanding. So this is a bunch of like personality traits that this person finds you hot for, which is very interesting. Or men view you as hot because of these personality traits. The men in general. I'm also getting that, like I said, you're very loving, very trusting. You have faith. You show faith in people, and I feel this is part of why men think you're hot. You show faith. You're also very sexual. You're very sexually liberated. You're not uptight and all about you're not uptight and stuffy. You just show a lot of wisdom. You're calm. It's your demeanor, pile 2. You're advanced. I feel like you come across very mature spirited and very calm, very wise. I know that I'm kind of almost hearing you say, I'm not wise, you might even be very humble, so you don't want to take all the credit, but I'm telling you that men see this in you and are, they think you're very hot because of it, okay? Men feel that you're spiritual too. I'm getting spiritual keeps coming through, and that you may have spiritual powers like astral projection, or you may be just very spiritually inspired, like you pray and all that. And I know that sounds really contradictory, but like to say, oh, she's very spiritual and she's always praying, and whenever we get together she always says, let's go ahead and bow our heads and let's pray. Or she's very meditative, very zen, and she takes she's very she introduced me to some spiritual techniques, some breathing meditative techniques. They were really powerful. They find you hot because of these traits. Okay, I know you might think, okay, but that's spiritual, so how's that, a sexual thing? It's not sexual per se. It's more like they're turned on by you. You get their attention, you get their focus because of these traits and because of these qualities, okay? They just view you as more spiritually mature and, more personality. Your personality is more advanced than the average person, and so they find you hot because of this. You're kind, you're soft. I'm getting very strong divine feminine vibes, and also that you're very nurturing and innocence. There's a lot of innocence. They find you hot because they feel that they can trust you. They can trust you maybe to not cheat. They can trust you with their emotions. They can trust you with money. So yeah, it's about your traits, pile 2. You just come across like an amazing individual, and that's what men find hot about you. And we'll get more information as we go along. Yeah, loving, you're emotionally healing, you're caring, you're nurturing. You might even be make for a very good friend. Men have found you to be a really good friend to them. The kind of person they can confide in, the kind of person they can tell their troubles to. And it's not just you just listening and just taking their side or whatever. It's you're like a naturally good counselor. It comes natural to you to sort of give good advice or tell people the things they need to hear to move themselves in a good direction. A direction of healing, a direction of harmony, a direction of, also you're very compassionate to men. Men feel that you understand them, you're very understanding. You're just a very understanding person, period. But this sort of spills over into your friendships with men. Men who are your friends find you hot because you're good to talk to, you're good to talk with, okay? And so that's very interesting. Let me see, anything else I'm picking up on? Yeah, men find you hot because of your connection with God, divinity. You might also be psychic, like you may be a good divinator. You may be a psychic or a card reader or read palms or something, or you're a natural empath. And so, they when they talk to you, they can feel that instant resonance that you give, and you're very understanding. You're very enlightened. You share spiritual truths with them. You're dropping them those truth bombs, okay? Those spiritual truth bombs, and they're like, "What? Oh my gosh, Pal 2 is so Pal 2A is so right." And so they walk away impressed with you, impressed with your energy, more than anything, and that's a really big deal out the gate, Pal 2A. Okay, let's take a look at your first card here. We got 5 of Cups. Okay. Exactly. Unwelcome change, grief, sadness, loss, mourning, emotional baggage, and resisting change. So, Pal, what men find hot about you is that you are the one for, you have the shoulder for them to cry on, okay? They find you hot because when they're down, when things are hard, you're really good to have around. You're really good to have around, Pal 2. You're good to talk to. It's like you can relate. Maybe you've gone through some things yourself, some major losses in life. You battled depression maybe, and you've come through. You've had to learn to turn away from the dark side and focus on the positives, okay? Focus on the bright side. And you have a lot of experience with this, and so maybe you're able to help men when they come to you with these things. They think you're hot because you have a warm energy, Pal 2. Like, you warm their hearts, you warm their soul, okay? You can help soothe. You're a good soother. You kind of help them get through hard times. When they're depressed or going through something, you help them get through it, okay? Men like your, how soulful you are, how deep, how thoughtful you are, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. They find you hot because when they're down, when things are hard, you're really good to have around. You're really good to have around, Pal 2. You're good to talk to. It's like you can relate. Maybe you've gone through some things yourself, some major losses in life. You battled depression maybe, and you've come through. You've had to learn to turn away from the dark side and focus on the positives, okay? Focus on the bright side. And you have a lot of experience with this, and so maybe you're able to help men when they come to you with these things. They think you're hot because you have a warm energy, Pal 2. Like, you warm their hearts, you warm their soul. You can help soothe. You're a good soother. You kind of help them get through hard times. When they're depressed or going through something, you help them get through it, okay? Men like you, how soulful you are, how deep, how thoughtful you are, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. I feel like they find you hot. Men find you hot, Pal 2A, because you can relate to I'm sorry to say this, but like maybe suffering or loss of some kind, and are able to help in that way. Help out with your wisdom in dealing with those kinds of things. Okay. Next we have. You can help them deal with emotional baggage, which is very interesting. Almost like you might be. Let me change out the light here. Yeah, almost like Pal 2A, you might be like a therapist. Like I said, being a therapist comes easily to you, or just you may be very emotionally intelligent, and you just learn through experience, maybe in past lives or just life's experiences that taught you certain things. Yeah, you're very emotionally intelligent. This is why men find you hot. Men also find you hot because I feel like you found healthy ways to cope with disappointment. You're not the type to maybe start indulging in like other bad habits to distract from sadness. You feel to heal, okay? And men find this hot about you. They notice you dealing with heavy things, heavy emotional burdens, and getting through it and being strong and rising above it and overcoming. Okay, you've overcome certain losses, and That's what they find to be hot about you. Very interesting. They also find you hot because you play fair. You're very balanced, and you're very emotionally balanced too, despite having dealt with anything weird, like, in your past that may have, like, damaged you emotionally or hurt you emotionally. You still operate by the principle of the thing. Okay. And I see that they see that that's very important to you, and this is why men find you hot. Okay. They find you hot because you treat people fairly regardless of what's happened, and you demand fairness. Okay, you demand fairness. You're not about, oh, you hurt me, okay, you can just keep hurting me. No, you're the type to be like, no. There's consequences for the way you hurt me, and I'm going to get justice. And if you don't give me justice, then I'm going to get a separation. Yeah, I feel like you stand up for your boundaries, Pal 2. That's what men in general think of you, or a particular man that you have in mind. I feel like they find you hot because you don't mess around. Okay, you're about your boundaries. You're about being treated correctly and treating others correctly. You're the type to learn from things that went wrong. Okay, you're not the type to just keep repeating the same thing, a messed up thing over and over and over again in your life. No, it's got to be better. It's got to be improved, and you have limits. Okay, it's this limits that makes you hot. This way you take yourself seriously, the way you take your life lessons seriously. You live by truth. You're also very truthful, Pal 2A. And this is why, this is all about your character. I feel like your character is really winning here as far as why men find you hot. Okay, we have the Nine of Coins. So yeah, so I feel like men find you hot because you're independent. You don't take nonsense. And you're not easy to get at. You're not easy to, quote unquote, humble. Okay, like if they're trying to tell you, well, you need to be okay with receiving shitty treatment, they got another thing coming. They're gonna have to learn something from someone like you, Pal 2A. They're having to learn that, oh my gosh, if I really value having Pal 2A around and in my life, then and that's you're Pal 2A. Okay, then even if their agenda is to try to make you accept what is unfair, okay, they are going to have to learn that you're not going to be putting up with it, and that you're strong enough to stand on your own. You're not going to tolerate it, okay? So, and you don't need them for anything, okay? You don't need them to take care of you. You can take care of yourself. Or if this is a relationship or something, then there can be a separation, and in that separation, you'll be okay, all right? And so I feel like this is something that men find to be very hot about you, is that you're self-sustaining. Okay, you're self-sufficient. You're also very sophisticated, kind of posh. This is something men find to be very hot about you. You're very refined. You have like high standards. You have good taste, refined taste in clothes, your lifestyle. I don't want to say you're uppity. It kind of sounds bad, but like you're just sort of upscale, or you just have high standards, Pal 2. This is part of why men find you hot. You also like dress yourself really well. You dress yourself in a way that shows that you're a woman of class, that you're a class act. Next, we're getting the Six of Cups. Tenderness, sweet things in life, shared moments, innocence, soulmate. So Pal 2, men find you to be hot because you are young at heart. You maintained a certain innocence and tenderness despite whatever you've been through in life. Okay, you are not. I don't get the feeling that you're like it's tit for tat. You don't descend to, the negative level down below. You actually just you try to call out the law, what's right in the eyes of the law, and if they don't want to abide by it, you distance yourself, and thereby maintaining your innocence and your purity. Okay, you don't sink to their level. This is why men find you to be hot. Oh my gosh, this is a very interesting pile. Also getting that men find you to be hot because maybe you remind them of someone they grew up with, or maybe because they've known you all your life. Maybe you are like a high school sweetheart, or the girl next door, or something like this. And there's some history there, some memories, some good memories with you in the past. So that's coming through. Another message coming through is that perhaps you're really good with kids or something. I feel like you might be good with kids, or I'm just getting like soulmate vibes. Someone here who's watching, maybe you're asking about someone in particular. You're asking about a man in particular, and that man views you as their soulmate. And so they find you hot because of this. They're like, oh my gosh, Pile 2A is everything that's right for me. Pile 2A is on my level. Pile 2A is, if no one else can do it like Pile 2A does it for me, they are the one for me, you know, so, and so on and so forth like this. So because you have scored those points with this, with men in general, where they've gotten with you and they're like, oh my gosh, Pile 2A is like perfect. You know, there's something very like, very resonant or reminiscent of, you know, like positive memories I've had in the past in my life. Pile 2A fits right in with those memories, and that you know, you make them feel like sweet nostalgia about their past, and maybe they formed really good memories with you, and this is part of why they find you to be hot, Pile 2. So Pile 2A, man, your pile, I mean, the messages coming through here are very interesting. You know, this is about the breakdown of the ego, okay? And there is something about you. I feel like you are a wake-up call for men. You're a wake-up call, okay? You're walking karma, okay? There are men who have dealt with you that have been like, oh my gosh, there are women out there like Pile 2A. Pile 2A doesn't put up with crap. Pile 2A doesn't make allowances for allowing me to continue to hurt her. She won't tolerate it at all. You dropping the gauntlet, you dropping the hammer and being like, no, I'm going to stay over here. I'm not going to deal with that. I'm not the one for you to do this to, okay? Is at the same time, even though it's protecting you and you're removing yourself, and sort of, there's a sense of finality to it. There's a sense of very strong boundaries and a demarcation, drawing a line in the sand. But there's also simultaneously what's happening is someone's ego is being struck down. Men feel that you strike down their ego. Men feel that you shock their expectations of what they expect of the typical woman. Men feel that you are, you know, you wipe them out. There's upheaval associated with you, okay? You destroy their ego. You humble them. They're trying to humble you, but you end up humbling them. This is why they think you're so hot. Wow. I also feel like you may come across as very young. And maybe when men find out your age, they're usually shocked about your age. That's another side message coming in as to why men find you so hot. They're like, oh, you've got to be like, they're thinking you're 23 and you're like, no, I'm 44. They're like, what? You know, something like this. And just take it as it resonates, of course, and leave it. If it doesn't resonate for you, if it doesn't apply, let it fly so others can have that. I feel like, you know, Pile 2, men find you hot because you show them something they hadn't seen before, okay? You break down their assumptions and this knowledge, false knowledge in a lot of ways that they built up about how maybe relationships are supposed to work, about how maybe they're supposed to treat women, about what they thought of you. And you like, okay, so you thought that I was just gonna sit here, be hurt, and then I call you out. You don't want to do what's right, and you think this will just continue, okay? So you're not allowing for that, and this is, you are shocking them, okay? Next we have High Priestess. Okay, so men think you're hot, Pile 2, because you are very slim, okay? You are very beautiful. You're very beautiful, very slim, or very like, you don't have to be slim, okay? Because the High Priestess is the one who practices fasting. She doesn't eat a lot, doesn't use her mouth a lot. She's kind of, you know, she is conservative and doesn't she keeps things pure, right? So you eat well. You may eat very well. Pile 2, you may be a vegan, or you're very picky about your foods and make sure you eat certain things and avoid other things. So you end up looking very beautiful, very young as a result. Yeah, you look young. You definitely look young. You may have a baby face. And this is why men find you hot. Men also find you hot, Pile 2, because You may actually look, you may actually not be young, okay? You may actually be in your 40s, 50s, 60s, I don't know, but you just have this like young vibe about you, both in your spirit and in your outward appearance. Men find it hot that you're very intuitive. You know what's going on. You figure them out. What's left unsaid, you can read between the lines, pile 2A, okay? I'm also getting pile 2A that you may be an ex. I feel like there is someone in this pile, or there are people in this pile where maybe you're asking about a particular man, or there are men in general who dealt with you, have learned from you that there are some women who don't take their nonsense. There are some women who, you're the woman who doesn't take their nonsense. You're that woman who becomes an ex. You know, the high priestess is a card of the ex as well. Okay, you have divine feminine energy. You are able to read their minds. That's another thing men find hot about you. You are very mysterious also. You have really good intuition, and you don't put all your business out there, okay? You release it when you feel they're worthy of hearing it. That is what I'm hearing. You have a lot of discretion. You're not just putting all your business out there, letting everybody know, oh, okay, if maybe you have a fight or whatever, and you go post it on social media. That is not you, pile 2. And this is why men find you hot. They feel like you keep your secrets. You can be trusted with secrets. You look beautiful. You might wear makeup or keep your face very pure and clean. You do healthcare, like as far as you eat the right things, and so your skin is always glowing. You don't put like lots of chemicals on your body, on your face or in your body, like man-made chemicals. Interesting. Okay, let's take a look at your first oracle card. Okay, we have upside down. Exactly, you turn their world upside down. Okay, you're not typical. You're atypical, pile 2. Okay, men find you hot because you are atypical. I also feel like there's something about your legs, something about your thighs, something about your legs. I kind of picked up on it here with the 5 of Cups. Now I'm seeing it here again in this upside down card. So pile 2, there's something about your legs that men find to be very hot. It's very sexy, especially the side profile. Maybe you have very long legs, or your legs are just shaped in a very sexy, appealing way. They also like your butt cheeks. Men find your butt cheeks very sexy. You also you pay mind to the scale, pile 2. All right, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm not saying you're just super skinny. Maybe you are, but you have limit on how big you're gonna be getting. Okay, that's what I'm getting. And men find you hot because of this. They notice that though your weight may fluctuate, it never goes beyond a certain point. They really find that hot. They feel like you really hold on to your beauty. You hold on to a certain shape. Men find you hot too. I'm getting also, men may find you hot because you are acrobatic or athletic. Yeah, you may be into yoga, be very fit. Men find that hot. I've kind of getting this idea that someone saw you doing yoga one day and thought, damn, pile 2 is smoking, you know? And you just cut a really nice side profile when it comes to your body. Men find it hot when you have red highlights in your hair, or when you if your hair is red, men find that hot about you. Or if you have like red or pinkish hair or something like this. Interesting. Let's keep it moving. Yeah, men find you hot because you're athletic. You definitely take good care of your body, and you keep everything balanced. You don't overdo anything. You don't overdo sugars. You don't overdo anything like any processed foods. You tend to keep it. You may eat a little bit of this here or there. By and large, it's whole foods. It's clean eating. It's, you know, vegetables, salads, whatever, I don't know, but you keep it clean. Men also find you hot because, you know, I'm getting like you may be good at training men. I think you're good at training men in the sense of, not that you're controlling men, but you're like, here are my boundaries. Okay, I'm here for you, and this is me, all right? But here's what I can tolerate, and here's what I will not. And so a lot of men, believe it or not, really appreciate you being upfront like this. A lot of men really appreciate you telling them like it is, so they know what to do and what not to do. You have clarity. You have clear communication. We're getting empathy. Wow, pile 2. Men find you hot because you are. There's something about you. It's like your femininity. You hold on to your femininity. You don't allow this the roughness of the world to turn you into a quote unquote man, to make you become, allow you to step more into your masculine in a very unhealthy way. You maintain your femininity. You maintain your vulnerability, and you put up rules and boundaries. And you have the power to enforce these. You're not just talking for talking's sake. You may be vulnerable. You may be show your soft side. You may let your femininity come out. But when they don't cherish it, when they don't take good care of it, when they don't, you have the inner strength to remove yourself. You're not weak in that way. I think some men have made the mistake of viewing you in the past, Pal 2, as you're very, oh, look, she's all delicate and letting me know I hurt her feelings. Ooh, she'll get over it. They mistook that moment of vulnerability where you let them know what was up as, oh, yeah, she's weak. I don't have to cater to that. Next, and I'll be back. She'll still be there when I get back, and you're gone. You shocked them. You shook them to their core. This is why they find you to be hot, is that you strike this amazing balance of, vulnerability and openness and femininity, softness and empathy, but yet you also have the strength to break down and break down things as they are, or call things out, okay, and act on it. Act on how they behave, okay? You're not the one to be like stepped on and all this. No. Men find you hot because you have a lot of empathy. You have a lot of empathy for them, and you require empathy. Okay, if you're giving empathy, you require it in return. And I think men find you hot because you make them want to be more like this. The ones that realize the game that you're playing, which is do right, right? Do right by me. It's funny. Really find it hot that you make them like this, that you make them channel their vulnerable side, their feminine side, to be fair, to be quite frank, and you want this in the relationship. You want tenderness, you want empathy, you want consideration, you want kindness, and you want them to find it within themselves, because that's what you're giving them. You want them to find it within themselves for you. You make them do it. Okay, this is a particular man. You make this man do it. Not by saying you better, but like, hey, I need this, and if you can't, well, I'll have to think about this. I'll have to reflect on it. And they're like, what do you mean think about it, reflect on it? What does that mean? Is that a threat? It's like, how can you be threatening? You're just saying, I require empathy. I give you empathy. I give you love. I require the same. And if you don't, then I need to reflect on the fact that you're not giving me empathy and kindness in return. I have to reflect on this. So, ooh, man, Pile 2A, you have a way about you that really makes men like either step up or step out, and or it's next. And men find this to be very hot about you. We got Gang Sara, which is resistance. Oh my gosh. See this? Pile 2, you resist shenanigans. You resist BS. I mean, this is a strong Pile 2A. You're a strong woman. Okay, or strong person. You resist that which does not honor you being in a garden of beauty and plenty. Yeah, so you resist that which gets in the way of your happiness, that which gets in the way of your abundance. Literally the traditional Rider-Waite style 9 of Pentacles is a beautiful woman in a garden of plenty that she has earned as her reward for discipline or certain choices in life. And you are literally going to resist that which gets in the way of this. Okay, and this is why you are viewed as hot by men. Men look at you in this garden of plenty and abundance and think, wow, Pile 2A really made all the right choices. They're smart. They evaded all the traps and all the failures and wrong turns in life, and they made it. Okay, Pile 2A made it. This is something, I feel like you're respected, and it's a turn on for men to see. Okay, next we have Get Glammed Up. Now you may have gone here through your whatever decisions you made. So this could be you went to school and got a really good education and have an excellent job, excellent career. This could be you invested in the right businesses, you saved up your money, or you got the right loans and invested. You had a great idea, you invested and you did really well. Lots of profits, lots of commissions, and you became self-sustaining and abundant. Or this could be you married well, you married someone who really loves you and takes very good care of you, and you're now reaping the benefits of having chosen someone who's taking care of you and who's about you. This could be just getting a generous employer who takes really good care of you, and you're well rewarded at your company, and you're living a nice life because of it. Next, we got get glammed up. Pamper yourself. It's okay to indulge in self-care rituals that make you feel beautiful and cherished. Affirmation: I deserve to feel glamorous and wonderful. Okay, so I'm getting to that you take really good care of yourself. Okay, you're really pretty. You know how to do your makeup. Men find this hot. Your makeup also, I feel like you apply it in such a way that it really makes it really emphasizes the youthfulness of your face. I feel like you apply your makeup in such a way that, how sometimes you can put makeup on and it makes you look older than what you are. Well, you have a way of applying your makeup, it seems, that makes you look kind of young. And this is what men are, makes you look hot to men when you put your makeup on. Okay, let's just put it that way. You've been doing your makeup like that for a long time, or there's just some kind of self-care beauty regimen you have where your skin just looks young and retains a lot of youthfulness, elasticity, firmness, retains its shape, and you're looking really, really good, really, really fine. And this is part of what is this is what is what makes men hot for you. Okay, what makes men think that you are hot. Okay, so we have Priya, radical acceptance. Okay. So part 2A, men find you hot because, remember I told you something about how you're willing to just a simple crossing of a boundary line, a simple breaking of a rule, a simple breaking of a law that from someone else, okay? And that is not answered to, that is not rectified, that is not validated, that is not considered or addressed. You can break things, you can shatter things, you can separate, you can divorce, you can just send the whole structure of a relationship or a situation into a state of upheaval because you will not tolerate it. Okay, and it may seem small, but you understand that life, you don't want that kind of a life. Okay, that's what it means. It's not the small thing that happened. It's not the one thing that happened. It's, I'm signing up for this type of a life, and I don't want that type of a life that's out of my control and full of disappointments. Okay, so this is why you're hot, is that you state your boundaries and you are willing to accept that things need to be radically changed. Things need to go through a state of complete upheaval in order for you to have a good life. You're willing to upend everything. Okay, you're willing to walk away from something, some big castle shining in the air, and say, okay, I guess that's not for me then. I guess it's not my life. What? You'd walk away from, a big castle, house help and lots of money in the bank and all this because of this? Yes, because I don't want that in my life. So you have boundaries, you have morals, you have standards that are reasonable, to be fair. They are reasonable. But when you notice that your life, the way it's wanting to go is, yeah, you have reasonable standards, but you're not going to get what you want. You're going to be humbled. You're like, I'm done. Because you understand, no matter how many nice things you have, if you're not being treated correctly and things aren't being answered for, because that's how you are, you're good. You answer for things. You try to live a really quality life. That's not a life for you, and you're willing to accept a complete breakdown of things. I'm also getting that you're willing to accept a complete change of lifestyle in order to preserve your innocence, in order to preserve I don't know what it is. It's just like you want things to return to a state of innocence and tenderness. Sweet things in life are good enough for you. Okay, you don't need some highfalutin, high and fancy type of situation. You are okay with innocent, sweet things in life, tenderness. That is the stuff of life. That is what matters to you. Okay? And this is why men find you hot. This is all about your character. This is all about who you are, your personality. We got Malibu Barbie and Christy. So I'm getting here that part of why men find you hot is that you're about that life. Like, you're about that beach themed, relaxed. I'm out with my friends having fun. I'd rather do my friends than do a toxic male. I'd rather do a good female friends that have my back, that are emotionally intelligent, that are empathetic, that are looking out for me. We're a sisterhood. Things are great with me and my friends. I'm treated well. Like, they help me recover from some shitty situation. Like, you are about your friends and whoever makes you happy. Okay? You don't need to be... I feel I'm getting like a return to a virginal state is what I'm getting. And this is why part of why men find you hot, or maybe a man you're asking about in particular finds you hot, because you've decided I prefer to be an ex of yours, and I prefer to not be known, quote unquote known, right? Known means to be intimate, to know a woman, right? I prefer to be unknown to you, and I want to hang out with my friends instead. This innocent, remember we talked about this innocent times, the sweet things in life, shared moments, like tenderness, and just people who are kind to you, people who are nice to you, empathetic. Like, you would rather take a good friend, a really good female friend, 100 times over, versus some commitment from someone who disappoints you. Okay? A commitment from someone who doesn't play fair, who doesn't have integrity. Okay? You would rather break that down and go for being in a part of a sisterhood where you're being supported and being taken good care of. And I feel like, men have seen you with your friends having a great time and thought, man, that's hot. She seems happy, content. She doesn't seem to be bothering nobody. That kind of thing. It's just, that's the vibe I'm getting, is that men find it hot that you are content with your life, just having friends and doing your thing, and having hot friends too, right? There's nothing like a bevy of ladies to get guys all riled up, sometimes, a bevy of hot ladies, walking past, hanging around. It's just the more the merrier, right? We have the bounty hunter. I will learn from failure and become stronger. Yeah. So there's this spirit of you emerging from tough situations where things didn't go your way, or there was some sort of loss or situation that created emotional baggage for you, and that you are like, all right, fine, I've learned that this situation or this person or life in some type of way is like wanting to make a victim out of me, and I refuse to be a victim. And I feel that you are you look good in a bikini, by the way. You look good in, the quick aside, you look good in swimwear. This is what men find. When you put your swimwear on, men find it hot. When you put lingerie on, men find it hot. So when you wear like intimate wear and stuff that's just, exposing your skin a little bit, men like that. Okay, men find you very hot when you dress like this. I'm also getting that you've learned from failure. Yeah, you've learned from failure. And now, it's almost like... I said something about you remaining in your feminine, right? And not allowing toxicity to pull you out of your feminine and into your masculine. But I get that you become a blend. And I kind of picked up on that too. I'm not getting that. And like right at the beginning, when I did the vibe check, that you are a cross between feminine energy and like sort of like tomboy energy. You've toughened up. You have let your masculine come forth a little bit. Okay? You have decided, you know what? I'm not going to be this like, soften your voice and, go all lilty, whatever, around a guy. You're not going to be like that quite. Okay? And you have learned that there's a time to be tough and pull out the gun and be like, don't do that with me. Don't mess with me. Don't. And you having boundaries that you have no problem pulling out a symbolic gun on, okay? Just being like just dropping the hammer and being like, y'all are having, like, let me give an example. You're having a good time with your date. You're having a good time with some men that you've dated in the past, and the moment they treated you dismissively, or the moment that they, I'll give another example. The moment that they treated your feelings dismissively, or the moment that they forgot what it is that was important to you, even though you spent some time talking to them about it, and the moment you see a red flag, pile 2A, the moment you see a red flag, you're like, what? No, gotta go. What do you mean? What's going on? Why are you making a big deal? Got to go. This is what men find hot about you, believe it or not. The men that have dealt with you, they've been dealing with a bunch of wishy-washy women out there who are like, they feel like the women they dealt with, or they're used to dealing with, in those red flag moments, go through all kinds of things. They go through confusion, they go through self-doubt, they go through trying to work it out with this person, trying to negotiate for their feelings, right? Negotiate for, but this is important to me. No, you are different. You're like, oh no, I spotted this red flag. I'm done. Goodbye. I'm gonna go now. Or this old date is over. I'm leaving. And them trying to play dumb or whatever, and you're like, you're not having it. Or maybe they didn't get what it was, and once you left, they're like, oh my God, is that what it was? She wouldn't put up with that? Well, I've had lots of women put up with that. Why wouldn't she put up with that? Pile 2A is different from the rest. And I think this is what they find so hot about you. We have her Book of Shadows. Ironically, it's making them hot for you, okay? The place where you're like, no, it makes them hot for you. Her Book of Shadows. Okay, so we got her Book of Shadows. So, Pile 2A. I'm getting like a Book of Shadows is sort of like a grimoire, like a magical book where you record all your magical spells or your rituals, any kind of messages from the spiritual realm or spiritual experiences that you have, and you just sort of, it's like something you're building up, okay? You kind of track your magical growth, magical experiences, or spiritual growth, spiritual experiences, and any kind of personal reflections you may have. Also, maybe any like magical recipes you may have to, ward off negative energy that have worked really well for you, a way to record and keep what works really well for you. Tarot layouts, tarot readings. So here's what I'm realizing. Something that men find very hot about you, Pile 2A, is that you live a very purposeful life. Okay? You live a very purposeful life. You don't play. Okay? You have a very organized lifestyle. Your life is a project for you. It's not just, whatever comes, whatever blows this way, sure, whatever. No, you're the complete opposite of that. You take your life very seriously, Pile 2A, and you are about, self-care. You're about warding off negativity. You're about creating a magical life for yourself that's full of only the things you love. Everything else can just go, okay? You're not about making allowances or making space for things that don't serve you or things that are there to pull you down. You're like, oh, you don't view it as, oh, I guess this is something I gotta deal with. You view it as, oh, I just figured out what I need to get rid of. That's why men find you hot. Next we have, I am real. Yeah, you keep it real, Pile 2A. That makes complete sense to me. That makes complete sense given what we've been seeing so far. Okay? So, I feel like in the past, men have had to deal with women who would threaten, right? That I'm not happy, and if you don't stop, I'll leave. I don't like this. And then the men would do it again, and they would stick around. The women would stick around. The women would keep taking it. For you, you're like, oh, no, what I say is what I mean. What I mean is what I say. You see, men find you hot because you say what you mean and you mean what you say. And you make it clear what you're about and you make it clear what you're not about. And you don't waste their time. You don't let them waste you. You don't waste their time and you don't let them waste your time. You're cut and dried. So even when it ended with these people, with these men in the past. They appreciated the way you dealt with things. They appreciated it. They found you hot because of it. They're like, wow, pile 2A is very sure of herself and knows exactly where she stands and what she wants. End of story. That's hot. Because they're used to dealing with people that they can play games with and who play games back with them. Wasting time. Alright? Next we have the mirror. So, pile 2A. Men find you hot because you care about your appearance. You take good care of yourself. Here you're doing your makeup. Here you're dressed up super hot. You know, very well, very nicely. You take good care of your appearance. You look very nice. You're well put together. Okay? Your body is banging. Or you know how to... Your body's banging. You know how to dress in a way that complements your form and shows off all your attributes that are good and downplays stuff that's not good. Like, you know how to work it, girl. Or guy. Your appearance is really good. This is why men find you to be hot. They love your legs. That keeps coming up. I keep seeing your legs are standing out. Your legs are sexy. Your legs are long. Legs. Strong, beautiful thighs. You got good musculature. Very shapely, very nice. It's a very good feature on you. Okay? Very good feature. And they don't have to be super long or anything. They're just attractive. Your legs are very attractive. And many a men have noticed your legs and been attracted to you because of your legs. Okay. Next we have Child of the Moon. Forgiveness and transcending the ego. So, pile 2A, I feel like men find you hot because you're not a bitter woman. You're not a bitter person. You're not walking around with bitter memories. Okay. Acting bitter, acting jaded. You maintain a certain innocence about you. Okay? You maintain a certain... When a man meets you fresh, they're like, oh, it's almost like pile 2A never went through anything. You went through a lot. You've had a lot of experiences you learned from. But the difference is that you learned, oh, this is a red flag situation that's trying to break me down. That's trying to humble me. That's trying to cause me trauma and bitterness over the years. I'm not interested in that, so I'm gonna cut that off, or let them know I'm cutting it off, because I'm not gonna take it for that reason. And so you are protecting your innocence. Okay? And because you're protecting your innocence, there's not a whole lot to forgive. Okay? It's not like that what's that song that had that movie Waiting to Exhale with Angela Bassett in it. Hold on. Oh, was it Mary J. Blige? No, I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna cry, I'm not gonna shed no tears. There's this part that goes, I don't know, it's making me, 11 years out of my life. Besides the kids, I have nothing to show. You're not about that. Okay, pal 2A. You're not about the build-up and the emotional baggage. And if you did let it get to that point, you're not going to allow that to go be the rest of the story for the rest of your life. You're going to get to the point where you're like, I've had enough. You're at a cutoff point. This is why you have a cutoff point. And that's why men find you hot, pal. 2A. You are able to forgive what's happened and not let it bog you down, because you're not one of those that let it just go on and on and on for decades. Okay? And if you did, then you have a cutoff point, and it's you're cutting it off, or you're threatening to cut it off, and you will be cutting it off. And that's what men find to be hot about you. You're hot because you won't put up with it. Okay? We've got Cosmic Dancer. Optimism, hope, rhythm. I love that. Lighten up, play, enjoy this moment. What did I say? Your load is light, pal 2A. Men find you hot because you're just like, dancing in the moment, enjoying your life, hanging out with your friends. You're doing your makeup. You're making sure you look good. You're like, I'm not going to let... I don't know if it's patriarchal nonsense. I don't know what it is, okay? Like, you tell me. Okay, you can tell me the specifics in the comment section. But you do not allow people's crap to hold you down and weigh you down. It's saying here, listen up, play, enjoy this moment. You are enjoying the moment. You will not allow yourself to be robbed of the simple joys, okay? The simple moments that hold all the yumminess in it to be taken and ripped out of your hands because just because you wanted to put up with someone, just because you wanted to be linked with someone or linked with some vision of things. You're like, no, not if it comes with this. And I know, because you knew that the toxicity would rob you of your optimism. It would rob you of your hope. It would rob you of your ability to dance and have fun. And you are, as a result, because of this stance, you are able to retain this ever hopeful, ever faithful vibe. When a man meets you, they're like, man, what is it about Pal 2? They just, man, Pal 2A is like just happy, and it's just flowing out from within because you have a cutoff point. And the men that are interested in you will soon find out too that you have a cutoff point, okay? And they're going to figure out that it's going to be perplexing, I think, for the wrong type of guy. And when they get to know you, when you're like, oh, no, I'm done here. And it's like, over that? And it's like, why do you think I was so happy when you met me? Why do you think I was so bubbly and full of life and dance? It was bubbling out of my soul when you met me. Because I don't put up with this kind of thing. I don't allow for that. And so they are forced to become more empathetic, right? To be around you, or you're going to break it up. It says you're divorced. I mean, you're going to break it up. You're going to destroy what's there. It doesn't work, okay? Because anything that's robbing you of your joy while you're sitting there trying to be a good person, while you're sitting there trying to, you're giving this thing a chance, it's like you're being taken advantage of, and you're losing things that are vital to your happiness in exchange for whatever this is. The men have seen that you don't play that. You keep your joy, you keep your good friendships, you keep that smile on your face, and you don't put up with bullshit. I'm happy for you, Pal 2A. Bravo, okay? I'm also getting that something about your breasts. Men like the way your breasts look, especially when you wear a nice, like a nice form-fitting outfit. You look really nice. Men find that to be very hot as well. Thank you so much for watching, okay? If you enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. Let me know what resonated in this reading for you. I would love to hear about it. Love to chat with you. Take very good care of yourself, okay? And and one more thing. If you're interested in this deck up here, I have linked it in the description box. You can go ahead and purchase it from there. I get a commission. I'd really appreciate it if you did it that way, if you're interested in that deck. And also, I have consider joining my membership. That way you can get early access to videos that are coming. They're going to be posted on the channel before it hits the public, before it hits the subscribers. If you're a member, you'll be enjoying this as well. Thank you for bringing your energy to this reading. Take good care of yourself, and I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, Pal 2B. So why do women find you hot? What do women find hot about you? Like, why do they think you're hot? Let's go ahead. I'm going to do a vibe check. You ended up with the Natural Rainbow Titanium Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. That's a mouthful. And you ended up with Virgo, Gemini, and Capricorn. Okay, so pile 2B. Women find you attractive because you're not like a super macho, out of touch, emotionally out of touch kind of guy, okay, or person. All right, women feel that you're balanced. You're a very balanced person, okay? You're not one of those that's like, so masculine that you, in your energy, it doesn't have to be gender, it could just be your energy, that you can't relate to what women are going through or have to the feminine side, and you can't have empathy for the feminine side, okay? They also feel that they find you hot because of this. They also find you hot because you have some interests that are clearly like masculine, but you also have some kind of like feminine type interests. Like you might be one of those guys that like darn things or like stitch things up, or you might be one of those guys that like cooks a nice meal, knows how to put a nice meal together, like cook a meal, not just microwave something, or maybe you have a couple of meals that you know how to make really well, a couple of dishes that you know how to cook really well, that kind of thing. And women find you hot because of this, okay? They also feel that you are very peaceful. You're at peace, okay? You have inner peace. You're very spiritual. You are in touch with your emotions. You're loving. You're into relationships. Like you do relationships. That's why women find you hot. Perhaps they are aware of your history, that you dated women or been in relationships with women, and so women find that hot in you. They feel that you're very understanding and you're very wise, and that you're truthful. Okay, you have some really good traits going for yourself, pal to be. That's your pal to be. You're very kind. You have a certain softness to you. You're tender. Okay, you're loving. You're a loving person. You're just a good person. You feel. I feel like women think that you have empathy, and they find that hot. They find that your ability to be nurturing and all this, and be kind and nice and tender is a really good feature of yours that makes women find you very hot. Okay, I'm also getting that women find you hot because you're I think you're optimistic. You're on the optimistic side, right? And you're spiritual, definitely. I feel like you're one of those men. You're a God-fearing man, or you really you acknowledge the role that source plays in your life. It's like you understand that you're probably not an atheist, pile 2. Okay, you're probably not an atheist. You probably believe in something greater than yourself. You believe in spirituality. You have a sense of spirituality. You believe in divinity. You believe that we are spirit. We're souls. That we thrive off of our connection with God, with Source. You have understanding. You may be very enlightened, spiritually speaking. You're in touch with yourself. You have emotional empathy or emotional intelligence, and women find this very hot about you. Okay, let's take a look at your first tarot card. We have the 4 of Cups. Okay, interesting. All right, so women find you hot because you are apathetic towards bad things. Okay, you're not interested in indulging in things that aren't good for you. When toxic, negative, or addictive things are offered, you don't want that. That's kind of what I'm getting. Women find that hot. Perhaps you're not an addictive type of personality. You don't have like a bunch of addictions. You play things pretty clean. You may have a really clean diet. And also I feel like you know when enough's enough. Maybe you don't overeat. Okay, and women find this hot about you. Like you eat to a certain point. You're like, well, that's good. I've had enough. And women think this is hot about too. Okay, you have your limits, and you may be big on meditation, and I kind of got that spiritual vibe from you before. Perhaps you're a prayer warrior, and women find this hot, that you pray, that you meditate, that you want to be connected to God, that you allow yourself, if you have a past where you maybe were addicted to certain substances, well, they may be aware of this and aware of the fact that you allowed yourself to go through withdrawals. You allowed yourself to clean up, and you turned yourself into a rehab or something, and you did away with something that was usurping your life, your energy, draining your life force, and taking the good things away from you. And women find you hot because of your refusal to indulge in toxic habits, people, substances, you name it. We got the Page of Cups. Women may find you hot as just a side note. You may have like a kid or something, and your kid's really cute. Your kid is not annoying. If you have a kid, your kid is just kind of like in their own little world. They're not a very needy, clingy kid, and so that's an aside note for those of you who have a kid. So I feel like women find you hot because your kid is like not constantly in their face. Now I also feel like your kid, women might find you hot because you're not like overly clingy. You're not like always needing them, always contacting them, always bothering them. So this kind of creates a certain allure or mystique around you that kind of makes you more appealing or something. I'm not saying that you ignore, okay? but you're not up for everything. You're not up for everything. And so, it's kind of like one of those situations where it's not really absence makes the heart grow fonder, but it's just when something's not constantly there, it increases in value, And so women find you hot because of this. You don't go for everything. You don't fall for everything. And also women find you hot because when you don't go for every woman who makes an offer. Okay, there are women who've made an offer come your way and you've been like, I'm not really interested in you, or whatever you got going on. You're picky. You're not going to just go with any woman simply because, a woman wants me, I'll go with that. You're picky and you don't go for every woman. You got standards, and women find you hot because of this. We have the Page of Coins. Laying a foundation, setting goals, grounded, great prospect. So you have a lot of potential, pile 2B. Okay, women find you hot because you're a good student. You studied, maybe you are well educated, you went to school, or you're currently going to school, and this gives you, you have ambitions, and this gives you a lot of future potential. And women find you hot because of this, that you're laying a foundation for your future, or that you did. And you took your life seriously. You were a good little student when you were a kid, and you got some degrees, and now you have a decent life because you were learned and you did what you needed to do. It could be that you're currently undergoing this right now. Maybe you're going back to school, or you are in school and setting up for your life. They just feel like you have great prospects. They feel that you're very, you often have good news about your life to share. Things are generally on an upward trend with you. Things are usually getting better. Also, I'm getting that, and women find this hot, of course. They also find it hot that the ones that have been in a relationship with you, they feel that you are faithful. That even when women have come on to you, you've been like, no thanks, I'm in a relationship, or I've actually got a woman I'm seeing right now, so I don't, I almost feel like someone may have tested you or something in the past to see if you would break. They're like, I bet you pile 2B is not that into her. Let me see if I can get pile 2B to sleep with me or something, or let, get pile 2B to betray that relationship. Let's see what will happen. And you've been like, I'm good. And they've just been like, whoa. And they're like, wow, that's a good man. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man, And so they've been turned on by this. They found you hot. You actually upped your value in women's eyes by being serious, by playing things right, by turning away from that which is not good. Okay, we have Death. Like I said, this is not like strictly gender. I mean, you may be a woman who is a lesbian, and you may be a lesbian and trying to figure out if why women find you hot. So just apply the messages as it fits. It is generally towards men, but it's open. It's gender neutral. It is gender neutral. Okay, it's a gender neutral message, but I'm going for the masculine energy versus a feminine energy sort of dynamics. So it's a gender neutral message here. And when I talk about masculine, if I ever mention that, I'm talking about the masculine energies versus the masculine gender. Okay, very important that you are aware of that as we proceed, as we make our way through this reading. So what I'm getting, pile 2B, is that women find it hot that you made some type of major change in your life. You may have maybe gone through some type of makeover or some type of glow up, or where you upgraded your situation in some type of way. It could be your career. It could also be you got a new job and it's really nice. Women find it very hot that you found this new job that's like putting you on a better, in a better situation in your life. You may have gotten out of maybe a crappy relationship. That's possible for just a few of you. Also you may have like transformed the way you look. Maybe you started working out more, lifting weights or something, and you're just looking kind of good. You're looking really good. You made some type of ending. You broke up. Maybe you broke up with someone that wasn't good for you, and or you let go of some type of situation. It may have been career related, or it could have been also a relationship, something that wasn't making you happy. So you may made like, it could be like a glow up or like a makeover or some type. Maybe your hair is different, the way you dress is different, your appearance, your career, your outlook, the way you deal with life. We got the King of Wands. And so it could be then that you maybe stop being an employee and you're now focused on being an entrepreneur. You started a business recently, or you decided to pour more energy into some idea of yours, some vision you have, something you want to do, something you want to accomplish, and you're taking charge. You're making it happen. You're no longer just talking about it. It's not a dream. It's not, it's something you really want to do, and you're actually doing it. You are very charismatic too. I feel like women find you hot because you're the type to be, you're bold, you're confident. Pile 2B, okay? You don't shy away from showing a woman, if she's pretty, you wink at her. You let her know, hey, you're pretty. I like the way you look, and leave it at that. I don't get the feeling you're a creep though. I don't think you're like stalking them or something. But there's just this, you have this confidence, this charisma that women find to be very hot about you. You've also taken your something about your career very seriously, or something you've been wanting to do on your own very seriously, and you're making it happen, and that's a turn on. Whenever you talk about yourself, say you meet a woman and they're hearing about this, they're feeling like, oh wow, Pal 2V is not sitting around, they're getting things done. And maybe you have a history of doing this. You have a history of encouraging others to pursue their dreams, and you've been pursuing your dreams. You're not sitting around waiting, or whatever. Okay, you're not doing that. We got the Page of Swords. Okay, with the Page of Swords, I am seeing that you are very mentally quick. You're very intelligent, okay? And you have a thirst for knowledge. You show curiosity about life and about them, about women. When you are getting to know someone, or you've met someone, you ask them questions about themselves that are genuinely curious. You want to know, and you put things together based on what you hear, and it's like it becomes very clear that they're talking to someone who's a thinker in you, Pile 2B. Okay, you're not just asking questions to look like you care. You actually do care and want to know, and you're very curious for knowledge about your situation. Women feel taken seriously by you, and that's a turn on. That makes them feel like you're hot. I feel like you might be into sort of like a classic way of dressing. You may have be into a classic way of dressing. Like, I'm not talking about like a bowler hat and one of those long-tailed suits or something. Maybe for a few of you that may be the case, but I'm just seeing that by and large, it's like you like classic styles, like a polo shirt, or nice quality jeans, or I'm just getting like you go for classic styles, maybe even some button-ups, but that are more casually styled or something, or you wear nice hats. I'm getting that you might be into wearing hats. Women think it's hot, the kind of hats that you choose to wear, and you're very quick-witted and you're very communicative. Women like that as well. They feel like you may share knowledge with them that you have learned, the things that you're studying. Perhaps you're going to school to do something or learn something, or maybe you're a researcher and you may drop little tidbits, things you studied. Women think that that's hot. Women think it's hot when you ask them. You're also very picky with your words. I feel like women think it's hot because you think before you speak, and they think that's great, and you don't just blurt words out without thinking. You think about what you're going to say, and then you say it. And usually it's very intelligent, very quick-witted. You have a quick comeback, to things, and you're kind of fun to talk to. You're educated, or you come across very educated. Maybe you're self-taught. You play fair too. They feel like you maybe send them pictures of things you're in your life, things you're dealing with, and women find it hot. And I don't think it's pictures that are going to piss women off. Okay, I think I don't know. There's some pictures you take possibly, and you send off, or records of things that you do, and you send it off sometimes, occasionally, to women that you're dating or a woman in your life, and those women think that it's hot. And women also think that pictures of you are hot. Like, you may take good pictures, you may be very photogenic, and women really like this or enjoy this about you. We're getting the 5 of Wands. Women think it's hot that you are that you are not a pushover. And I'm not talking about in the relationship, I'm talking, or in dealing with them, I'm talking specifically like in life in general, that you hold up well compared to other people, other men or other masculines. Okay, that you are, you're the type to, bring home the bacon. You're not gonna go out there and come home with nothing. Okay, you're the type that if you, for instance, if you lost your job or something, within a week to 2 or 3 weeks, you would find another job. You're just resourceful, and you don't take no for an answer out there in the world. You're a good representative. If you're married and you have a family, you're a good representative of your family. Your family feels like they can depend on you. That when you go out there, you're not going to take no for an answer. You're going to compete, and you're going to compete hard and bring home what needs to be brought home. It could be that you're also very athletic. Perhaps there's something you do. Maybe you lift weights. I kind of mentioned lifting weights and exercising or something. I see that perhaps you have been maybe joined a league in your area, or you become more athletic, or you run more, and women find that hot. It could be women in general, or a woman that you have in mind specifically for this reading. Let's go with your oracle card here. We have Saint. Okay, so pile 2B, your wow, you're an innocent. Okay, women have noticed that you're not out to assault anyone, attack anyone. You're good, you're kind, you have good virtues. You're not a harsh person. You're just, you may be very godly, you're very spiritual, very devoted to like your connection to source or spirit, and it's very important to you that you have, I'm getting like mysticism, like Christian, like you might be a Christian mystic or something. Women find this hot, believe it or not. They feel that you don't want a bunch of material things. This could be true. I mean, even here where you have like a vision, or you're ambitious, it's more along the lines of activities, not necessarily about accruing a bunch of money. But hey, if that comes as part of it, that's part of it, right? But I'm getting that women find you hot because you are not caught up so heavily in the material. You don't need to go to Las Vegas and have 10 prostitutes or something. Like I'm sorry, I don't know why my mind went there, but it's just, you're not, of course you have drives and cravings like anyone else, but you've really learned to set it aside. You're seeking spiritual purity. You're a man or masculine of God, and this, women find this hot in you because they know that you're going to be faithful, and you're not going to, you're seeking elevated things. You're seeking higher things. You want to connect on the spiritual realm. You want to connect with source. And in order to do so, you need to come at that with sort of a clear heart, a clear desires, and treating people right. And so this earnestness in pursuit of your spirituality is it's a green flag to a lot of women about you, pile 2, that you're not looking to get one over on anyone. You're not indulging in negative thoughts or fantasies or aims or intentions. That you're almost saintly. You're saintly, and that's what women find hot about you, is that you're not looking at, every time you drive, maybe you go out on a date with this woman over, you're not staring at all these women. You kind of, in fact, you're maybe even doing like a prayer or something. I don't know. We see infinite love, true love, romance. You're here to embrace love in its various forms. You're very loving. Women find that hot. The love you're searching for is close by. If you're asking about a particular woman, what I'm getting, pile 2B, is that you play things clean. Okay, you're not the type to be two-timing women and stuff like that. Okay, or two-timing feminines. You play things honorable. You're honorably. Okay, if you're good, if you're going to be getting involved with someone, then you are completely clean, and you've broken up with somebody else. You're not in any other relationships. You don't have 3 other wives secretly stashed in other states. You're not cheating. You're not this. You're not that. You're just playing it clean, and you're a one-man woman. And I mean, you're a one-woman man. Sorry about that. Or you're a one feminine masculine, and you're just, you're all about that woman that you're with, and this is why women find you to be hot. Okay. Next, we have the dream house. So you worked hard to maybe accumulate a home or certain resources, and women find that hot about you. You may have a nice condo that you own, or that you're currently paying off, or you may already own a home, or when they get into your apartment, your apartment is well put together. Maybe you are undergoing some type of renovation project for your home, and women find this hot, that you have a good domicile, that you worked really hard on the domicile that you do have. Maybe your apartment is looking really nice, or you bought a house and you bought a fixer-upper and you're working on it, and women find this to be really hot. They find, I mean, it's a big plus. It's a big plus for you, pile 2B. Okay, next we have provider. Exactly, that's the vibe I'm getting, is that you're very responsible, pile 2B. Okay, you're very responsible. You bring things to the table. You're an entrepreneur, and whatever fruits you get, whatever rewards you get, you freely share. You want to take care of the woman that you're with, and women find this to be very hot. They feel that you bring a lot to the table when it comes to providing resources, providing money, sharing what you have. You don't bat an eyelid at bringing plenty to your mate or the woman in your life. Maybe if you go on a date, you pay. You don't even think about it. You're like, no, I got this, and you pay for the date. You know, maybe you may be more on the traditional side too. I was saying classic, and I was meaning more traditional. Women find it hot that you're so traditional. Okay, we have lawyer. Okay, you may be in the legal field. Let's get that out of the way. It's possible for a few of you, or some of you, you may work in the legal field, or you may work as you may be part of the military, or you may be a police officer, you may be a detective, legal, or you're just enforcing the law or protecting others, or something like this. Okay. They also feel, and women are, if this is the case, then women find you hot because of that line of work, or also just because of your career, pile 2B. Okay, if whatever it is you're doing, there are women who you've said what you do, and they're like, ooh, they find you hot because of that career. Okay, because you know what you're doing. You got there. You learned the skills you needed to learn. You got where you needed to get to. You have keeper of justice, law, cases, defense, advisor. I'm also getting pile 2B that you play fair. You play fair. You're ethical, you're just, and women find this hot about you, okay? They feel that if they confide in you or tell you anything, that there will stay. You're not a gossip. You are educated, you're professional, and that professionalism spills over into your the way you deal with them. Perhaps they feel that they can trust you because you have to be in good standing with the law for your career, so you're not about to mess with that. So you treat them well. It's not one of those things which came first, the chicken or the egg. Are you treating them well because you're protecting your career, or are you protecting your career because you treat them well? I don't know. My main point is that pile 2B is that you have women find you hot because your intelligence and your ability to get a good career going. Okay, you got it together there. You really do. We have Loki, but you've also got a fun vibe. You do. Okay, you're a bit of a trickster. Loki is the Norse god of mischief. Okay, and fire, and he's a symbol of chaos, transformation, binding. Also, he's a trickster god, right? He's very cunning, and he represents fire, knowledge. Okay, so I feel like pile 2B, a couple of messages coming through. Women find you hot because they think that you might be a bit of a prankster for fun. You might like prank women and stuff, and they think it's funny. They think you're cute with this. Okay, if that's the case for you, take it. If it fits, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. Also getting that you're very intelligent, pile 2B. Okay, you really stand strong in the world. Like very few can knock you over. Like you can outwit the enemy. All right, so in that sense, you're like someone strong for them to have around, and they find you hot because of this. They find you hot that you're mentally strong, mentally sharp, mentally intelligent, and you're physically strong and physically sharp. You're definitely a cut above the average for sure. And women find you hot because of this, your intelligence, your intellect. you may have really nice eyes too. I'm getting like something about the eyes. Okay, you may have a nice colored eyes, or the glasses that you wear, your frame makes you look really nice, and women find it appealing. They find it hot. It could be that your eyes are very expressive. You use your eyes a lot to, like, you might wink at a woman, or your eyes you're very soulful and, expressive, and women find that hot in you. They feel that you're a one-woman man. When you do finally get in relationships, women find it hot that you focus on them. Your eyes aren't strained. You aren't everywhere. You don't have baby mama. You don't have, maybe you do, but you're not romantically involved with your baby mama. You focus all of your romantic energy on one person at a time. And women find you hot because of this. Let's keep it moving here. Oh, we have marriage. Exactly. You're the committing kind, pile 2B. You're the type to commit. You're the type to play things right. You're virtuous. You're a virtuous mate, a virtuous boyfriend, a virtuous fiance, and a virtuous husband. The type. Okay, I'm talking masculine energy here. So you're not running for commitment. You're not running away from commitment, pile 2B. You're not. And women find this hot about you. They find that you're ready to connect and remain with someone and build with someone and be loyal to someone. You want your person. Okay, you're not looking for a harem full of women. Okay, you're looking for a partner, and it shows. Okay, it shows, and women find this hot about you. Perhaps it's the questions you ask. You're asking leading questions, or asking questions that imply you're not just casually dating. You may be dating, right? But you are looking for someone who, you can build the rest of your life with. So that's in the dating scene. And if you're married, then I feel, or you're engaged or in a very serious relationship at this time, then women find you hot maybe because you've talked about marriage. You are not afraid to take life seriously, or consider that things are going to be more and more serious as time goes by. You're not afraid of that. Perhaps you propose and they find you hot because of this. I'm also getting the gym bro. I kind of picked up on the fact that you've been exercising. I got some athletic vibes from this card, and a bit of athletic vibes in the combo of these cards as well. You may be hitting up the gym, working out more, lifting weights. You may have a very nice sculpted body that you worked hard on. I'm seeing like musculature here. I'm seeing musculature here. That's no coincidence with the placement. This is Source speaking to us here. There's something about the way you look, pile 2B. You're very buff. You're in good condition physically, and it's very attractive. Women find you hot because of it. That you take your body seriously and that you remain in good shape. It could be that you're more like, maybe you're more of a runner, or that you lift weights. I'm not sure which it is, but you are buff, okay, and you are looking very good. Especially your arms. I feel like you may have strong arms. You may have a strong butt. You may have like a big gluteus maximus, like solid. You may do squats, and you've trained really well. Next, we're getting Steve Jobs, pioneer. You're not afraid to take the bull by the horns in life, pile 2B. You're not some kind of like weak sauce type of, masculine out there. I'm so sorry, pile 2B. I didn't mean to, say that, but like what I'm hearing is that women find you hot because you're okay with being an entrepreneur. You're okay with starting something first, creating someone no one ever saw before. You're okay with being that guy. Okay, you're okay with putting yourself out there and taking the next step, and then taking the next step, being bold, being you getting things going, okay? And this is a huge turn on. Women are turned on by this because they see the potential with the Page of Coins there, that you're very ambitious and you're gonna do well, you're gonna thrive. Okay, there's a strong sense of potential here that women can pick up on, and it's a turn on. They think you're hot because you're an inventor. There's something you're doing, and you are working it. Okay, we got hero and heroine. So it says your passion for a journey of personal empowerment, escapism, a false sense of humor, a false sense of heroism. I'm sorry. So pile 2B, I feel like women find you hot because you play the role of hero. You get something out of being the provider. You get something out of being the one who's coming in and saving the day. You get something out of it. It's not a begrudging thing for you. You love that and you want to be that. And you're well adjusted, pile 2B. You're a well adjusted male. Okay, and this is what women find very hot about you, that you want to be chivalrous. You want to get in there and help out and take the brunt and protect your woman and protect your feminine, and you know, do these things and keep yourself looking good, keep yourself strong, in good condition. We got gourmet, likes the finer things in life. You have great taste in food, pile 2B. Okay, you have great taste in food, or you're a good cook. You know, as just, yeah, you may be a good chef, or you got a good taste when it comes to like finding foods, putting foods together, you know, things like this. You just serve a really nice meal, and women really you know, find you hot because of this. You're really good with handling food properly. Okay, you know what to do. If you got curly hair, you may have curly hair, pile 2B. You may have curly hair, you may have curls in your hair, and women find this hot if that's the case. Also, if you have highlights in your hair, if your hair has highlights, or maybe when you get in the sun you start to get streaks or something, could be gray, could be blonde, just streaks in it, I feel like women find you hot because of this. Okay, I'm getting like you may have a lot of hair, and even if your hair is possibly thinning, the rest of your hair is very thick. Women just feel they like your hair. Your hair is definitely standing out. Okay, I'm seeing curls here. I'm seeing these curls, seeing this long hair. You know, like you're just, there's something about your hair. There's something about your body. There's something about your eyes. They're piercing or soulful. Something about your body is you're athletic, or you're trying to get your body back into shape, and you know, someone's turned on by this. The women are finding you very hot because of this. At the same time, you don't let this get to your head. Your looks do not go to your head, pile 2B. You are a saint. You maintain your virtue, and you want to do right. You want to fulfill certain traditional roles by your woman, or by women in general. Women have picked up on this. Maybe you have a relationship. Maybe you're in a relationship right now, and women see you in this relationship, and they're like, man, pile 2B. Women think it's hot that you're capable to commit. You're capable of committing and being in a good relationship. Women find it just straight up hot. Okay, if you're already in a relationship, if you're in a relationship with someone, that woman in that relationship thinks that they really enjoy the way you love them, the way you do relationships. Okay, they feel held by you, they feel cherished, they feel accepted, they feel claimed, they feel owned, and they find this to be very hot about you, pile 2B. And that's what I'm seeing the cards for you as far as why do women find you hot, pile 2B. Thank you so much for watching, bring your energy to this reading. I appreciate you being here. If you enjoyed it, give it a thumbs up. If you would like, if you found any of this resonant, let me know in the comment section. I'd love to hear from you. If you're interested in this deck here, look in my description section, in my descriptions. You might be able to find it. It's the Intuit Tarot. If when you order from me or order through me a product that I list, I get a commission. That's gonna help me out. I really appreciate it. Also, if you might consider joining the membership that I have going, where you get early access to the videos that I release. If you enjoy these readings, you can get early access way before the public even gets to see it. Take very good care of yourself, okay, pile 2B. Thank you so much, and I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye. Welcome to your reading, pile 3A. Why do men find you hot? Move your number to the left. You ended up with the bright yellow aura quartz crystal cluster. Beautiful. You ended up with Sagittarius, Taurus, and Cancer. Okay, let's do a vibe check on you here real quick. So, men find you hot, pile 3, because you are very intelligent, okay? You're smarty pants. You catch on to things. You put things together really well. You retain information. You assess. You analyze. You're brilliant, pile 3A. And men find this to be a turn on. I believe if you have any, particularly sapiosexuals, if you got any of those around you, they find you hot, okay? You just have a lot of clarity. I feel like when men talk to you, they can tell that you got a lot going on upstairs, okay? And when they, hold conversation with you and speak with you, you obviously clearly intelligent. You have a good grasp of concepts, and you can communicate them very well. And you're just bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and you got like, really smart. You're a really smart person, and that's a turn on for a lot of men. Very good with logic. So if you are dealing with a puzzle or there's some situation in front of you, men have been amazed at how quickly you came up with a solution or figured out what needed to be done, just because of how sharp and how bright you are. And that instantly made them find you to be hot. Okay. I'm also getting like happiness. Like you might be a happy person. You cultivate happiness. You're upbeat. You're positive minded. You're always thinking that there's a way out, or that there's a solution, or that everything's going to be okay. And maybe this is what, or maybe you've been making the shift lately in your personality. And I feel that men notice this and find it to be hot. You're also very loyal. So if you're in a relationship or you're dealing with someone or some situation, you're loyal, and men find that to be hot as well. Even if you're not being loyal to them, if you're being loyal to, say you're in a relationship and you're with a man, or you got a boyfriend, you got a husband, or you got a partner, you are not the type to flirt around on your partner or your mate, okay, or cheat. And when men notice this about you, they find it to be quite hot. They notice that you're not looking to betray your partner, and that's a turn on for them. Okay, and maybe the reasoning there is, if they were to be with you, you'd be loyal, and so that's a turn on. So this is for men who are thinking of you in that way, the possibilities, fantasizing about you, and what kind of girlfriend would you be, or what kind of wife would you be, or what kind of partner would you be. We got good energy. Yeah, you just got good energy. You radiate light. I feel like you might be one of those people that you sit around and you think positive thoughts on purpose. Or maybe you just have like a tendency to do so, and you really like clean up your energy. Your aura is nice and bright, and you cleanse negativity out. You don't do negativity, and when negativity comes, you make it a point to eventually flush it out of your system. Okay, and so this translates to you having good energy. And I don't know what it is, but when you get around people just can't pinpoint it. They can't put a finger on it, but you just have this like positive, light energy going on. Okay. Next, what I'm getting for you, Pile 3A, is that you can come across as kind of formal at times. Very stable. You're very stable. You're not wishy-washy, up one moment, down the next. If you were a nice person the first time someone met you, you're most likely going to be a nice person the next time they meet you. You're not going to be different, or gone cold or something. You got stable energy, and men find this hot about you, that you're consistent. Okay, and you're not easily intimidated by evil in others. You're not intimidated by like negative energy. You're not. And even if people try to sort of like punk you or put that out towards you, you stand strong. Okay, you're not a pushover, and men find that to be hot. I almost feel like someone had an experience with you, or had an interaction with you that made them feel this way, because I think that's probably why that's coming up. You may have made some men realize that you're not intimidated by negativity. You're not intimidated by their BS. Men find you hot because, like I said, you have this you have a fresh energy. You're always renewing. Okay. You don't steep in negativity. You let it pass, or you make it a point to expunge it. Okay, out of your energy field, out of your mind, your aura, and it leads to this sort of like freshness. You're always ever fresh, always ever clean kind of energy, and people can pick up on it. You may be very successful as well, like when it comes to money. You may have like money, or you may be materially successful, or okay, specifically money. You may have money, and whenever you've been able to pay for your own stuff, and you don't seem like you're needy or need anything or need anyone, you're able to handle your bills, able to pay your stuff, men have found you hot for that. Hot in the sense that, wow, okay, she's, they've got their stuff together. Pile 3A's got their stuff together. They either have a job, making good money, they're able to pay their bills, or when they do get the money, they take good care of it, and they have it available to pay bills, or they married well, or they won the lottery. I don't know, but, there are men who find you hot because you don't seem broke, okay? And that's very interesting, okay? Everyone likes success. You come across also very physically healthy. You may come across like fit, or like you run, or you lift weights, or your body, the way you walk and stand, your energy is good, your vitality is strong, you move, and you seem healthy, or you seem like maybe if you were ill, you bounced back from that illness and you're doing better now. Men find that hot. Men find your physical resilience to be hot. Your physical resiliency and your, if you are athletic, possibly, that's something they find to be hot as well. Also, if you eat healthy, men knows that you eat healthy, you avoid processed foods or sugary foods, or you limit those things and you focus on healthy greens or healthy, just healthy foods, healthy lifestyle. And whether when it comes to your body, your spirit, your mental, everything, when you cultivate these things within yourself, men find that to be hot. Okay, again, I keep getting stability. You're very stable emotionally speaking, you're stable financially, you're stable around negative energy, you're stable. Okay, and men find this to be hot. Men think that you're abundant. Men think that you may be fertile, that you might get some kids. You seem healthy enough to be able to get, so men who may want kids, they say if you're single, they find this hot in you. That potential is there. You may embrace nature and all that, like we talked about earlier, eating greens. And you may like going outside. Men find this hot. Also, getting you're safety conscious. You're not easily destabilized. You're always thinking, how can I keep myself safe? But not in a panicked way, in a sure way. I just follow these steps. It's what I do. If people have tried to break into your home or tried to scam you or whatever, you have certain steps that you take, or certain mental checkpoints you got on whatever situation you're faced with, that has allowed you to escape or not be easily wrangled in by scammers or thieves or criminals. You just, I don't know, you got this vibe. Like, you would make a good FBI agent, Pal 3A. You would make a good cop or something. Because you just have that energy where you're not intimidated, and you're always checking, you're always sure, you're always looking at all the different factors, and you pay attention, and, you can be relied upon. And men feel safe around you too. That's what I'm getting. Like, you'd be a good partner when it comes to keeping things safe, keeping items safe, keeping people safe. Very interesting. All right, let's take a look at your tarot card. We have the Four of Swords. Okay. So, Pile 3A, men find you hot because you know how to chill. You know how to chill. You avoid drama. You avoid like a bunch of arguments and stress. You avoid it. Okay? And not in a cowardly way. Just in a, I prioritize my health. I prioritize peace is very important to me kind of way. I'm not getting that you're afraid. Remember I said that. You're not easily intimidated. But so that's not what this is. This is about you prioritizing your downtime, your rest, your nervous system being calm, yet, well rested. You're letting your body rejuvenate your systems. So therefore you're very healthy. Okay. Let's keep it going here. You're really good at not, if something stressful did happen, right? If something bad or stressful has happened, you're really good, Pile 3A, at allowing that negative energy to ebb away. You're not the type to keep negativity going. You're not the type to keep heartbreak and pain going. Okay, it's not your thing. Again, I'm getting more healing, more rest with the star. You're a very peaceful person, Pile 3A. You're very peaceful. Okay, you're full of serenity, and you're your energy inspires hope, okay, faith in others, and men find this totally hot about you. They loved it. It's like, you how you say, what are those words? Your place of peace, or you're peaceful. You're just a very peaceful person. When men are around you, they feel calm, they feel peaceful, they feel peace. You're very inspiring. You have very healing energy. So if a man has been out there hustling, tired, dealing with stress all day, and they come home to you, you're healing energy to be around, okay? This could be something that you've been cultivating recently, or it could just be part and parcel of who you are right from the get-go, or you could just be the phase you're in. You're about healing energies, you're about renewal. Men find this hot in you. If you recently recovered from an illness and you're bouncing back and you're doing well and you're upbeat, bright, and that's hot. Men find that to be hot. They're like, wow, Pile 3A healed. Pile 3A has the ability to heal, knows how to, rest deeply and allow her body to heal herself, or allow the medicine to work, or whatever it is. You're also very spiritual, Pile 3A, and men find this to be a turn on, a huge turn on. You look to the stars, you look to spirit. You're a creature of light in a lot of ways. You're very optimistic. We kind of picked up on that earlier as well. And it's like no one can bring you down, Pile 3A. No one can bring you down. And men find this hot in you. You don't allow people to rain on your parade. And you just stay ever lifted, okay? Ever lifted. We got justice. So, Pile 3A, you are, you play fair. You play fair. You tell the truth. You follow the laws. So there are men who know this about you and find it to be totally hot. You're not a lawbreaker. You're not a criminal. And I was just getting like, you're not looking for trouble. You're not a thug, Pile 3A, okay? You're a peaceful, law-abiding citizen. You also hold men accountable, and you hold yourself accountable. Okay, you create balance, and you hold men accountable, you hold yourself accountable. There's balance in your world. Okay, and so you're not taking crap either. At the same time, you're not giving people crap. Okay, and men find this hot in you. Men find it hot that you seem to be very objective as well. Your objectivity is strong. You're not like, when it comes time to assess something, you're not over emotional when you assess things. Okay, you're not like, how some people are like, okay, so here's your daughter or here's your child. What do you think of them? Oh, my child is the most perfect child in the world. They never do wrong. That's not true. That's not true. Okay. But there are people that have noticed that if you're not super biased against or towards someone, like if you love someone, you own it. You're like, I really, really love this person. I love them, period. Now, okay, well, good. You love them. All right. So are they perfect? No, they're not perfect, but I love them anyway. Like you are objective. You tell the truth about situations. You're not swayed by emotions. You own your emotions. Okay. But you're not swayed by them. Okay. You keep it realistic. Okay. You're what's the word I'm looking for? You just have integrity, you're very objective. And whenever something is happening, you look for the cause. You're not just about, addressing symptoms. You look for the cause so you can address the issue at the root. And this takes a certain level of intellectual capabilities and, rationality, and just having a good problem-solving mind that doesn't get swept up in emotions unnecessarily. You're just a cool, chill cucumber, Pile 3A, and you're a good problem solver too. You're very objective, and so things just happen in a very cool, calm. You're a smooth operator. That's what I was trying to say earlier. You're a smooth operator, Pile 3A, and men find this very hot. They find this very hot. We have the moon. So, Pile 3A, why do men find you hot? They find you hot because you plunge into the depths of your subconscious, okay? and you're not afraid of what's lying underneath. Okay, you're not running away from what makes you tick or what makes other people tick. Okay, you're like, you live, in some ways you kind of live in your subconscious. You live in that realm of wanting to understand what is the root cause of something. What's going on underneath there. You don't run away from it in yourself, and you don't run away from it in others. There are many others who don't want to look at those things, because now they have to be accountable. Now they have to own things. Now they have to fix things. Now they have to clean things up. You don't mind that work at all, Pile 3A. You're fine with it. You want to be clean in your self-consciousness, your waking hours, and you want to be clean in your subconscious, okay? Or you want to claim whatever it is. And you're not running away from the truth. You luxuriate in it, okay? It's very interesting energy. But there are men who find you hot because of this. You may be a very intuitive, very like a psychic person, very intuitive. You may be very wrapped up in your spirituality. You may be very wrapped up in your spirituality, but specifically your dreams. In the dream world, you're very powerful, Pile 3A, and you are able to see through illusions through your intuition and your dreams, and your powerful subconscious hits of intuition. And men find you hot because of this. You may have been able to guess what's going on with someone, or be able to intuit what's going on, or certain situations the wool does not easily get pulled over your eyes. You can see beneath the surface, and men find this hot. Okay, they find it hot. Let's move on to your next card. We got the 8 of Swords, right? So men find you hot, Pile 3A, because you don't allow yourself to become limited. Okay, you don't allow yourself to become blind. You keep your eyes open, your physical eyes and your metaphoric eyes, your subconscious eyes. You keep your eyes open. Okay, you're not blinding yourself. You're not limiting yourself. You focus on freeing yourself from biases, superstition, irrational fears. You don't let yourself be bound by those kinds of things. Like, if someone's like, I feel like you're the type that if everyone's like, oh my gosh, that house is haunted, everyone stays away from it. It's haunted. Like, if someone was like, saying, oh, maybe you knew about a house being haunted, and then maybe a new neighbor moves in, and they're like, oh, we're buying that house over there, and all that. You're the type who would be like, okay, cool, yeah. It's a nice house as any other. I've heard some weird things about it, but I think it's probably fine. You want me to go you want to go check it out together? And you're the type to walk into a house that people have been going on for years about how haunted it is, because you're rational. Pile 3A, you're rational. You're an excellent balance between logic and subconscious. Your intuition, your intuition or your psychic guesses. You're an excellent balance between these things. So you're able to use it to keep yourself from being caught up in illusions, being paranoid, being like, going to a state of like hysteria over because everybody else is losing their heads. You're losing yours. Nope, that's not you, Pile 3A. Often while most people are losing their heads, and everyone's like, oh my God, there's something going on over there. Oh my God. You're the type who's going, okay, let me see. Let me look at this. And you calmly inspect what's going on without freaking out. Okay? You calmly get that information. You calmly add this. 2 + 2 = 4. While this person's freaking out, you're sitting there, doing calculations, taking evidence, taking pictures, closely observing. And then by the time, some time has passed, you come back in and you'll be like, okay, well, here's what I'm seeing, guys. It looks like there might be someone in the house that's living there, and they're trying to hide. Everyone's freaking out about it being haunted, but I just realized, just by paying observation and watching and noticing some details, that someone is like low-key living in that house and they don't want to be seen. So I think that's what all those noises we hear at night, that's what that is. And they're always staying hidden. That's why it looks weird, but that's what it is. Like, you can suss things. You're brilliant, Pile 3A. You can suss things out and see through illusions. Okay, you can suss things out. And men find you absolutely hot because of this. Okay, let's look at your last tarot card. Before we move on to your oracle cards, we have the 10 of Pentacles. So pile 3A, you're doing very well. You must come from a good family, or you're coming from people who are stable. You're coming from a stable background, stable foundation. And men find you hot because of this. You seem well connected. Also, you may have a beautiful family. You may have a husband who loves you, children, and you stay linked, you stay connected. You are part of a legacy. You're part of a legacy. You have wealth. You may have inherited something, or stand to inherit something. You have family. Your tradition is very strong, and your sense of tradition is very strong. You're part of the establishment. You have a lot of security in your life, and men find you to be very hot because of this. Okay, you're just well connected, well supported, and well networked. It's an admirable trait. Let's take a look at your oracle cards. We have Boss Up. Okay. Definitely feeling like you take charge of your situation, very much so. You may be well read or well organized. I'm getting that you have your stuff together, Pile 3A. You have your stuff together. You may have a company. You may own a business. You maybe have an entrepreneurial spirit, and you have been making progress when it comes to your aims, your aspirations, and men find this to be hot in you. They're realizing that you don't need to be working for someone else to be successful. You don't need someone else being like, all right, come on, you got to do this now, and you got to do this next, and all that. You can plan your own schedule. You can tell yourself what you need to do. You have that big vision. You have that boss vision. You got that boss up energy. Okay, I don't know what it is. And also, I feel like men find you hot because you take yourself seriously. You may dress also kind of a little bit on the formal side at times. You may wear like business attire, or just take yourself very seriously. You're posh. You have nice items, nice accessories. You may have like a Gucci belt and some, I don't know what it is, but you're just like on point. Pile 3A. All right. Next we have Uplift. You focus on uplifting others, Pile 3A. You focus on uplifting others. All right. You know that you are part of the whole, and that you should be involved in the dance of life. And that's what I'm seeing, Pile 3A, is that what I'm seeing here, Pile 3A, for you, men find you hot because of your ability to plug into society and get with other people successfully. Men find you hot because you're accepted and loved by others. Believe it or not, men find that hot. Men find it hot too that you are your butt. That's what I'm getting. Your butt. Okay, you got a nice butt. Men find your butt very attractive. The way it looks, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's very bubbly, or maybe it's very shapely. Maybe it's heart shaped. You got that perfect apple bottom shape, or maybe it's very toned or svelte. It's just attractive. Okay, your butt stands out when you're out with your friends, or you're standing with other women, next to other women. Your butt stands out from the rest. That's what I'm seeing. We got Ashashe Ya, which is joy. And I picked up on that in the vibe check, Pile 3A, is that you're very joyful. You're very upbeat. You're a very happy person. And, I'm seeing here that you are breastfeeding. You may be a mother, and that's a turn on for some men. Some men like MILFs, Some men like women who have had children. And I feel like in this regard, you are noticed, and some men have noticed that you're a mother and find it very hot because even though you are a mother, you keep things balanced. Okay, it could be that your weight is very much in check, or I'm getting like your breasts too look really nice. They may have like a pendulum shape. And I'm not talking about pendulum shape reaching all the way down to your belly button. Okay. That's what happens eventually for some people in life as they get older. But I'm just getting like men notice that you have full breasts, or that your chest area is very appealing. Maybe if you've been a parent, they feel like that's really made your your chest swell and everything look nice and juicy and plump. We have creative outlet. Men find that really hot as well. Or if you've not had kids, then you just have a very juicy, I'm seeing that with the pendulums, now with the breastfeeding, very juicy, very full, maybe like a C cup or very full B cup type of boobs, or even bigger than that, even bigger than a C cup. Creative outlet. Your creative energy is a gift. Use it to bring light into your world. Pick up a creative hobby just for fun. Attention, I express myself freely and I enjoy fully through creativity. Alright, so pile 3A, men find it hot that you tap into your subconsciousness for your creative ideas and the ideas you come up with. Okay, it could be that you are an interior decor expert, but a layman, and you have a lot of creative ideas and you know how to sort of make a place look pop and very nice, enough for guys to like it, to love it. It's not just, I'm just doing a girly space. Like, you can do a neutral space. You can do any kind of space. I'm just giving an example here with interior decor, and men are like, wow, pile 3A, bravo, pile 3A is talented. I absolutely love this space. I love this way that this place is looking. So if you're married and or if you're in a relationship or you're living with someone, that person thinks that your interior decor skills or your artistic abilities off the chain. Okay, you're a creativity maven. We have Hestia home. Okay, Hestia home. That is so funny. That is so funny. That is so funny. I was just going on about being an interior decor expert or something, and now we're getting home. The Hestia is a Greek goddess of the hearth and the home, okay, and family. So you do family really well. If you're married, pile 3A, or if you're in a situation where you're a baby mama or you have your own child and you're single or whatever it is, you're a good parent. You know how to do family very, very well. Okay, it comes naturally to you. You know how to handle a family well. Things all is well in your realm. You know how to handle people. You know how to make sure everybody's happy. And this is something men find to be very hot about you. Or it could be in your company, maybe the people you work with or your friendship circle. You know how to make everyone, make it all work together really well, make it all flow together. Hestia is a Greek goddess of hearth and home, and she chose to remain a virgin, actually. And so there's a bit of a virginal vibe coming through here on this card. I'm getting that men find you hot because I feel like, not that you're a prude, pile 3A, but you're not leading sex first, okay? You're not the type to, dress up and show all your boobs and show everything tight and just every single curve, every single nipple, every single nipple, every sexual attributes just thrust out there for everyone to see and just hypersexualizing. You don't lead that way first, pile 3A. Men find this hot. You come across professional. You may come across well put together. You do style. You do fashion. And this involves layers at times. Okay? You do blazers, ruching. You like maybe fashion details, and you style yourself, and you give yourself some nice and appropriate looks. And men find you hot because of this, because you're not just putting it all out there for everyone to ogle and take in. And so there are men who are turned on by this, okay? There are men there who are turned on by women who keep it together and dress a little bit more on the conservative side. Fashionable, but a bit more conservative. And I feel like you might be like this, pile 3A. Men find this very hot in you, okay? Let's take a look at your next card. It's from the Barbie deck. President Barbie, exactly. You're very formal. Look, we got the blazer. Yeah, you got this formal, CEO, entrepreneur, class act, bossy babe, CEO babe type of vibe going on, pile 3A. Okay, you may own a company. You may have employees. Okay, and men find this to be totally hot. Or you may be a matron or matriarch of a home that's doing very well. It's a well-funded home. Your things are right in the house. The house is clean. you have all the appliances you need. Your children's rooms are in order. Everything's in order. You run a tight ship. Everything looks good. You look good, but like I said before, you don't lead sex first. For you, it's usefulness first. For you, it's creative ideas first. For you, it's making sure you think clearly and see clearly, and not getting caught up in paranoid delusions or illusions. You do rational thinking. You may be the president of an organization. You're high ranking, Pile 3A, and men are, find this hot in you, okay? Men find this hot. You may be very well accomplished. We have the gunslinger. Okay. So Pile 3A, like I said, remember I said something earlier about how you prefer peace. You prefer peace, okay? But you have a don't mess with me kind of vibe going on. You do. You have a don't mess with me kind of vibe going on, Pile 3A. Men can just kind of tell that you're not gonna be, you're not the one to be toying around with, okay? And if they toy around with you, you quickly kind of like put your hand by your gun, symbolically speaking, and your fingers are like itching. You're about to grab any second, get that gun and shoot him down. This is all symbolic, of course, very metaphorical here. But men can tell that you're armed and ready. You're armed and ready. Men can read it off of you because of the way you dress, Pile 3. The way you comport yourself, your composure, the way you carry yourself, the way it makes them realize you avoiding stress, you avoiding drama is not weakness. It is strength. It is practice strength. In fact, it's almost like you could be like one of those girls maybe that grew up in the ghetto or something. Maybe not. Please just take it as it resonates, please, and then leave the rest for others. Maybe you had a rough background, and so you know how to fight. You know how to like cuss people out. But because you uplifted yourself, went to school, you're very intelligent, you learned the genteel ways, okay? You learned how to move in the civilized world and carry yourself with class and composure. But should anyone mess with you, Pile 3, woe betide the person who cannot put two and two together and read between the lines that you're not a pushover, that this posh vibe doesn't mean you're weak, that this you being peaceful doesn't mean that you can't handle trouble. Woe betide that person, because but I feel like there are men who notice that you're ready, men who notice that you're not to be messed with, and they find that the ones that can read the room, the ones that can read you, find that to be hot. They can tell that you're not easy pushover, none of that. And you I don't want to say you demand respect, because you're not actually demanding respect, but the way you act, it elicits respect. People can read it and be like, okay, yeah, we need to treat Pile 3A respectfully. And men find you hot because of this, okay? Her knowledge runs deep. Exactly. Very, very brainy. Very brainy, Pile 3A. So I definitely feel like you've got men who are sapiosexuals, who find you very attractive, who think you're very hot based on your IQ, based on your knowledge. We got books everywhere. We got books here. We got books. We got a book, although I suspect this is more of a scheduling journal. But you are well read. You studied. You've researched. You may have gone to school. You may be highly educated. And you're continuing to educate yourself. You're the opposite of ignorant, Pile 3A. The very opposite. And men find this very hot in you, because they feel that you fit right in with your crowd, and you have like a whole crowd of people that are like you, that you hang in your realms, and you do your thing, and you almost seem like out of reach for some men. Some men view you as out of reach, Pile 3A. They're just like, wow, she's out of my league. Yeah, she's so high. She's so high. She's so high above me. She's so lovely. She's so high, like Cleopatra, Joan of Arc, or Aphrodite. Yeah, so, there are men who look at you and go, wow, she is something else. Like, men feel you're hot, partly because you're uppity, you're posh. Not uppity in a bad way, but you're up there, you're posh, and you're out of reach. You're what they wish for. They're what they wish they meant in another life. If I played things differently, I may have gone for her, that kind of thing. That's the kind of woman I would have ended up with. We have, I can ask for help. So pile 3A, men find you hot because you're the type that they can consult with. Okay. You don't come across ditzy, like you don't know anything. You come across very knowledgeable, like your word can be trusted in the sense that you are, your understanding of certain subjects or topics is, in some people's circles, is nigh on unparalleled. Okay. If they're looking, maybe you're an accounting expert. Okay. The men in your life, or men who have noticed you, or men that you're asking about, there's no one else in their circle who can answer the questions that you can answer about certain topics. No one. Okay, you're well read on a particular subject, on multiple subjects, and they feel like you're the one to ask for help. You're the one to help, set them right and give them the correct information. Okay, you nurture people with data. Okay, you feed people the right information to help them grow. And men find this hot. You may be a homeschooler. If you have kids, you may be a homeschooler. You may be a teacher. Men find that hot as well. You're good at teaching or passing along information, especially when it comes to from a consultant or consulting point of view. Okay, because you're just well versed, you're well read, you're well informed. Next, we're getting the oracle. Exactly. What did I saw that somewhere. I got it from the moon that you're very intuitive. Okay, that you are the one to consult on certain matters. I got that also here with knowledge. Ask for help. Yeah, you are the one that people come to consult. You may be a very intuitive counselor, and people come to you. They're like, I need to talk. I don't know what it is. I need to talk to Pile 3A. Pile 3A, I feel like you may not be well versed at a certain thing, but they'll come to you because they feel like you always have words of wisdom to share. Okay, you always know the right thing to say, and that is tied into your subconscious and powerful psychic or intuitive abilities. Okay, I don't know if you guys are like Trekkies, and if you're not, just don't worry about this part, because I know sometimes people are not Trekkies, and I'm not trying to act like people are, but they're in Star Trek Next Generation. There's this fictional character. Her name is Deanna Troi. She's the counselor on the ship, and she's a psychologist basically, but she can read emotions. She's a psychic. She's an empath. So when you're talking to her, you're getting like a double whammy. You're getting her training. You're getting her professional experience and everything to help you deal with any kind of emotional problems or psychological problems. But she's a ship's counselor, and she's also a psychic. Kind of, okay. What it is that she's a half human, half betazoid, and she's a powerful empath who knows how to sense the emotion of others, and can really. She's like a super powered, intuitive counselor. Okay, so you may be someone like this, or you may just something that just comes naturally for you, and you may not be a professional counselor, but you have this trait. And so men come to you and view you as someone to talk to, someone to help them plunge the depths of their subconscious and get the answers out of themselves even. You can guide them to get the answers out of themselves. You can say just the right thing for them to be like, oh my gosh, you know what? You just said something to me, Pile 3A, and now I'm realizing that the other day when I that I actually need this, or I actually needed that. It's because of what you said that prompted them and moved them in that direction, you see. So you have a knack for that. You have a high level of ability to lead people in the right direction. And it's all because, you're very creative with the information that you have. You just let your mind be led. You're very intuitively led, but you're also well informed. You're an amazing creature, Pile 3A, but this is why men find you hot. Men find you hot also, possibly you may have long dark hair. You may have long jet black hair, and or just and it could be any texture. It could be straight, it could be in braids, it could be wavy or curly, it could be tight and coiled, but long. I'm getting length. There's some length, black hair, or it could be just a brunette, dark brown. You may have, if you have dark hair, pile 3, and it's okay if you have it cut short right now, but if you have dark hair and you've worn it long from time to time, men have found that to be hot about you. They like that long dark hair on you. Okay. Also getting like, and it could be any color. I'm getting you. We may have a few redheads in here, a few blondes, but dark hair. Dark hair is a big turn on for men. They find you very hot because of this hair of yours. You may have dark hair or dark skin. I kind of picked up that up. I picked that up in the vibe check section of this reading. Something about darkness. Either you dress goth, or you have dark hair, or you have dark eyes, or you have dark skin, or dark skin tone, or dark-ish. That really is appealing to a lot of people, okay? To a lot of men specifically find it very hot. We got the littlest fairy. There goes my blonde right there, okay? Appreciate the beauty and value of the exquisite and small. So, pile 3A, you may be petite. You may be petite, okay? If you are petite or slim, I would say size 12 and under, then men find you to be hot because of your size range, okay? You could be curvy also, okay? I'm not excluding you. Well, I feel like there's a big, and if you are, then you're shapely, okay? I don't get the feeling that there's a lot of like really big people in this group. I'm getting a lot of either shapely or, maybe slightly somewhat curvy, but slim. I'm getting a lot of slender arms, slender body parts coming through. Okay. Or you may have, maybe you're curvy, but you have a slim stomach, or you have slim, sexy legs or something. I don't know what it is, but you are, they find it hot. This slenderness aspect to you, men find it hot, okay? And next we're getting free spirit, rebellion, independence. It's time for you to break free from the usual routines, social norms, or parental influences that no longer hold the same significance as before. Push the boundaries of what is considered normal. So I am getting this sort of like priestess, oracle priestess type of vibe from you, pile 3A. I feel like there's something kind of witchy about you got going on, and I mean that in the best way possible. But you are just you're unconventional. I am getting that. I am getting that you have a certain kind of like unconventional streak in the way you pursue all this, okay? Whether it's the boss up energy, whether it's the your creative artistry. I mentioned that you may be a really good artist, or I did use interior decor as an example. That's a sort of a form of art, but yeah, just painting or putting images together, or collages, or it could even be your makeup, whatever it is. And you have an artist streak that men find to be very hot about you. But there's a way you pursue all of this, okay? The whole way, that betazoid energy where people come to you and you're like, I think I understand what's happening, and then you say the right things, you feel into their emotions, you tune into the situation, and your mouth just starts spouting isms and wisdom, and it's actually your channel. You're a channeler, pile 3A. You are. And men can sense this in you. They just feel peace around you, healing. You have this energy that it restores, it rejuvenates. And it could be also that you have recently recovered as well, or restored or rejuvenated yourself, and men find that to be hot as well. You got this whole vibe going for yourself, and you only do something if it works for you. If it doesn't work for you, you're not the type to follow trends simply because everybody else is doing it. Like for instance, I'll give an example. Like, when everyone was doing, the hipster jeans or whatever, if it didn't work for you, if you had like wide hips, you didn't wear hipster jeans. You didn't. You stuck with, what looked good on your frame, what looked good on your body. You're not the type to try to squeeze into that hipster jeans if it's not fitting you, just so you can fit in with the crowd and be in with the in crowd. Though you do fit in with the in crowd, I see that here. You have friends. You fit in, okay? You have a vast and highly supportive network. You're in the in crowd for sure, but you're not doing it. You're not sacrificing your sense of individuality in order to do it. Okay, you're being accepted on your own terms, and this is what men find incredibly hot about you. I feel like you may have some type of exotic skin color as well. I mean, and just take it for what it's worth. They actually said, I read somewhere a long time ago, there's actually like 4,000 distinct skin tones all around the world. So when I say skin tones, I'm not saying, black, white. It's not that basic, okay? It's like there's something about your hue, okay, that has a certain tinge to it. It's kind of exotic, I don't know how else to put it, but men find that to be hot as well. You're not the typical, you're not the average. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you, Pile 3A, as far as why do men find you hot. If you've enjoyed this reading, please give it a thumbs up. Let me know what part of this resonated or connected with you the most in the comment section. I'd love to hear from you. Take good care of yourself, okay? And I'll catch up with you. Oh, by the way, if you like this deck, be sure to check out the description section and purchase this deck if you like it. Doing so would give me a commission and would really help me out. I'd really appreciate that. Also, if you might want to consider a membership, and that way you can get early access to the videos that I put out before it reaches the public or my subscribers. So you can become a member and then get early access. And so that's just something you might want to consider if you really love my readings. Take good care of yourself, okay? And I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, Pile 3B. So why do women find you hot? I'm going to be taking a look into answering that question today. You ended up with the bright yellow aura quartz crystal cluster, or you ended up with Sagittarius, Taurus, and Cancer. Let us begin. I'm going to do a vibe check. Start off there before we take a look at the cards. So Pile 3B, why do women find you hot? Women find you hot because of your smarts, okay, and your creativity. You're very intelligent. You understand a great many subjects, and you know how to use that information creatively. Okay, you have clarity on a great many subjects as well. So, for instance, you're the type that if you were to be asked about just something, someone just asked you something random, like, what do you think of the state of our weather these days, or what do you think of the state of global climate, global warming, or what do you think of the political state of Algeria these days? So I don't know, but you just got this encyclopedic mind, either on a certain topic or on a range of topics that you can speak on for a really long time, and you know a lot about either some things, or you know a lot about everything, or you know something about everything, and you can speak intelligently or just about anything, and you have put together certain insights. You thought about things. You're not just a copycat just copying what everybody else is saying. You've reasoned it out. You've gotten the information you need. You've used the information to sort of create a hypothesis or like an analysis of your own that's unique to you. So you're a creative thinker, and that's why women find you hot. All right. Next, I see that you lean towards positivity. You lean towards joyfulness, happiness, a bright outlook, and trying to create one, using your intelligence for that purpose. And so this is a reason why women find you hot. You are loyal as well. If you're in a relationship, you're loyal, and women find you hot because of this. If you're the woman who you're with finds that hot because she's like, you're all mine, I know you're all mine. And then women who are not yours notice how loyal you are, and they think that's hot because they wish they had a guy like you who could be hot in the same way. Okay, I'm also getting that you have good energy. You're upbeat. You've worked on keeping your energy light and good energy, uplifting. You're just you also come across, and that positivity, that ray of sunshine or sunlight makes women think that you're hot. Okay, you're very strong in the male sense, okay? You've got really strong male energy, like really strong masculine energy. And it's the kind of energy that is, it's a balanced, divine, masculine type of energy that is understanding and enlightened, okay? So you're not one of these ignorant guys. I'm not saying people are ignorant. I'm just saying that there are people who know some things, and there's some people who do not know certain things. Let's be honest here. And you're one of those who you're very deeply aware of some of these more complex and subtle issues in society and in life, and you spend time grappling them and trying to come up with a good answer for these situations yourself. And so you're not one of those that's just completely obtuse, or like when a certain situation comes up you don't know what to do. You have responses you've thought about to give certain situations, certain scenarios that come up, that surprise and impress women, okay, and which makes women find you hot. Like, for instance, maybe you've thought about it and you've decided that bullying people who are disabled is very wrong, and whenever you see someone who is being bullied, who is disabled, not only are you going to protect and defend that person, but you're also going to deal with the person who's doing the attacking in a very compassionate and understanding way. Like, there's lots of levels to you, part 3B, lots of levels. And you kind of amaze and impress women with your subtlety, your depth of understanding. And that's why women find you hot. Women also find you hot because you are very protective. Okay, you're protective. I just talked about you protecting the disabled people. I just got that you're protective of the vulnerable. You're protective of those who are not as powerful as you. You're protective, period. Okay. You also have the ability to sort of shapeshift. So, for instance, if you guys go out to a club, you go out to a club with a lady, you know how to have fun. You know how to be that fun guy, that sexy masculine that wants to give her a good time. And then when it's time to go visit grandma at the nursing home or whatever, you know how to switch up and be the good boy, the good Sunday church masculine that goes in with flowers and is well behaved and respectful of grandma and puts on a good impression. When it's time to go to work, you have you know how to sort of respond to and be appropriate to each situation. And so you're a bit of a catch in that way, and that's why women find you hot. You are not about negativity. You repel negativity. You destroy negativity. You protect people from negativity, and you release also negative energies from your life. You don't hold on to negativity. You nurture and cultivate positivity, and this is why you are hot. Okay, this is why women find you hot. All right, let's go ahead and move on to your tarot cards and see what's coming through. We got death. Yes. You may be going through some type of transformation where you're changing certain things in a major way about yourself, okay? You're beginning a new phase of life, almost like you're hitting the refresh button, or you're turning into the next chapter of your life, and it's doing wonders for you, okay? It's a good thing. This move you're making is a very good thing because women find you hot because of it. It could be that you're undergoing a makeover, or you underwent a makeover of some type where you're like, maybe you're always wearing like I don't know, big t-shirts and slouchy jeans and Birkenstocks or whatever everywhere you go, and you decided, you know what, I need to fix this, and you cut your hair and you got yourself a whole new wardrobe, nicer, sharper clothes, maybe slacks or khakis and some nice tennis shoes or something, and a couple of accessories. You just decided, you know what, I want to spruce myself up a little bit. It could be you, your body, your health, your career, your living circumstances. I don't know what it is. It's going to be unique for each of you. And this transformation you have made, it is making women find you hot. Okay, so kudos to you on that. Keep that up. We have temperance. You're the king of compromise, pile 3B. You're the king of compromise. And I'm talking masculine energies here, not necessarily gender, okay? So keep that in mind as I speak. So you don't have to be a man watching, but you could, we're talking about the masculine energies in yourself. I'm addressing that because this is what women find hot about you, is that you are a very balanced and harmonious type of person or individual. You moderate yourself. You've mastered moderation. You're very patient and you have purpose. Okay, you have found meaning in your life. You don't allow yourself to just be a baseline default. You've risen up above that and beyond. Okay, you are synthesizing certain elements of yourself to create something new, and you're coming into alignment with this new chapter of yourself, and it is very appealing. I feel like you are elevating, you're ascending, because I see these wings kind of being implied here in the temperance card behind the person. There's a bowling ball in your hand. So I feel like there's some activities you used to do and you've decided, you know what, I'm leaving those activities behind. I'm going to pick up new activities, pick up a new lifestyle, pick up a new outlook. And that's part of what's going on there, is that there's some type of transformation that you're undergoing. And also how you're achieving this transformation is by coming into a state of compromise, either with yourself or with really good solid principles, or with maybe you have a partner in your life, a woman, maybe you're trying to ask what she finds hot about you. You're coming into compromise with her perspective or what she brings to the table or her energy, and you're creating a new version of yourself based on a balance of these two extremes. Okay, and it's making women find you really hot right now. Okay. Also, I'm getting, it does have to do with your fit, your drip, your riz, the way you dress. You switched up something about the way you dress. Okay, you have become, in some cases, you become more casual. All right, and in some of your cases, just apply it as it fits. If it doesn't apply, let it fly. Okay, leave it for the rest. But you may be started dressing more casual, or you may have started dressing more formal, or more just covering up more. And yeah, so it could go either way depending on who you are. We have the Emperor. Yeah, you're taking charge of your life. You're bringing order and discipline into things. You have decided, maybe you go to the gym regularly, you have a routine. Women find this hot, your routine. And also, you may be in a position of authority in your job or in your life where you call the shots. You might be a boss or a CEO or a manager or something like this, in a position of some type of authority. And women find that hot as well. You're in a position of leadership. You may have very powerful ambitions too, where there's something you're trying to get off the ground. There's something that you're like, it's gonna happen come hell or high water. And women are really find that to be hot and find you to be hot because of it. Okay. You also may be very disciplined. And again, I'm getting that you're protective, right? You're very protective. Women find this to be a turn on because they want to feel safe, from other disruptive forces in their life. And if you step in and you're protective, it's not just from attack, but protected when it comes to financially speaking, or emotionally too. Having an emotionally safe space in which they can express themselves is kind of a biggie. Let me get a new candle for you. Yeah, so you're very protective of your domain. You may be the type of masculine who is thinking about how to adequately protect you and yours, how to create a solid foundation for success in the future. And this is something women find hot about you. You think of your world in that way. You think of your situation in that way. You also may be very stable. You may have very stable energies. Very stable when it comes to finances, or very stable when it comes to your emotions. And you make women feel safe. And this is something women find very hot about you. We're getting all major arcana here, so it's pretty impressive energy. This is big energy, okay? You are very impressive is what I'm getting too. You come across very impressive, very in control, very moderated. You made the very meaningful changes that you need to make in order to self-actualize and become a bigger, better more impressive version of yourself. And women find this to be very hot. We got the Knight of Pentacles. You're very responsible. You are very diligent and reliable. Okay, you may also be a very hard worker. You're all about your job. You have a routine. You get up, you go to work in the mornings. You don't play with it, and you're very focused. You're very on target. And women find this to be very hot. Okay, they find it hot that you are very consistent. Maybe consistent also in your routines when it comes to dating world, or how you handle your relationship. You're like clockwork. You are dependable. You're reliable. If for instance, you have a routine around when you wake up in the morning, you make yourself some coffee, you always make your girlfriend some coffee. Or you grab some coffee, you always grab your girlfriend some coffee. And you do it every day. You do it every time. And women find that to be very hot, that you're a dedicated type of person, you're a devoted type of person, you're very patient also, is what I'm getting. You're patient with the seeds that you have planted growing. Okay, you understand there's a process involved, and you fully internalize that, and you are taking your time working your projects, doing whatever it is you need to do. You're very realistic too. Okay, you're very realistic. You're not one of those that's like, you planted some seeds today and the next day you're like, oh my God, this is just taking forever. You're very rational. You're very realistic, very stable energy, very grounded energy. You can be trusted to be responsible for major projects, major things, including the growth of something. Okay. And this is why women find you to be very hot. Okay. So for practical purposes, you're a real catch, pile 3B. So we have the Tower. So with the Tower, this is a card of a shakeup. Okay, this is a card of expect the unexpected. The unexpected happened, and it was devastating. Okay, and so what I feel like women find to be very hot about you, pile 3B. Sorry about that. Is you might want to watch pile 4. I don't know. You might want to watch pile 4B. I don't know. But what women find very hot about you is that you are willing to cause upheaval if need be. Okay, you're willing to break something down. It could be anything in your life that's building. Okay, anything in your life that's thinks it's there to stay. You can easily break that up. This could be a breakup, it could be a divorce. If it gets in the way of your ability to be consistent, your ability to be reliable, your ability to be this, the ability to be that, these great, awesome qualities, you're willing to destroy whatever is getting in your way. For instance, if you were a chain smoker and you realize that this was messing you up, maybe when you go out to meetings or to meet with clients, you realize you were smelling like cigarette smoke. Or whenever you started exercising, you were having a hard time breathing properly, and you're all about, I need to have my exercise and my health on point, because health is wealth. If I don't have health, I don't have wealth. And so you start realizing this cigarette smoking is getting in your way in multiple ways. It's putting off your clients. It's damaging your health. It's ruining the impression you give others, like you lack self-control or something like this, which you do not. You have self-control. You've mastered it. And so you're willing to break down or shatter whatever is disrupting your sense of stability, whatever that is. And women find that to be extremely hot. Next, we have the Ace of Pentacles. You've got some kind of opportunity in hand. Okay, you've got some kind of opportunity in hand that you're taking very seriously. Okay, you take your opportunities very seriously, and women find this very hot. You may have received an offer from an investor, or you may be one of those people who you have money in the bank. You're doing very well financially, and women find that to be hot. Also, you may be the type to offer things, gifts, and offer things to women, that you're dating or seeing. Maybe when you go on a date with a woman, you show up with flowers, or you'll say, here, I got us. Or if you're going to go to her house, she's invited you over for dinner, you show up with a bottle of wine, and or you show up with condiments or different things, like a grocery bag full of like things that she could use or add and keep. And so you're the type to be thoughtful enough to give and offer things, and women find this to be very hot. Okay, let's take a look at your first oracle card. It's called Whistleblower. Disclosure, exposing, uncover, informant. Well, women find you to very hot, pile 3, because you're an open book. Okay, you're an open book. You don't hide secrets. You don't play games. You let them know what it is. You know, if you got 2 kids and you say you're dating a woman and you got a couple of kids, you say it. Okay, you don't hide it. You just feel it's best to be upfront. If you have some type of, so women like this. Women like that you're an open book and you speak the truth and you let them know what the deal is. They find it to be quite hot, okay? And also, if you have been letting them know about certain changes you've made in your life, women are liking hearing about these changes because apparently it's a good thing, whatever these changes are. Major changes. Also, women have found it to be hot, and this could just pertain to some of you, that whenever someone was doing something wrong, or companies doing something wrong that goes against the well-being or the welfare of people, or against the well-being of the woman in your life, you let them know. I feel like you're the type that would be like, you know what, maybe you have a girlfriend or a girl you're seeing who works at a bar or works as a waitress at a restaurant or something. I'm just coming up with an example, okay? And every time you go to her work to go see her or say hi to her, she's very friendly and it's like, oh, you're here, and you get to see her at lunchtime while you eat and while she works, and then you leave. Well, maybe this one time you showed up and one of the new coworkers her coworkers that are there started hitting on you and won't leave you alone, keeps hitting on you. And the next time you see you have your girlfriend out, you tell her, there's some lady at your work, she keeps hitting on me, man. I don't know. Oh, really? Which one? This one girl that's like this or whatever. And you're not feeding into it. You're not trying to encourage this lady, but she just keeps, jumping on you, and figuratively, of course, not actually doing that. Or, if there's, whatever it is, has been a harassment or something, you're going to tell. And because you are above board, Pile 3B, you keep things out in the open. You don't play those kinds of games. And women find that to be totally hot about you. We have Visionary Vanguard. Invention, ingenuity. It might require multiple trial and error attempts before your desired creation materializes. During this process, a significant level of ingenuity is needed, moving beyond mere logic and reason. Okay, so Pile 3B. Okay, so another thing that makes you hot, Pile 3B, is that women have noticed that you don't easily give up. You don't give up if you have some kind of ambition or something you're working on. If it fails or something trips up on it, you don't abandon it. You just keep trying. You keep trucking along. You keep trying to troubleshoot. You keep trying to re-strategize. You just keep it going. And you're very ingenious in how you solve these problems. You're very ingenious in also your ideas. You have some really awesome ideas that you're working on, and women find you hot because you are like a maestro when it comes to your creativity and things like that, trying to apply your logic and reason to either creating something new or problem solving. And it's a big turn on for women to know this about you. Okay, and so next we got Midnight. All right, so Pile 3B. Women find it hot that you may have and when we'll mention the word skin tone, keep in mind that it's been revealed that humankind, there's over 4,000 different skin tones in this world. Okay, so when I say skin tone and there's some dark tones, it's not necessarily just black or brown, or you could be of European descent, you could be of Asian descent and have sort of like a certain undertones that darken you or give you a certain shimmer or something. And so when I say dark undertones, be open-minded, be flexible-minded about what I mean there. I do feel like there's some dark undertones to your skin color. It could be your hair, it could be your skin, it could be your color of your eyes. There's something, you're like, getting like dark and handsome, kind of vibe going on. And women find these dark tones in you to be attractive, okay, to be hot. It makes your, if you work out, you exercise, it makes your muscles stand out. Okay, it makes your muscles look extra, like, you know, popping. All right, there's a reason why bodybuilders put all that tanning lotion on, or whatever, tanning oils or whatever, and to darken up their skin, to get those muscles to pop. So I feel like you look naturally athletic and statuesque, whether or not you exercise, you know, regularly, or whether you're big into exercise or not. There's just something about you. There's a certain dark quality to you that stands out as sexy. Okay, and it's a big turn on to women. We have status quo. Okay, so I am getting pile 3B that women find you hot because you do quality time. You hang out with them. Okay, it's not a wham bam thank you ma'am, you know, hit it and quit it, you know, kind of vibe with you. You take your time with women. You take your time to know them, to hang out. You move slow. Okay, you're not rushing to the finish line. You know, you move slow. You are you take your time. I don't know how else to put it. You let yourself be in the moment, and you can enjoy a romantic, for example, fireplace. Sit by a fireplace and enjoy a romantic evening with a lady, or with your lady, and they really find this hot about you. Okay, that you just take in the atmosphere, the ambience, the vibe, and you can enjoy that. Okay, you're not, you know, tearing through to get somewhere else and, you know, go do something else. You know, yeah. You eventually go to work. You eventually do all these other things, but you're slow to move. Okay, you're not quick in and quick out. Yeah, you may be an athlete though. You may be someone who works out a lot, and if you do, then women find this to be quite hot. Or maybe this is universe's hint that you should, if you don't already. And this is what women will find hot about you. We have engineer. Yeah, so I'm getting like an inventor, or an engineer. We get engineer. We got an inventor somewhere in here. You know, you engineer solutions. You may come up with, you solve problems. Okay, you solve problems. You're a problem solver. You use your logic, reason, your training, your background, your experience to handle complex systems. You may be into technology. You may be someone who deals. You may be, you know. There's software and there's hardware. So you may be a hardware guy, you know, when it comes to computers, or you may be just a hardware guy. Period. You might be like someone who fixes cars or works on like machines with your hands. You're hands-on, and you deal with the actual thing. And so women find this to be hot if you do, or if you're a computer person, and you maybe you work on, you know, maybe you're an internet architect, or you are a computer programmer, or you are an AI. I don't know what it is. There's something you deal with, something complex. Okay. And it usually knocks women's socks off how smart you are, how brainy you are in learning these systems and knowing how to deal with them, and, you know, how intelligent you are, how smart you are. Usually shocks women. It really shocks them, and they find it to be hot in a good way. It shocks them in a good way. Pile 3B. We have Jade Emperor. So the Jade Emperor. It's a mythological person or character, the supreme ruler of heaven, something like this, the underworld, humanity. He's a deeply revered figure in Taoism, and he defeated some type of powerful demon. He's noteworthy for that reason. And he's very benevolent, very kind, loving. So we're talking about a very powerful being here, okay? Almost, you know, a power that has been cultivated over thousands of lifetimes. And but instead of using that for self-aggrandizement, using all that power to elevate himself, even though there is a natural elevation that comes with all this power being accrued, he focused on using it for the needy. He focused on using it to help the needy. He's very benevolent, very kind. And so, you know, I am getting that part of why women find you to be so hot, Pile 3B, is that as you gain power in the world, because I sense that you are, okay, you may have a really good career or be very intelligent, you're a good chess player, you know, you're very savvy, there's something you do, you're accomplished, Pile 3B, okay? And I'm getting that instead of turning around and saying, yes, I'm great, it's all about me, it's you use your powers to protect the vulnerable. You use your powers to help take care of the vulnerable, or those that are less than yourself or less accomplished. And I feel like this is what women find to be hot about you. It could be that when you date women, you focus on giving, you focus on protecting, you focus on taking care of them. And this is part of why women find you to be so hot. You may have come to this reading with a particular woman in mind, or just women in general. But if it's a particular woman, then you may be married to this woman or be dating this woman. And why she finds you to be so hot is that you are, you're just very benevolent, very kind. Even though you are accomplished and you're up there, you're generous, you give, and you think of those that are not as powerful or successful as yourself. We have intimacy. Yeah, remember I was saying, I'm getting like you might be a smooth operator. Pile 3B, you move slowly. You're not like, it says you're physical, emotional, more than just sex. You're not this wham bam thank you ma'am type. And what I'm getting from that Pile 3B is that women find this to be hot because you show intentionality, okay? You show a certain carefulness, that it's about, you're about true intimacy with a woman. You may do like a long foreplay with women, in the sense that you just hang out with them and let the chemistry build and let the moment build, let connections of personalities build, leading up to sex or whatever, right? I don't know. I don't want to get my channel, this video demonetized. I don't know what I'm okay to say, because this is not an 18+ reading per se. Okay, it's just I'm gonna kind of touch on these subjects without being too explicit. But I do feel like there is this idea that women find it very hot that you're not rushing to the act. You know what I mean? And you're about getting to know women. It's a cerebral thing for you as well. Okay. So let's move on. We have the CEO. Yeah. So you're successful in your field. We're getting the CEO. We have the Emperor. We have the Engineer. We have the Jade Emperor. You are successful in your field. Pile 3. Okay. And you hold the vision for something. You may be a CEO, CTO, CFO, I don't know, or you may be a manager. You've been given a task and you are at the helm of this ship or this company, or at this department or this team, and they follow your vision of how you want this thing done. Okay, you're not sitting there micromanaging, but you have a vision, you hold a vision, and you call everyone's task on this vision. You're very driven and you're very powerful. It says success shines, but does it warm the hearts? So you're very successful, no matter what it is, whether you're a leader or not, or whether you have your own business, you're an entrepreneur, maybe you're just doing your own business, and you're a team of one. I don't know, okay? Or you're high ranking in the company. I don't know which it is, but you are doing very well, Pile 3B. And this is what women find very hot about you, is you have status, okay? You are, you're also very ingenious. And you're not just a copycat. You're not just doing what everybody else does. You have a unique vision, and you honor your unique vision. And this is what women find to be a turn on about you. We have Nicolaus Copernicus. This is truth. Okay, so Nicolaus Copernicus, he was an astronomer. And a mathematician. So I'm getting you might be STEM, Pile 3, science, technology, engineering, math type of person. And if not, just disregard it and let it be for the rest. You might, if you are, you might be a really good strategist, just very brainy at some subject, okay? Astronomy, physics, might be a strong suit of yours, or perhaps you excelled at this in school, or your profession may have something to do with these subjects. And he was the guy who came up with that model where he put the sun at the center and Earth on the outside, okay? and it was very controversial at the time. It was like heresy or something, you know. But you're that kind. You're that kind, Pal 3B. You're on the bleeding edge. You have ideas that are maybe even controversial, but are actually very correct. And so this is what women find to be very hot about you. You're ahead of your time. We have Don Juan, light attribute, spotlights your positive, seductive qualities. Yeah, you seduce in the most artful way, Pal 3B. You're not just some like a one night stand type of person. And you know, and even when if you do have a one night stand, it wasn't just, you know, show up and do it. You know, it was a process. You went out, you met this person, you got to know them, you went to different places, you shared laughs, you shared history with each other, you got to connect. And you know, you're just really good at it though, man. You're a seductive person. You're a seducer, and women go with this. Women like your style. Okay, women find you hot because they like the way, you know, you seduce, the way you handle women, the way you handle yourself, the way you interact, and you know, your energy, your vibe, the chemistry that becomes created because of who you are. Right? You're genuine. You speak the truth. All right. You're not the one, you know, telling lies about yourself. You tell the truth about who you are, where you're from, what you got going on. You know, you may not lie. You will not lie. Maybe you might not share something strategically because you are a strategist. But if it comes up, you'll tell the truth. And so women like this about you. We have smooth operator. Oh my God. Did I not say smooth operator a little while ago? And I do not look at I just shuffle. I have like, I have 12 Oracle decks. I picked 12 Oracle decks and I got the tarot cards. So yeah, so you're a smooth operator, Pal 3B. I got you pegged. It says good with words, convincing. Yeah, you seduce women. You're really good at, you know, women feel they can trust you. You're good at coming across very professional. Yeah, professional, courteous, quality person. You may be Caucasian, but with a tan to your skin, or maybe you got pale skin. I don't know. It's a full range here that I'm seeing. Okay. You may also be brown or have like brown undertones. You know, whatever your color is, women find it hot. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You may be of Asian descent. Okay. You may be Hispanic, Mexican. Got the sombrero. Jade Emperor. Copernicus. I believe this was Copernicus was from Poland, wasn't he? Was he Polish? Not certain. Somewhere in Europe. Don Juan, beginning that Hispanic. You may be Hispanic, Pal 3B, okay, or South American or Mexican. Women find this to be hot. Your culture is hot. Your background is hot. The way you look, your sort of your phenotype is hot, okay? Your color, your particular tone is hot, okay? Women find it hot, the pace that you take. You move slow. And then you move slow until you're not moving slow anymore. So women like this. They like this approach where it's, you know, you're moving slow until you're not moving slow. And it's just like a big explosion of activity. And they love that, especially when it comes to how you move, when it comes to intimacy, you know. You also may just be a very good speaker at your job or just professionally in a professional setting. And women find that to be hot. They feel that, you know, the fact that you have this is a boon. And it's a powerful trait that's going to ensure job security. And it's going to allow you to... And they're usually shocked and taken aback by how professionally and how well you do in your profession, how well your career is going. You tend to shock women with this. And this is part of why they find you to be hot. We have grounded, exactly. And we keep seeing this professional... Well, I'm getting a professional vibe off of this anyway. Vibe, okay? You know, we got a suit buttoned up. We got a suit here too, kind of a coat buttoned up. We got very formal looking, very nice looking robe. We got some nice robes, a button up shirt. Look again with suit and a tie. You know, so I'm definitely getting that you're a professional, like an executive or a CEO or an entrepreneur or a salesman or a sales executive or, you know, or an engineer. You might be in the STEM, you know, you may be in the science industry or something. So you got a lot going for yourself there. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you, pile 3B, as far as what do women think of you. How do they find you to be hot? I hope you enjoyed this reading. If you did, let me know exactly what part you related to. If you did enjoy this reading, give it a like. Let me know in the comment section what you enjoyed about this reading and how it resonated with you. What part stood out to you as being very relevant. Take good care of yourself, okay? And if you would like to purchase this deck, up top, you look in the description box. You can order from there. I get a commission. That would really help me out. Or you may want to consider becoming a member of my channel, and that would give you early access, especially if you like these readings. That would give you early access to the readings before the rest of the public reaches it, gets to see it or view it. Thank you so much for watching, okay? Take good care of yourself, and I'll catch up with you at the next one. Bye! Welcome to your reading, pile 4A. Why do men find you hot? Okay, why do men find my pile 4 hot? Okay, we're going to get into it today. We're going to find out exactly why you're considered hot by men. Your number is going to be on this side. You chose the Raw Angel Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. We're going to place that right over here. Very beautiful. You ended up with, you just ended up with a cluster. You also ended up with Libra, Pisces, and Aquarius. Okay, so let's do a vibe check here real quick before we take a look at these cards today. All right, so pile 4. I'm getting that, yeah, so what I'm getting is that you are an innocent. You're an innocent. You may have like an innocent look about you, like you look kind of like baby-faced maybe a little bit, and men find this hot about you. Men also find it hot that you are so like you're pure, you're filled with light, you have this sort of like aura of purity about you, okay? Yeah, like you just kind of come across like you're not always you're not a wild party animal, always out partying late hours of the night, drinking, like you're not this like wild animal party, wild party chick, okay? That's not your vibe, at least that's what they think. And this is, you give off this innocent vibe. So even if you are a wild party chick at night or a wild party person, that's not the vibe that people read off of you, okay? If you are blonde or like light-haired or fair-skinned, then men view that as hot, okay? That is one of the reasons that men view you as hot, pile 4. I'm also getting that, yeah, you just, I don't know, man, you're in your feminine. Your feminine is like out there, and it's known, and it's, you're broadcasting it whether you know it or not. You're broadcasting kindness, softness, love, trust. You just, and also I'm getting, while you're putting these vibes out, you're also at the same time very sexually appealing. So it's like a cross between being very cute and sort of like, I don't know how to put words on it, but like this cutesy vibe, very young vibe, very innocent vibe, but also very sexually attractive. So you may have curves, or may have, you may wear a blush or have pink lips or something like this, that pink color. Maybe you do pink colors, and the masculines find you very hot because of this sort of ultra feminine vibe, even, I would say, okay? Interesting. So yeah, I'm getting like a Barbie vibe, or one of these, I'm not sure why, but I'm getting one of these cutesy anime characters, like I'm getting like Yoruichi Shihoin, or sort of like this like a charismatic character in shonen, and she pairs like a playful and comical cat-like cuteness with a very seductive body. You know, I don't know. I'm just getting that kind of a vibe. Like you're like almost like you do little cute little giggles or something, and you're just super feminine. And this is what men find to be hot about you. You may like to get your nails done, and you do all the feminine things. You know, you're not a tomboy. I don't feel like that's a thing for you. Okay, so let's take a look at your tarot card now. Oh, I almost forgot to light a candle for you. Give me one moment. Temperance. Okay. So, pile 4B, 4A, I meant to say. What do men find hot about you? Why do men find you hot? Why do men find you hot? We have the Temperance card. So I feel like your features are really balanced, and your look is very like harmonious. You may be a really good dresser, and you really know how to pair your outfit together and put your fit together. It's really nice looking, and so you're very coordinated. You're sensitive to fashion. I think there's a range here, meaning very into fashion, all the way into the range of being someone who knows how to dress decently well, but definitely not a type of person that doesn't know how to dress. Okay, so you definitely have a grasp of fashion. You know how to dress yourself up, you know how to pair yourself up and look really nice, and you give off a very pleasant presentation to the masculine. And so men find you very hot because you just have that good balance of harmony in the way you look, the way you pair things, the colors you wear. So very good at, you keep things very moderate when it comes to like maybe your size, the way you eat, the way you express yourself. You're not too over the top. You're also very patient, and men find this hot about you. You're patient, and you always try to find a compromise. It's not all about you, pal 4A. You're not like, I'm not getting like diva vibes. I'm getting more like humble, sweet, kind, loving, understanding, wanting to find that middle ground, and, that kind of thing. And this is why men find you to be hot. We have the 6 of Wands. Wow, pal 4A. Men find you to be hot because they view you as a catch, right? They view you as like, when you're out and about, men see you and they think, I would be proud to have pile 4A on my arms to take her out on a date with me, or to show her to my friends, or go to work and be seen with her. Pile 4A, men think you're hot because you present well, okay? Your presentation is really good. You look like pretty, well put together, sexy even, gorgeous, attractive, definitely someone like a head turner, and someone who people take a good look at. You catch people's eye, and so men find you to be hot because they view you as a bit of a prize, and someone if they want to win, or if they want to look good wherever they're going, if they want a good reputation as far as based on looks and based on your character and some of your traits, then you would be the one to go somewhere, or go out with, or whatever. You know what I mean? So that's very interesting. So you would be a catch, someone that they would feel proud to be seen with. Okay. All right, let's take a look at your next tarot card. And we're going to put it all together at the end. We have the Queen of Cups. More of this soft, loving, understanding, compassionate energy. And look, even got the blonde hair. And so there's this, and we got a range of colors here. We got the blonde, we got the redhead, we got the brunette. So it's not just about a particular color. It's more of an energy signature to you. You got your rocking pile 4A. Yeah, it's an energy signature that you're rocking, okay? It's soft, it's pleasing to the eye, it's welcoming, it's receptive, it's compassionate. It's definitely, I'm getting like a submissive, not like, you're told what to do, but just that on that end of the spectrum, as far as you're not the one you're not super assertive, you're not aggressive. It's the masculine who makes the moves, and all this kind of thing. Okay, so there's that kind of energy going on with you, very soft, very feminine, ultra feminine, and someone that they feel will be a good companion to them when they go out or are seen by others. So they feel, if this is someone that you're asking about specifically, why they feel you're hot, is that when they had gone out with you, they felt proud to have you by their side, proud to be seen with you, and they felt like that was really giving them some points with, like, when it comes to their reputation or how other people view them. Okay, yeah, very soft, ultra feminine energy. This is why men find you to be so hot. We have the Nine of Wands. So I'm getting that men find you to be very hot because you have strong boundaries at the same time too. So just because you're soft, just because you're sweet, just because you're very feminine, doesn't mean that you invite people to step over your boundaries. Okay, and so I feel like you've had to make very strong statements when it comes to your boundaries, even though you're very loving, even though you're very kind, even though you got all these things going for you. And I feel like this sort of invites men find that very hot in you. It invites them to want to sort of like, get more of this from you. And, in some cases, maybe even use you for these energies. But you have a very strong sense of boundaries at the same time. And you are very, you're very courageous when it comes to if they're now starting to overstep. Like, I'll give an example. Like, say you're very sweet, you're very kind, you're very understanding. They said they're going to take you out on a date. They didn't show up, or they were late and they show up and you're like, okay, well, I can understand that. And they give you an excuse and you're like, well, I can understand that. And you go out with them. And then when they're out and all this, just one thing after another happens and you're very tolerant, you're your usual sweet self, very loving, very understanding. And then maybe you reach a certain point where you've had enough. And you don't want to go out with them again. And no matter how much they try, you will not let them back in. No matter how much they try. And this blows them away because they think you're soft. And of course you work with them no matter what. But they don't understand that you have limits. Okay? You have a strong sense of boundaries. You have limits. And this is something that, it's an excellent balance of energies for you, and it's another reason why men find you hot. They realize that you're not like this. It's not like you're this loving, soft, receptive energy for the whole world and endlessly for all eternity. You've got limits, because if you let yourself, be sort of like used in this way by everyone, every Tom, Dick, and Harry, and soon you'll be worn out, soon you'll be drained, and you have an excellent understanding of this, and you're not for everyone. As a result, you're only for the people who can appreciate it, respect it, and take good care of you as well, and not just, it's not a one-way thing. You're not a slave, you're not a submissive person, like a doormat. You're not a doormat, pal. Okay, and this is part of why men find you to be so hot. We have the Seven of Swords. So men view you as hot because you avoid them. You avoid them. Okay, pal 4. I feel like, you may have chosen, you're very picky. So you may have chosen someone at a certain point in time. Yeah, you avoid them. You avoid the bad ones anyway. Okay, and you avoid most men. And so it's this, it's like when you are avoidant and when you are the type where you're not easily accessed by everyone. People see you, you're so appealing, you've got this, almost angelic energy about you. You're an earth angel even, or maybe you're a walk-in or something, I don't know, but you just got this ethereal quality to you. And men want to sort of seize it up and take it up, and you've learned to hold up your boundaries, and you even avoid them. And so scarcity creates value, you see. Now, I'm getting that even though you're sweet and you're angelic, you're not for everyone. So you pick the one you're going to go with based on certain traits, based on certain characteristics. Okay. Next we have number 13, death. La Muerte. I'm almost getting like a Dia de los Muertos vibe from this. The Mexican Halloween vibe. You bring about certain changes. You bring changes. You end things with people who are, or men who are trying to steal from you. You end it, okay? You also bring about changes within men, okay? You bring about changes within men, because I'm getting like a walking karma vibe, in the sense that you give men chances sometimes. They come into your world, your energy is so divine, powerful, and you are just loving them, and being sweet, being kind, being understanding. You're angelic. You're like a water nymph, or like an angel or something, and they're just loving it. But with the wrong guy, okay, or the wrong guys who dealt with you, there's this idea they have, like they try to steal from you, and then you're very final when it comes to cutting these people off. Your cutoff game is final level, okay? It's final level. You're when you're done, power, you are completely and absolutely done. And this is a lesson that you teach men. You make men. This is why they find you so hard, okay? Is that you make men think back on how it was with you, how amazing you were, and how it was just amazing to be in your energy, and the way you would rub their temples, and bring them nice things, and understand their emotions, and baby them almost, and be this soft, beautiful feminine, following them around, letting yourself be vulnerable around them, letting their masculine side sort of fend for you and look out for you and stuff. But when they don't appreciate it, or when they either cheat on you, or don't appreciate it, or try to cut corners on you, or something like this, you end it. And they look back on those times and go, oh my gosh. They reminisce and think about how great it was to be in your energy. And there's a sense of loss that they're realizing they can never get back to that place with you again. Never. It's done. And so you're walking karma, and this is part of why you're so hot, is because you are so irresistible, and yet for some men so inaccessible, right? You're not to be reached easily, because you have very strong boundaries, like end game, strong boundaries. Pile 4A. Okay, let's take a look at your oracle cards. You may have also undergone some type of transformation, where you no longer give in to men like this, and you can sense them coming a mile away, and because you tend to attract a certain type amongst others, and you've learned to see what the signs are and cut these people off before they even show up. So men don't understand it, especially new men that show up trying to connect with you. They're like, hey, what's up? And you're like, you already know what it is, and they're like, I don't understand, why is she already cutting me off? That's what it is. If you already read the energy, and you've learned to ascertain, you have shortcuts to understanding the energy. You're very empathetic and very psychic. You can tell which ones you need to keep out real quick. And so even before they know it, right? Even before they understand what's happening. And so as a result, this creates this sort of irresistible vibe where you are, where it's like you're just this, you're like the golden fleece, or like this, this mythical item that they're trying to attain. And you almost become like a myth. You're not even real anymore at a certain point, once they've messed with you, or once they haven't treated you correctly, or they've hurt you or attacked you in any kind of way. That is it. And it's like it's like you never even existed. Okay, it's a very interesting energy you got going on. We got the best of you. Power 4A. Why you are so hot is because you present the best of you out in the world and to men. Okay, when men see you, they see someone who is like a Victoria's Secret model, could be one, or if that's not it, it's just there's something about you so alluring, so juicy, so irresistible, so beautiful, so feminine, so soft, and it's like you're on your A game. as far as self-care, beauty, your looks. You eat correctly, you're disciplined, you bloom, you flow, you shine. Oh my gosh, Pile 4A, I almost want to cry describing your energy. And it's so alluring, it's so sexy, it's so mouth-wateringly good. And that is why men find you so hot. Okay, next we got openness. Exactly, you're very receptive, Pile 4A. Your energy is very receptive. You're so soft, like a beautiful flower, like cotton candy. And it's like men just cannot get enough of this energy. They can't believe how good it is with you, you know? You're like angelic. You're an innocent, and you're open to them and whatever it is that they bring. And something they don't realize, it's a one-time offer. It's a one-time offer. If they come across like the type that might abuse it, not appreciate it, or implode while they're in it, right, with you, like start acting out and all that, the moment they show that they're unworthy, they get kicked out. Okay, that's something they don't realize. Okay, and for good. Marie Laveau, good juju. So Pile 4A. Yeah, I feel like you might be light-skinned or fair-skinned, or you may have blonde hair or wear blonde highlights, maybe a redhead. And if you are a brunette, then you're very angelic. It really doesn't matter about your color per se. It's more about this quality that you exude that sort of pulls men in. It's like a scent in the air. They just come. You might wear a very nice perfume or wear nice scents or something, and they're like, gosh, Pile 4A smells so good. I could get lost in Pile 4A forever, but you're not for everyone. Remember, we talked about this. Now, and another reason why men, you may also be very spiritual. And so these spiritual qualities, the spiritual ability gives you certain qualities like kindness, compassion, tolerance, forgiveness, and they just cannot believe how good they have it until, of course, you're done. But we see with Marie Laveau, good juju, you are not like a bad magic type of person. Okay, you're a good magic type of person. If you're witchy, you never do like spells to try to control someone against their will. You never do that. You never try to like hurt people with your magic, or even do like revenge. You only do protective spells, stuff like that, or spells to help open their hearts, or spells to help them grow and understand what's happening, while you keep your distance, of course. But that's the kind of magic that you do. That's another reason men find you hot. Another reason men find you hot is that you may do like glamour spells. You're really in touch with your spiritual side, and you may have petitioned to a goddess or goddesses, or have an altar that's dedicated to like the goddess of beauty or something like this, and you just get all that aura all over yourself, and it creates this irresistible vibe to men. So it's not just your internal traits, it's also the kind of magic. If you're into magic or spirituality, this spirituality, it puts about a spiritual scent in you. We got 7 right here. Yeah, you're very intuitive and you have a spiritual awakening. Okay, you're very spiritually awakened, and this energy kind of pulls men in. Okay, it pulls men in. It's an attractant. All right, this is why men find you to be very hot. We got midday manifesting. Let me read this. It says, take a moment in the middle of your day to be back and visualize your dreams, to lie back and visualize your dreams. Let this midday break be your time to manifest and meditate on your desires. Affirmation: I allow myself the space to dream and manifest my reality, recharging with every breath. Yes, you live and breathe your spirituality. Your energy is very settled, very peaceful. Your aura is clean. I'm getting a lot of pinks, I'm getting a lot of whites, and these are all different decks, by the way, except for this is all from one deck at the top of the tarot deck, coming from the Warrior of Love Tarot, and these are all from different decks. But even here, you're seeing a lot of pinks, you're seeing a lot of whites. So this is your energy, this is your aura. Okay, this is your energy signature, Pile 4A. And you're very alluring. So I feel like men are really attracted to your midsection. You may have a very small, tiny waist, and you may look very young or have a very young vibe. You may not be very young, but you have a very young, soft, vibe. Okay, we have Gula, healing. Okay, you're a natural born healer. Okay, when men come around you, they don't know what it is, but it's like you are You are like a cure. You're a cure for whatever ails them, or you are a soother for whatever is ailing a man. Okay, when they get around you, they forget their troubles. You help them forget their troubles. You help them feel loved. Your energy, you may be like in the past life, you may be a water nymph, you may be a mermaid, you may be a fairy, you may have been like some type of otherworldly creature. You may be a walk-in, Power 4. And if you know, a walk-in is a type of soul, okay, that it's like you came in from some other like galaxy. You're not from here. You're not from here. You may have come from another galaxy or come from another dimension, and you're not going to be remembering all this, okay? This, or maybe you've always had this feeling like you don't quite belong here on Earth, like you're here to just sort of, you know, check out Earth and experience Earth, and you're not necessarily part of the natural flow. I know that sounds, if it doesn't resonate, don't take it, okay? But this is kind of like the kind of vibe I'm getting from you, Power 4A. You are like a very advanced soul that you came in and you're living in someone else's life for a bit in order to, and you may have entered some kind of mutual agreement with another soul. You know, like I said, if this doesn't resonate, leave it for the rest, okay? And it's like maybe the soul that was there chose to leave, while you, the walk-in soul, you assumed this person's personalities, memories, life circumstances, and you've come to fulfill a specific mission, okay? Or you're bringing higher frequencies to Earth, okay? So it's almost like you're doing, you may be like a soul level missionary, or someone who's come in to do some work, some spiritual work. And so that's why it's easy for you to cut off people that want to abuse this sort of ethereal angelic energy inside of yourself, Pile 4. We have, or that's why it serves you to do so. Hot Skating Barbie and Midge. Okay. So this was a line of Barbies that came out in 1994. And they have these bend and move bodies. So you may be very flexible, Pile 4. You may be like athletic in some type of way. You might be into yoga, or you may go out skating the neighborhood. And when men have seen you do this, they have found it to be very hot. Okay, this is part of why men find you to be hot, Pile 4A, is that you are very flexible, athletic. You have certain activities you like to do that are athletic but yet fun. Okay, you find it fun. You may dress in fun colors, or dress, or there's something you do that you find to be very fun, that's very athletic, and when you're doing this activity, men find you to be very hot. Okay, all right, let's go ahead and keep it moving here. You may have some friends that you hang out with when you do this. Take it as it resonates, of course. And when men see you with your cute friends exercising or doing certain things, they find that to be a very big turn on. Okay, we have the cowgirl. I am enthusiastic to learn and grow. So I'm also getting kind of like a new soul type of vibe, new soul, or just angelic, like an earth angel coming in from not the regular typical human being, and you're here to learn and grow. You remember I said you're on a mission. Okay, and this is sort of like doe-eyed quality to you. You're sort of innocent, taking it all in, and I'm thinking of that. I'm thinking of a movie called Splash. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It had Tom Hanks and what was it? Daryl Hannah in it. Daryl Hannah, and when she came out, and she was a mermaid, right? And she came onto Earth, and she was hanging out with this character, Alan, right? So she fell for this human male called Alan, and she went to stay with him for a time, and then he found out she had to leave to return to the water, something like this. But anyways, that's kind of vibe I'm getting. Is it says here, I am enthusiastic to learn and grow. So she went through this phase, this character, this mermaid, who he ended up calling Madison, by the way, I remember now. And she would go around the city, big eyes, taking everything in, learning everything, so enthusiastic, so innocent, so happy, so joyful, and just, the excitement in her eyes was like being with a baby, introducing her to different things. And he kind of fed off of this energy, like he saw the world anew through her eyes, and all this jaded, all the things he'd gone through just kind of fell away because she was like a breath of fresh air in his life, So I feel like you're kind of like this, Pile 4A. This is why men find you to be hot, is that you just have this like baby energy, like when they show you something new, you have the eyes of wonder upon things. You're not like all jaded and like yeah, and so what, that just kind of like sucks and drains the life out of everything when someone's like, yeah, okay, so what? When you show them something, you're like, okay, and it's just kind of like, what? Never mind. But if you introduce something to someone and then they're like, oh my gosh, that's so interesting, and their sense of wonder, their sense of interest and enthusiasm about it excites you, right? You want to talk about it, you want to share these things with this person even more, and you see it anew again. And so this is the kind of energy you have to offer men, and this is part of why they find you to be so hot. Again, I'm getting blonde vibes. I feel like there's a lot of you here in this group, Pile 4A, who are blonde, or wear your hair blonde, you might dye it blonde, whatever. It's your look, if you claim it as your look, then that's your look, You maybe also be a brunette though, so that's not necessarily definitive. Again, we're getting that platinum colored hair or silver colored hair. And remember I said age is not really the thing, age, it's more about, it doesn't matter what age you are, Pile 4A. You just have this energy. It just continues. It never ends. This energy of newness, of openness, of wonder. The blessing and the banishing candles. Exactly. You are a blessing, Pile 4A. But not to be abused. Not to be taken for granted. To be treated well. To be valued. To be cherished. Or else the banishing candle comes into play, right? You're gonna banish some fools. And so that's part of the energy is the same. It keeps coming across very clearly, Pile 4, that you this is why men find you hot, okay? Is that you have this amazing energy that's so alluring and pulls them in. We have loneliness, okay? So I am getting, Pile 4A, that I wouldn't say that you're the most social person. I wouldn't say that you have tons of friends. You kind of stick to yourself, and maybe this is part of why your men find you to be so hot, is that maybe you value your alone time and you take time to be by yourself. Maybe you like being alone. Maybe you don't want a relationship. Okay, when men discover this about you, maybe this is why they find you to be so hot, is that, wow, there's a woman here and she's not interested in getting into a relationship or committing or looking for commitment or looking to be tied down or looking to tie me down, all this. And I kind of got that idea from I feel like I kind of picked up on that earlier with you avoiding men, right? So this is something that they find to be very hot about you, Pile 4A, is that for some of you, you prefer to be single. For some of you, you prefer to be left alone, okay? You like your space, okay? And if you're not single, maybe you're already in a relationship, why your man finds you to be so hot is that you like your alone time. Perhaps you have spiritual things you like to do, certain practices that you engage in that you like to do by yourself, and you don't like a bunch of company. And this is part of what they find appealing. We have the path. Oh my gosh, again, we're getting another sort of lonesome figure here walking away. You have a path that you're on, Pile 4A, and there's something about, there's a mission that you're here to fulfill. And you need to mind your energy while you do it, okay? You need to guard your space while you do it. You're not here to be drained and sucked dry, no. You're here to accomplish something, and it's spiritual in nature. I'm getting that here with the halo around the head, and then this Marie Laveau with the good juju, and then this sort of like Mary, Holy Mary type of vibe going on here with with this card right next to each other. You're here, especially with the Gula healing as well. You're here to be a healer. Yeah, you're here to be a healer. And That is you hear that engine just going by, just zooming so fast, which is illegal in our neighborhood. That was pretty fast. They might get a ticket. But what I'm getting, Pile 4A, is that you are full steam ahead when it comes to your mission. Okay, you're not playing with it. You're here to heal Earth's vibrations. You're here to raise Earth's vibrations. Perhaps you're here to be a healer or a priestess or something like this. Okay, we have the golden gift. Magical help is on its way. That's what I'm saying, Pile 4A. Okay, you're a magician or priestess or a healer or a spiritual. Your spiritual path is number one, is the highest on your priority list. You're following a calling, and this is why men find you to be hot. It's because you have a mission. You have something that you're focused on, and it's not just about them. You're not living a male-centered life, Pile 4A. You're not. You're about your practices. You're about your mission. You're about your calling. Your soul remembers, even if you do not. And this is why men find you to be hot, is that you got things you want to focus on, and it's not them. We have mentor, teacher, wise counsel. Your ancestors no longer want you to walk this path. We got the path alone. They are guiding you to connect with the right people who can provide valuable support as you navigate through the next chapter of your adventure. Now I'm getting like a shamaness kind of vibe from this, okay? You're here to guide maybe young souls. You're here to maybe guide children. You're here to maybe raise Earth's vibration by focusing on the young ones, on the children. That's possible. Perhaps you're a mother and your job is to focus on raising your child, and you take it extremely seriously. And you're not just raising your child so you can be free of them. You are literally guiding this young soul to, you're here to help sort of guide this young soul into a place of self-actualization. Okay? You're doing deep spiritual work with another soul. I'm not sure what it is, or it could be young souls, a certain type of soul. Okay, that's the type of healing you're doing. You're targeting, that's the way you're doing it, is by healing souls, or healing the souls of young people. And sometimes when men meet you, and maybe you've taken on an occasional boyfriend or two, you end up doing this with them, and that's why they feel like you have a healing presence. Okay, that's why they feel this way about you. But it's like, if they start abusing it, you quickly redirect and you remember what it is you're supposed to be doing. You get right back on course. So I feel like for you, men are a distraction. For you, men are something to try out while you're experiencing Earth, and being curious and wanting to see what this is about, and what that is about, and what this is about, because you're a walk-in, and you're a walk-in spirit or soul. Okay. And your job is to, like I said, you're on a mission, and is to also experience and learn about Earth through also dating and experiencing men. Okay? It's part of what's going on here. Okay. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you, Pile 4A. I hope you've enjoyed this reading. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. Let me know what you thought of it. Which part of this reading resonated with you? I would love to hear from you in the comment section. Especially for Pile 4A, I'm really curious to know, what is your calling? Why are you here? If you know already, let me know. I would love to just chat with you or hear your energy. Thank you so much for bringing your energy here. If you would like to buy this tarot deck at the top here, it's available in the description box. You can click, and when you purchase, you can click the link, and when you purchase, I get a commission. That helps me out. Thank you very much. You might also want to consider, if you really enjoyed this reading, joining my membership, and that way you can get early access to the videos as they get released before the rest of before subscribers and the rest of the public gets access to them. Okay, thank you so much for watching. Take very good care of yourself. Bless. I'm grateful for your energy. Take care now. Bye. Welcome to your reading, Pile 4B. So the question is, why do women find you hot, right? Why do women think that you're hot? We're going to be finding out today. You ended up with the Raw Angel Aura Quartz Crystal Cluster. or you and you've also ended up with the Libra, Pisces, and Aquarius zodiac signs. All right, let me go ahead and do a vibe check before we get into the cards. Let us begin. So pile 4, why women find you hot is there's a certain innocence to you. There's a certain innocence and a peaceful vibe that you have. It's clear that you are not one of these like women can kind of read the signs, read the energy, and it's clear that you're not one of these sort of like predator men or something, or predator masculines out there. They're looking to prey on women. Okay, you have light and goodness in your heart. You channel. You may have very healing energy as well, and this is why women find you hot. They feel that you are like an answer to all the sort of like maybe like aggressive and overly assertive, maybe even abusive masculine energy out there. And so when you show up, pile 4B, you are like an answer to a prayer, or you just restore their faith in men, in masculines. Okay, also getting that this is why they find you to be hot. Okay, and I'm also getting that you're very kind and you have a soft energy to you. I feel like you might be one of those guys that's very in touch with their, like, you're in touch with, you're not necessarily feminine, but you're in touch with your feminine side. You're emotionally intelligent. You're in tune with emotions, and you're not afraid of them. You own them, or you have access to that part of yourself. You've not fallen under the sway or the programming, not entirely anyway, in our society, where men are not supposed to feel. Men are supposed to be hardcore. They're supposed to shove their feelings deep inside. You may be more like on the sensitive side, as far as tuned in to emotions of yourself and others. And this is why women think that you are hot. Okay, women find you hot because there's a certain innocence to you. Again, I keep coming back to that. And you are very nurturing of the emotional health of women, or emotional health of the creatures around you. So you just have like a real good, kind, sweet vibe, pile 4B, that women find to be very hot. Okay, next let's go ahead and take a look at your tarot card. We got the King of Cups. That makes a lot of sense, right? You're in touch with your emotions, but you don't let your emotions rule you. You tend to stay very calm. You're very in control of your emotions, and but you're also very compassionate and kind. Okay, you don't get into temper tantrums or anything like that. You're very diplomatic, and you have a lot of compassion, and you have a lot of self-control when it comes to how you express yourself. You don't allow your masculine energy to like overrun and become very big and out of control and dominating and all this. That's not your vibe. That's not your bag, pile 4B. And women find you hot because of this. There's a very stable energy around you and within you. You tend to stay very calm. You're not raucous. You're not like one of these like roiding, testosterone raging type of men. You're not like that. You don't need to feel. You don't need to be a macho man to prove your masculinity and prove that you're a man. You don't need all that. And women find this to be hot about you. Okay, we got the 10 of Cups. So pile 4, this very harmonious energy about you. You may have come in here wanting to know how women in general, what women in general find to be very hot about you, or you may be curious about a particular female. Now, when it comes to that particular female and why she finds you to be hot, there's a sense of harmony I'm picking up on. You allow for intimacy, pal, 4B. Okay, I'm getting cups all around. The King of Cups, the 10 of Cups. You're just a very peaceful. You may be family oriented type of person, and you are manifesting a blissful connection in your life. You're in alignment with this female or feminine. You're in alignment with this feminine energy in your life. You're in alignment with this feminine energy in your life, and you're not about being like you're not about disagreements and fighting and all that. It's about bliss for you. It's about joy. It's about harmony. How can I harmonize? How can I work better with the feminine aspects in my life? Whether it's my mom, whether it's my sister, whether it's my girlfriend, whether it's my wife, I feel like you align well with this feminine energy, and that's why women find you to be hot. You're not you're not butting heads with it. You are aligning with it. Okay, this is why women find you to be hot. Next, we are getting the Magician. Yes, you are a master manifester. You've manifested, succeeded in manifesting in your life harmonious relationships. When women hear about how well you get along with your mom or your sister or a female in your life, it makes women find you to be hot. Okay, that is what is hot and appealing about you. It's your ability to manifest harmonious, wholesome relationships in your life. Okay, you have mastery when it comes to the realm of emotions. Pal 4B. Okay, you know emotions don't rule you. You rule emotions. Okay, you know how to handle and deal with women's emotions, your emotions, towards the end of creating harmony and peace and bliss. All right, you are very resourceful, and you're a quick thinker when it comes to if in a situation arises. You know how to talk to women. You know how to handle women. You may be a therapist. You may be like a you may be a counselor of some sort, or maybe that just comes, you may have a knack for it. It just comes easily to you. You may be very diplomatic in the way you talk. You just know how to talk, Power 4. Okay, you know how to you're reassuring. You know how to speak to women. You know how to figure out, okay, where is this coming from? Okay, and you address the root of things. You're not dismissive. You're not this is why women find you hot. Okay, you're not dismissive. You're not trying to get over on women or act like, if you don't understand something, you're confused by something, you don't view it as they're crazy. Okay, you view it as, what am I missing? What am I not seeing? So you have curiosity, you have emotional intelligence, you're very emotionally intelligent, and you know how to handle your own emotions well. You've manifested a major relationship in your life. It's very likely you have. This is why women find you to be very hot, where you get along really well. And when women see the relationship you have with this feminine, they you seem hot to them. Okay, you seem hot to these women because they're like, wow, Power 4 knows how to keep a woman happy. Okay, Power 4 knows how to get along with feminine energy. Next we have number 7, Chariot. So I'm getting a few messages. Okay, and just take it as it resonates and leave the rest for others. I feel like you may be driving some type of vehicle. It might be a very nice vehicle, like a V8 or V6 type of vehicle. It could be like a SUV, or it could be a sports car. I'm not sure which it is. It could be a very powerful vehicle, or it could be a classic vehicle. And something about the way you drive this car, or the way it makes you look, it gives you a certain status. And I feel like women find you hot because of this vehicle. It could also be your abode, where you also have a very strong sense of ambition, Power 4B. You're very ambitious, you're very focused, you're very driven. You have a lot of willpower, especially when it comes to getting what it is that you want, or what you're after, what you've decided you need to manifest in your life in order to succeed. You are on it. Okay, you are very driven. You don't need someone to be nagging you or harping on you or anything like that. Like, you are super focused and very driven, very ambitious, and women find this to be very hot about you. They're very attracted to you when they notice this about you and see this quality in you. You're also very successful at something. I don't know what it is. I feel like you may have like your own business, or you may have you've triumphed when it comes to some arena or aspect of your life. You may be a competitor. You may compete in contests, or you may have like a house. Or you may have like something that you do. You're very driven. You're very focused on. You may have like an athletic program that you pursue. You may be making progress in some type of way, very steadily and very intensely, and nothing derails you, and women find you hot because of this energy in your life. We have the 6 of Swords. Now I'm getting a sense of travel. I'm getting a sense of movement. All right, moving away from things that are not so great and towards things that are better for you or better for others. I feel like you're good at progressing situations away from strife and maybe conflict and towards peace and calm. Okay, you know, you're very good at diffusing. You diffuse certain situations when things start to get out of control, things get crazy, or the emotions, someone's mad or someone's not feeling good or someone's triggered. You know how to move it from there to calm. You're the type to bring in peace. You know, I'm getting that. That I don't know, I'm hearing, like, I think somewhere in the Bible, blessed are the peacemakers, something like this. You apply your willpower and you apply your drive towards creating peace around you, in the world, within you, and women find you very hot because of this. Okay, you help transition women away from maybe raucous or chaotic situations in their lives towards healing, towards recovery. You help women escape. You could literally be, maybe something you do for a living is you help women get away, or help people get away from scary situations. I'm getting that you might be like an agent who helps people get away from maybe addiction or toxic relationships or abusive situations, or, you know, a situation, you know, circumstances where they're in dire straits, you know, and getting people out of these crazy ass situations and into a peaceful situation. It could even be like emotional counseling. Even like if people come to you and they're like, oh my gosh, I've just been going through something, my life is a mess right now, and you're the type to sort of shepherd people towards a better situation or a better state. Okay, a better state of mind, or a better energetic state. Okay, this is really big with you, and this is why women find you to be very hot. You assist women and you move them in a good direction. Okay, and women like this. When you hear of their troubles, your thing is to sort of move them in a certain direction that is better for them, better for you, better for the world. We got the Page of Cups. Women find you to be very hot. Several messages coming through because you're very youthful. You come across very youthful, very young. You may be young, or you are very youthful in energy. You show, you maybe send gentle messages that, you know, like little pick-me-ups, and, you know, they're sweet, and hey, how are you? Hope you're having a great day. Or you're just very nice, you're very gentle, you're sensitive to their emotions. You may also be very playful, and you just bring this sort of childlike, sweet energy to women, and women find you to be very hot because of this. You're good. You're a good friend, and I'm not getting like friend zoned energy. I'm getting more like you're just really sweet, and women really, really enjoy this about you and find you to be very attractive and very hot because of this energy in you. Okay, you're the type to cheer people up, cheer them on, cheer women on, cheer them up. You know, help raise their vibration in a very innocent, sweet, kind of like little tokens of affection, little sweet things that you do or say. Okay, again, I'm getting this chariot here. You know, you've seen this theme, guys. You know, there's a chariot here moving, the horses are going in a certain direction. We got, you know, this is usually people on a boat. You know, kind of remind me of River Styx with the Charon moving the person away from a certain situation that needs to end and towards a better situation. And here with this particular Page of Cups, we are seeing a page who has chariot, who's sort of linked a harness to a seahorse. And again, look, we got horses and moving away in a certain direction. So you're very good about moving women away from dark, negative situations towards joy, light, peace, comfort, healing. Okay, next we have Envoy, which is your first oracle card. Again, more trips being made here. Okay, you're a traveler, Pile 4B. You create movement. You move things along. You move people along. You're like anti-stagnation. Okay, you're very diplomatic. Look at that. We got diplomacy. Ambassador, you're an ambassador. You may be an ambassador, literally do that for a living. You may show up and help people transition in life, and women really find this hot in you. Perhaps you have transitioned, like battered women, or you may be a social worker, Power 4B. You may be a counselor, or a guidance counselor, or a mentor, or a psychologist, or a psychotherapist, or the list continues, really. We see delegation, negotiation. So you choose your words carefully, Power 4B, and you are a very pragmatic person. Okay, you help sort of mellow out certain situations. You keep things cool and calm. You move people in a certain direction towards peace and healing, and or you help maybe people move. You may help them like literally relocate. You may be a mover, or someone who drives trucks or something for a living, and women find this to be hot. They like what that represents. Okay, that you can carry people along, you can transport people, you can transport things, you can be an envoy, you can assist, you can escort others. Okay, and women really find this to be hot in you. Okay, so we have star wisdom, inspiration, creativity, look beyond the binary perspective of life, the all or nothing mindset. Instead of fretting over making the wrong decision, revisit the initial plan and see all options as chances for creativity. So Power 4B, I feel like women really like your chill energy. Okay, you're very chill, you're very calm. If and you take things in stride. Like if say you're living life with someone, things are going great, something goes wrong, right? That's inevitable. Something might go wrong, something might be misunderstood, some issue might come up, and you address each thing one at a time, and you're not going to lose your head over some apparently very bad news. Okay, for example, you're going to take your time. You're going to be like, okay, well, this looks like bad news. What do we do? What do we do next? And you just calmly proceed through situations in life. And whenever you see an opportunity present itself to elevate things or to make things better, you take it. You see that opportunity. So things are on an upward trend with you because you keep your head, you keep calm, and you sort of kind of step through any kind of chaotic situation very calmly. And then when there's an opportunity to make things even better, you take it. All right. And the reason you're able to take these opportunities is because you're calm enough when you get there. We have Alan. Okay, very interesting. The traditional meaning of the name Alan is rock, right? You're a rock for people to depend on. Okay, you're a rock. I feel like, you're the type of person, Power 4B, people say, oh, you're a lifesaver. You assist others. You're there for others. You want others to feel supported. You support others. You're not the one, while others are busy losing their heads, you're keeping yours. Okay. The other meanings for Alan are handsome. So you might be very handsome, like easy on the eyes, Power 4B. Okay. You may be very good looking. You may have a very pleasant features on your face. Or you may have a very pleasant body, or very good looking body. And women find this to be very hot. Okay, they find you hot because of this, your physical looks. Okay. Also, Alan can mean cheerful. So this stands for, like I said, you tend to uplift and elevate the vibe in certain situations. You're not a downer. Okay, you're an upper. You tend to sort of, I wouldn't say that you're doing it in a manic way, like, come on, let's be happy. Come on, let's go. No, you're calm. Okay. But you look for opportunities to inject humor, and you do so. You look for opportunities to improve the circumstances some type of way, and you take those opportunities. You do so. So you are the type of person who, at the right moment, you do the right things. We got soldier. Okay, now we're getting a little bit more of a macho vibe. Power 4B. You fight for causes too. This is why women find you to be hot. Is that and it's funny because the charioteer is going into battle, right? That's another dimension to the chariot, is someone who's going into battle. He's got his armor, he's got his chariot, he's got You know, a case is the Hebrew letter that goes with the major arcana chariot, and it's case, right? Case, which means, case literally means gate or wall. The Hebrew letter meaning, it's a physical barrier. It represents a physical barrier of some type, okay? A fence or a boundary. And look, we see someone, you know, we kind of see like a lines being drawn on the ground. There's a flag being planted, like this is ours, this is the stand we're making, right? So Pile 4B, women find you to be very hot because though you are very understanding, you're in touch with emotions, you don't get swept away by them, but you are very familiar with them, you know how to handle them, you've mastered them. And at the same time, so you've mastered them, you're not dominated by them, but you have compassion for emotions. You've developed a lot of compassion because you've made this journey through the Page of Cups, the Queen of Cups, the Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups, the Queen of Cups, and now you've arrived at the King of Cups position. And, you know, you made this progression, so you have collected all the experiences, and you have empathy, and you have control. You have self-control. And women love that you have this going on, and you are a defender. You're protective. You protect women. You protect people who are the underdogs. You protect the vulnerable. You look out for others. You might be like a bodyguard even. You might be like a bodyguard who is very sweet and you know, reads poetry, a very strong, tall, or maybe bulky or stocky, physically athletic type of person. Okay, may take it as it resonates and leave the rest for others. But at the same time, in touch with your feelings, you're compassionate, you're kind. So, for instance, you might get involved in it. You may have to, you know, be strong and take a strong hand in something or some situation, and you know, get some muscle in there. But you know, you're doing it with compassion. Like, for instance, you're not going to get involved with muscle to kill someone. You're going to get involved with muscle to restrain someone or to bring down the intensity of a certain type of situation. So you're protective and you fight for causes if you feel like, you know, it's going to be protecting the vulnerable or something like this. Okay, next we have Captain. Wow, we're getting some boss vibes here, Pal 4B. You lead with compassion. You lead with compassion. That's another statement that just came out of my mouth. Women find it to be they feel safe around you. Okay, so they find that to be very hot because you protect and you make them feel safe. Next, we're getting Captain. Navigator of destiny, voyage, leadership, decision making, objective. So Pile 4B, you take charge of situations. Okay, when you see that a situation is becoming out of hand, untenable, dangerous, toxic, you step in and you steer the ship. Look, the captain, we got a parrot, like kind of like a pirate figure, or a sea captain anyway, and we got a boat being led away. Look, you are the type to take control of situations that are getting out of control and move it to a better situation. That keeps coming through for you, Pile 4B. This is why women find your energy so hot. Okay, this is why they think you're hot. It's because you use your masculine energy for good, to create peace, to bring in good energies. Okay, next we have Kaishen, which literally translates to the god of wealth or the god of money. Wow, Pile 4B, you may have money. You may be very successful. You may own a business. Okay, you may be the type of, maybe your business, it's the nature of your business is to protect others. Okay, maybe you have a security business. Maybe you have a business that provides manpower to help keep people safe. You may be a security guard. You may be a police officer. You may be a mercenary. You may be the list goes on. You may be in the military, literally. And this is why women find you to be hot. Is maybe you wear a uniform. Women like it when you put on this uniform. You may be in the military. So even though you have this strong vibe, I'm getting now you have very powerful male presence. You can fight. You can strong arm. You can get in there. You may know martial arts. You may know all these things. But you are also very kind. You're compassionate. You know how to speak love language. You know how to connect with the emotions. And then also I'm getting that this chosen career may bring you a lot of money. You may be very wealthy as a result of what you've chosen to do with your life. Okay. And Women find you very hot because you have manifested and you manifested abundance for yourself through your line of work, or through your line of work. Okay, I'm also getting like a bodyguard, or like or a lifeguard energy. You might be a lifeguard, or maybe you do that part-time or something. Women find you to be very hot because of this. You protect life. Okay, so they find you hot. You make women feel safe. We have vulnerable. Yes, you're emotionally. You let your emotions show. You're not so macho that you can't be like, you know what? I was hurt by that. When I was a kid, I feel like you're the type to open up and say, when you were a kid, you went through some things. And let yourself feel for that inner child that wasn't protected or something. I'm just an example. This may not have to be true. But the example I'm giving, okay? I'm just giving an example of this. But I'm seeing that women have seen you, maybe your eyes get teary when you're watching a movie. You feel for people, okay? You have a heart. Women find this very hot in you, Pile 4B. Crying over the divine feminine, that you've had compassion for women. Maybe you're the type to have compassion for women who had to raise kids by themselves, you know, and how hard that must have been. And you have a lot of compassion for this. Perhaps you were the child of a woman, a single parent, a woman, a mom, and she had to raise you by herself, and it was hard. But she did it, and you have a lot of compassion for what she went through. Maybe for the way this masculine that was in her, supposed to have been there for her, treated her or left her behind. And I'm just coming up with all kinds of, I'm picking up on types of energy and examples like this. You have compassion for women. You let yourself be vulnerable. If you're watching a movie and it's sad, you let yourself tear up, and it's not because you're weak or you're a pussy or whatever. No. You understand the strengths behind letting yourself feel emotions, but not letting yourself get caught up in them or get swept away by them in a negative or toxic way. You open up and you share your feelings. You share your weakness. You share where it hurts. Okay? And women think you're hot because of this. Especially when you're doing it in a very wholesome and balanced way, coming from a feeling of a place of, I've hurt. Not, you suck, or you're horrible, you did this to me. Not accusatory, but just, I'm hurt by this action that you took. That's a whole different ballgame. Women find it hot that you're able to open up and express like this, because that means you are receptive to when they are like this. Okay? We have the mechanic, hands on and handy, can fix your car, but his plans are always up in the air. So what I'm getting, Pile 4B, is that you're very useful. Okay? You're very handy. Okay, you can do, there are some things, you're man, you're a catch, Pile 4B. You're a catch. Because this balance that you display, okay? You're not so soft and stuff and so, feminine into your energy that you don't know how to change a tire. Or that you don't know how to rush in and strong arm a situation where someone's feeling threatened. You can hold your own in a fight, okay? You know what to do to keep someone safe. You're not that kind of weak where you're afraid to go face up to other men. No, or you're afraid to stand your ground or guard something or guard someone or protect someone. You're not like that. You're not a fraidy cat. Okay, you're powerful. You have powerful male energy, and you're also very resourceful. Got that with the magician. You use whatever tools are at hand to fix certain situations. If all of a sudden a leak gets sprung in the bathroom, you're not the woman's going, oh my gosh, what do we do? You're not the guy who's going to be in the situation, or the masculine situation who's also going to be saying, oh my gosh, what do we do? You start thinking. You're like, okay, let's get some plastic. Let's get this. Let's tie this off here. We'll call the plumber or whatever. But there's some things we can do. Okay, like you are able to take charge of certain situations, move it from a disaster or move it from what's not working to what's better. Okay, you can be relied upon. We have leadership keeps coming up for you, Pile 4B. It keeps coming up. Okay, we have leadership here with Captain. We got leadership here with George Washington. Okay, you're a respected leader, perhaps in your field. Or you could be an entrepreneur, you could be a boss figure, you could be a CEO, you could be a manager, or you could be a take charge type of person who, you don't wait for people to tell you what to do, right? You don't wait for people to tell you what to do. You know what to do. You can think of what to do. All right, you are the leader telling others what to do. In fact, You are the one kind of guarding, shepherding, moving things in a certain direction, captaining, leading, directing. You may come up with you may be part of a legislative body where you're making certain laws. You may be making up the rules of the land. Okay. You may be a politician for all I know. Okay. Definitely some type of assertive leadership role that you take that makes women feel that you are hot. Okay. Your hotness lies a lot in your usefulness, your traits, your skills, your impulses, your impulse to want to protect, to guard, to guide. Your hotness lies in this. This is why women find you to be hot, file 4B, is you are useful. You're amazing. You're amazing, file 4B. You're amazing. Okay. We have exorcist, freeing yourself and others of destructive impulses. Okay. So now I'm getting back to that sort of like therapist vibe, right? Or a therapeutic vibe, or someone who's a mentor or a counselor. I can see you being like a sponsor at an AA, AA meetings or whatever. Okay, when people are struggling, you're the one they call. You're the one who has information to help them stand their guard against allowing certain energy to take over, whether it's a substance, whether it's a habit pattern, whether it's toxic people, keeping the line in the sand strong, keeping certain negative influences out. That's you. You help with these types of situations, Pop 4B, and women find you to be very hot because of this. Next, we have security guard. Did I not say security guard? Or lifeguard? I'm pretty sure I said security or bodyguard or something like this. You may be a security guard. You may be someone who guards a bank, or you may be someone who guards people. You may be a father who guards their children and keeps their house so you're safe. It could be as simple as that. Okay. You're all about security. You're all about those walls and making sure everyone's guarded, protected, safe. You're protecting the divine feminine from toxic masculines. Okay. From the elements, from things that may go wrong. Okay. This is you. This is who you are. You're a protective male. And you take charge of certain situations. You may have channeled this energy into a line of work that's made you a lot of money, or made you very stable financially, made you wealthy even. Okay, this is why you're so hot, Power 4B. Women feel safe around you. You make women feel safe. You're the type of guy that if you're at a bar and there's another guy there and there's a woman sitting there and she's something starts to happen, there's an interaction, and then the other male has been drinking and is drunk and starts acting weird and starts pushing the woman around. You're the type to be like, stop, you can't push a woman around like that. I don't care what's been happening, not on my watch, buddy. Okay, that's you, Power 4B. This is why women find you to be so hot. You're a knight in shining armor. Okay, wow. Next we get pilot. Jeez Louise, Power 4B. You're a highly skilled, highly competent person. Look, the pilot has human lives in his hands. Okay? Or her hands. This is about masculine energy. So this is not necessarily specifically or strictly about gender, okay? This is masculine energy. So you may be wanting to know how you may be a lesbian, I don't know. But it's targeting masculine, okay? So take it in that way. So what I'm seeing, Power 4B, is that you are highly competent, highly skilled male who makes women feel safe, who is in touch with their emotions. And understand this, when a woman shows you their emotions, you're not supposed to be a bully about that. You're supposed to create an emotionally safe space for women. This is who you are, okay? Or this could be something that you've been changing about yourself. Perhaps you used to have toxic elements in a past relationship or in a current relationship. You're moving it away from there now. You're becoming a friend. You're becoming gentle. You're becoming kind. You're understanding this is how you're supposed to be, Power 4B. Okay? This is who you are. And this is why women think that you are hot, Power 4B. Okay? This is why women think you're hot. And that's what I'm seeing in the cards for you. I hope you've enjoyed this reading. If you did, please give it a thumbs up. If it resonated, please let me know exactly how it did. I would love to hear from you in the comment section. Thank you so much for bringing your energy to this spread. If you are interested in buying the tarot deck up top, please check my description. The description box below. You can click and order. If you order through me, I get a commission, and I would really appreciate that help. Thank you so much. If you really enjoy my style of reading and you would like to support this channel, you can subscribe. That's a free way to do it. Or you could also join and become a member, and that way you get early access to these videos as they become ready. That way you can watch them before others do. You can be the first to comment, and I'll respond to your comments. Thank you so much for watching again. Take good care of yourself, okay? It's a pleasure doing reading for you. Bye!